50 to 60% of the audiences are actual virgins, it feels like kind of weird or performative to like do so much content on this stuff. There's not much like that's applicable for most people. So why, like, it's just kind of weird. But I mean, I feel strongly about all of it, but.
Yeah, I feel strongly about the topics. I think it makes me get to 10 sometimes. But then people that I think are really serious do stuff that kind of seems like memes, and then I feel like I'm silly.
Yeah, that's why I don't interact with like characters ever. Like if I feel like I'm being serious and the other people are memeing, I completely disconnect. That's why I have a hard time like focusing on Zerka. I mean, I wouldn't talk to like Casey Tron in the past or Bob Seven sometimes on shows. Even though I thought they were funny, I can't engage with the characters because it makes me feel stupid.
Is there anyone in the Red Pill community that you've encountered that you're like, this is a character?
I don't think so. Yeah, they all feel pretty genuine to me, on camera and off camera. Like they're pretty much the same. Right.
I get a lot of people saying they feel like Pearl is a pick-me. I'm not completely sold on her being a pick-me. I feel like there's a difference between being a pick-me and a grifter, and I kind of get big grifter vibes from her. What's she like off of camera? Just as like smug and condescending?
I mean, I don't want to say smug and condescending. I'll say she's similar.
Oh, sorry. You don't have to talk shit if you don't, it's an awkward question. Yeah. Is there a reason you didn't go on the panel?
I think I just need to. I think way too much about like imposing on people, and I need to just like do things and just assert myself more. It just always feels like so attention whory. But
yeah, Sneako's on there. It feels like every other week.
Yeah, I know. But and I went out to dinner last night. I talked to them. Myron asked me, he's like, "Why didn't you show up?" And I was like, "Well, because you guys didn't ask me." He's like, "Oh yeah, just like drop by anytime." Like, of course. But I feel like, especially because when I'm on those shows too, I'm like dominating so much of the talking time that like I feel bad. Like, oh, here's Destiny again to come and talk for 12 hours about fucking whatever. Like, I don't want to like overstay my welcome, I guess.
Do you ever look at what the views are when you go on?
Yeah, they're good. The money's good too. The super chats for those guys.
Oh, for them.
Yeah.
But like you, like, do you generally give them like high rating views?
Yeah, that's what I mean. They get good money, they get good viewership when I'm on, for sure.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously it's good if you show up.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, probably, yeah.
But it doesn't get boring for you to go there. Like, do you feel like you were interested and kind of like wishing you were there because
Absolutely.
you knew some of the people on it and it made it more interesting, or?
Just because I knew the talking points. And when I feel like if I... Pixie and Aaron did a pretty good job, kind of, generally. I'm not trying to imply that they're dumb, but I know all these talking points really, really, really well. So when I see things that are being thought about on a show, and I feel like I want to have input because I feel like I could express some things with a little bit more clarity, then I get like really frustrated and I really wish I was there, yeah. There were a few points where it's like, yeah.
Yeah, you were backseat debating.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think if they weren't there and you just saw a panel of like the women, it's kind of like less interesting? I mean the other women, shit.
Well, it's going to depend on the women there, on how much of a fight they're putting up or how much they agree or disagree or whatever, right?
Yeah, but I feel like part of what makes it interesting is that you weren't there. Like, even that Xena girl, I think the last time you were there with her,
yeah.
She wasn't as combative with you as she was, like, with Aaron.
Was she actually, was she on the show when I was there, or was she in the background? I'm trying to remember.
Maybe she was in the background.
Yeah, I don't think she was actually on when I was there. She's a huge, I've talked to her a bit off, because she usually goes to dinners afterwards. She's a huge Andrew Tate fan and everything, so.
Yeah, I think some women feel like a lot more comfortable being argumentative when they're like getting mad at another woman.
Maybe,
not
yeah.
so much a dude. So like
It's
those like
kinda
real
sad,
feelings, that energy comes out when another girl antagonizes it out of them.
Maybe, yeah.
And then you kind of foam at the mouth and you're like, I could finish this.
Sure, yeah. Would you ever go on a show like that? Do you think you would if you had the chance to?
I would, but could you imagine? What if it's a bitchy day for me?
It's fucking great, dude.
What if it's a day where I have no chill?
As long as you can handle them being savage and probably racist. I think it'd be interesting.
I mean, define handle. it's just gonna make me yell at them. But the days where I can handle it, I think I would be able to.
I feel like
Get on my shoulder.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. The conversations with Annalicia and then getting like acquainted with that community, it makes me see a lot of the red pill stuff in a way different light when it's coming from a lot of these creators that are black. Because I think a lot of what she said is she expressed it in a very vitriolic manner, but I think a lot of it is true. In that, yeah.
No, it is true, but you're not supposed to like prescribe it to every black man.
Sure, I
in the
know,
world,
but
right?
like
the ones that have the microphone.
this is like
what
a
is the
prediction
percentage?
based on private conversations I've had, and I haven't talked to every black red pill creator. Based on the conversations I've had, the things I've seen, my guess is going to be that close to 100% of all of these black creators that are doing red pill content, if you were to ask them about black women, they would say stay the fuck away and never ever ever get close to them. That they're like toxic and horrible and don't ever touch them. I think that almost every single black red pill creator would say that, and I feel like a lot of their worldview is informed by their engagements with black women in their life that have probably been largely negative growing up, like especially with like single moms or families with single moms is what it feels like.
Fuck. I think I saw you react to Blueface and Chrissy and Rock.
Blue.
On
Yes.
No Jumper.
Yeah.
with
Holy
Shark.
shit.
Yeah, but I don't know what you are. You're like three types of fucking impatient. You can't watch a fucking video from the start. You gotta just jump to the middle. You don't even know what's happening in the middle. You're just like, yeah, this seems like a good place to start. You skip all of the interesting shit. You skip all of the parts of which Sharp is being like a fucking douche.
Yeah, I have
And
to.
he's
There's
being
a thing. Yeah,
condescending
I'm
prick.
changing up some of the shit. I just started doing this recently. I'm just permabanning the people that say anything. I think I blacklisted like 3 phrases that have to do with React. For a lot of the stuff, I need to watch it to like see what's going on and like learn or whatever. But I don't know if it's because a lot of the fucking retards in my chat are like watching XQC more or like what's going on. But like anytime I'm watching something, if I'm not like constantly talking like I'm Mr. Beast or some fucking YouTuber like Markiplier, people are like react more, react more, react more, react more, react more, and I'm just like trying to, and I don't even know what the fuck I'm watching yet. I'm like 2 minutes into this fucking video and I don't even know the people. But I've just started like permabanning like everybody that's like saying, even joking, saying stupid shit like that. So I'll probably do a little bit better at watching some long form stuff. But it's like it's starting to like mind fuck me a little bit. I don't know why, but over the past couple of years, audience should have started to mindfuck me, which normally didn't happen. I mentioned that before, that for the for that Change My Mind event, I started gaslighting myself when Aaron came up to talk, and I ended up cutting that conversation way shorter than I probably should have, because all I could think about in my chat was everybody saying like, oh, he's talking to a girl longer, he's simping, he just wants to fuck her, he just wants to fuck her. And I'm like, yeah, I need to just like, yeah, I'm probably talking to her too long. But that video did almost 1 million views. My instincts were right on that.
Oh, yeah.
I should have kept that conversation going. I knew it was a good combo, but like I started to gaslight myself so much based on what retarded people in my chat say. I don't know if the community's gotten especially bad, or I think that what's happened was, is, this is a bullshit thought I have no evidence or data for this, but something that is really good is when you go through life, sometimes you have difficult things happen to you, and you have to take a moment to process that, and then you kind of move on. You go through something difficult, you take a moment to think about it, you process it, and then you move on. Something that a lot of people do is, I call this like rolling garbage or rolling baggage. That what happens is they go through something, they don't really take the time to process it, and they just fuck it, and they keep going, and they push until they crash, and they never actually take the time to properly kind of like reevaluate anything or process anything that's going on in their life. I think that what's happened is generally I'll intersect with a negative community, and then I tend to like stay pretty insular for a while because I don't do too much debate content. I intersect with the negative, stay insular, so I have time to like gather new fans and then get them kind of like more properly integrated, I think, into my community. But I think over the past like 2 years, I had a really big explosion kind of in popularity, and I don't think I've properly integrated those fans yet. So I've got a lot of people that are like, I feel like, I could be wrong, but I feel like 40% of my audience has probably started watching me in the past 2 years, I think. Vote. When did you start watching me? Before 2021 or after 2021? I'll say before COVID or after COVID. I'm just kind of curious, I guess, what the numbers are.
I mean, you created a tier 5 sub. That's
Yeah.
like $80 a month, and you got a bunch of new viewers who.
Yeah, that are all new. All of my tier 5s are like new people, right?
Yeah.
So even in my DGG chat, and this should be my most loyal, ardent, like my biggest fans, even at that, 20% of those people are from after COVID. So let's try YouTube chat. Engage, boom, boom. Start a poll. Before COVID or after COVID? When did you start watching me? Yeah, some guy in my chat's like, I found you a no jumper. Jesus. But I think I have like I think I'm catching like a big rolling audience that is not like fully integrated into like the shit that I do. So it's I think I'm like rolling around with a lot of like non-traditional fans and stuff. Especially my subreddit is fucking insane on the shit that they post. It's like unbelievably wild. And yeah, I don't know. I need to do On my YouTube chat, it's almost 50-50 in terms of people. So almost half my live YouTube audience is watching me from like after COVID. That's like insane, considering I've been streaming for like 12 years. But it explains a lot of like how different people like engage with me in ways it's hard for me to understand. Especially like anybody that says like, oh, like Steven, like you're just so edgy, it's unnecessary compared to like what you could be, blah blah blah. And it's like, oh my god, like I'm so tame. I'm like a fucking like vanilla ice cream cone today compared to the like smorgasbord of insane shit that I used to be like even 5 years ago. But sorry, okay, yeah, go ahead. My bad. I just rambled. Go.
No, I want to keep hearing. So, do you think all of the people telling you that you need to chill, you're being too mean, do you think they're all old viewers? Or it's the new viewers who have this opinion? Because there's a lot of old viewers. Well, okay, I say old viewers. You're thinking they're new viewers. I mean to say, do you think any of them could be old viewers? Because the old viewers have made progress by making this complaint of you, right? You have progressed, and maybe they're just like, they're still going.
No, I think it's a combination of new and old, but I also think new viewers can shape old viewers' opinions a bit too. Like the community is going to be feedbacking itself. So if a whole bunch of new people come in and express an opinion, I think some old people will slowly start to kind of like move towards that opinion as well if it starts to become like a consistent opinion. So I think that there is a I think it just depends. But I think it's probably mainly newer viewers, but older viewers can get like into the idea too. Also, this isn't to say that I think all of that criticism is invalid. I think there's a lot of like decent criticism there.
I think it's the best criticism you got.
Yeah,
That's
nice.
like my favorite inside joke in this community, is that you need to be nicer on Twitter. All of your problems is because you're a mean person.
Space.
I don't know.
But yeah.
It's ironic because you advocate and you argue for probably like the type of politics that help the most people. So it's an interesting dynamic, and I think it makes you an interesting character when you yourself aren't like some soy jack, let me hold the door open for you, milady.
Yeah.
Type beat. I think it makes you a really interesting, complex character. With
Yeah, I mean, I
with
think
an
so,
arc
yeah.
that I think most people like root for.
Probably, yeah. But you just have to be careful that I have to just keep progressing rhetorically to keep up with the times, because Jesus.
Rhetorically, I thought this was the year of like being a dark empath.
No, it's just the year of me pushing a little bit harder on my values. That is true. Somebody brought that up. It's interesting looking at Max's sub, because Max's sub is full of Destiny anti-fans that started watching me in like 2020. It's interesting that I have like an anti-fan that developed in like 2 years. It's kind of funny, but yeah. Yeah, I'll try to be more, I'm just trying to lean more into the things I believe. I think it's important, yeah.
Do you feel like the way that you handled the Annalicia situation, is that exactly how you would handle it like right now? Or is there like an actual change from then to now?
But my gut feeling is I would change it by pushing back on some stuff earlier. But the problem is I'm using knowledge I've gained after talking to her to think about what I would push back on. So I just don't know. Like, so for instance, if I were to say something like, so for instance, if she came on now, I think I've actually said this during the past, probably shouldn't say the bald and the burnt. Probably not okay. That's probably not an okay thing. But like when I'm first talking to her and I don't have much engagement with like these types of communities, I don't even know if like a colorist joke like that is considered especially bad. It feels weird for me to step in and say like, you can't say that. Like as a white person, I'm gonna tell you that that's like bad. Like, I don't know. It's not like I'm more willing to like live and let live. The thing that's kind of irritates me the most about people like that is I feel like I can't tell if my audience either views all of themselves as retarded or me as retarded or everybody as retarded, because people will hear me have a convo with somebody like that, and after the first convo they'll be like, oh my god, like Destiny hates all black men, he's racist, I can't believe it, blah blah. And it's like, bro, do you have like no faith? Or like the whole community is now gonna hate black men because of this one conversation. It's like, bro, like it's just, this is the first convo. Like, yeah, the first ones are usually like getting to know, like it was the same with Fresh and Fit, it was the same with Annalicia, it was similar with Fuentes, it was similar with Mr. Golden Lab, it's similar like almost every person I bring on, like the first combo is going to be like let's orient ourselves and figure out what this person's all about. But people get like really ass mad about it, yeah.
It's so
Sometimes. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, say that what you're gonna say now.
okay. I think it's funny because for the most part, you're engaging in debates and conversations, not so much to stampede, railroad, or just like fight people on everything, right?
Mhm.
You want to not sanitize, humanize, and understand, and then come to like a conclusion and a place where you can argue your point.
Mhm.
With your audience, the chat is like the fucking opposite. They're like, nah, I seen you say 2 sentences. You're a bitch. You're racist. Steven's just slow. I figured it out first. Do you feel like it's like a race to judge people? Like, because that's the vibe I get.
Yeah, it feels that way. I have a hard time separating out like it bothers me when people say like the subreddit is a reflection of how I act, when I don't think it is at all, or it superficially resembles it, where like I can be like kind of mean towards somebody sometimes, but like I'm always chill with people afterwards. It's always like this is just like an in the moment argument thing. I'm never like going on to Twitter or going onto my, like a Reddit to like drag the fuck out of somebody like after a conversation. Like that type of behavior is just like I don't do that. I would never do that. But it's like super normalized, and like yeah, I'm thinking about rewriting a whole different TOS or community guidelines on my subreddit and then doing a mass unban. I've thought about doing that, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's difficult. Yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah, I was having conversations with a couple people. I think it's interesting to just like think about like how you guys moderate this space, or like what's even wrong with this space. Coming from somebody who has maybe less of a problem getting hate and like disliked online, and just wanting to understand the people who do have the problem. And sometimes I just look at it as people who are just playing a game. Like, this is super interesting. This is like reality show for some people. Obviously, the topics are personal. People are invested in it, which makes it even that much more interesting. And while you are being patient and taking time with your guest or with issues, and you don't want to jump to conclusions because you sometimes end up making a fool of yourself. So, you know, lesson learned. I'll take a few days. I'll wait for a few conversations before I decide someone's racist or to start tone policing like a black woman or some shit. Like the rest of the audience is like, I'll solve the puzzle first. I'm gonna download Factorio and I'll finish this shit faster than Streamer Man, type of thing.
Yeah, and it's okay if
all
like
of a sudden, yeah.
if
Go
you
ahead.
figure it out first that somebody's like racist or whatever, I guess like that's cool. But like, because like I have my inklings, right? Because it's also annoying that people still treat me like I'm absolutely fucking retarded. People be like, I can't believe that you couldn't tell that like Max was like really fucking weird. It's like, yeah, of course
Oh my
he's
God, I do
fucking
that too
weird.
sometimes.
Yeah, like obviously he's fucking weird. Now, did I think he would personally backstab me? No, but I knew that he was weird. I'm not like sitting here thinking, oh no, I think Max is like just like totally normal, like awesome, chill kind of guy. Like the guy is very much off the fucking rails of like normality. But I mean, I am too. But the process. I like the process of figuring people out rather than coming to a quick conclusion too, because you learn so much more that way as well, right?
And also, sometimes you actually change people's minds. Even if you just change their mind for like 20 minutes and then they go back to it.
Sure. Yeah, like Sneeko.
Honestly, that could have been applied to so many people.
Probably.
I did like the new rule of timestamps, like links to go along with criticism. It just seems like really productive, and it feels like all of a sudden people kind of have to. If you are a content creator and you are putting yourself on the stream, you want to debate, you want to be opinionated, and you want to change minds. Like, obviously, you are asking for people to criticize you, and it's just better if you can actually face it and deal with it with timestamps and understand like it's coming from a real place, rather than just see comments that say like you're retarded.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Oh my god, did you see Sneeko drop the fucking bell curve on Fresh and Fit?
Listen, I don't know why anybody expects more from him. He like he lets Fuentes like drop slurs around him.
That's
He's unfazed.
Yeah, that's a hard one. Or well, no, you probably shouldn't you just shouldn't do that. You probably just shouldn't let that happen.
No, he probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
And then to insert yourself to do that, I don't know. Maybe he was taking up the fresh mantle, right? Because that's what Fit does. That's what Myron does. when the topic gets a little too sketchy, you stay quiet and you let Fresh just start rambling.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Himself.
But I mean, he was Fresh that show, right?
He was. When are you gonna co-host and you know, drag women?
You know, good question. I'll figure it out someday. Okay.
Time to convince you to be meaner. Back to addressing benevolent sexism. Don't you feel like if you were harder on Pixie and Aaron, that they would have been more prepared for that situation?
Maybe, I don't know. It's hard to balance out like how hard can you be on somebody versus what makes you like an asshole. You ever seen the movie
Yeah,
Kick-Ass? Where they
yeah.
pretend comic book people?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when when her dad is dying and when they were training in the beginning, how she got shot with like the pistol rounds to like prepare her for like getting shot in real life, and then she was like, oh, it hurt so much more when I got shot in real life, and it's because he used like a lower grain bullet, so that wouldn't be as bad. I don't know. It's like you have to balance out like, yeah, I want to like train you to like be ready and shit, but I don't want to sit here and like be just a fucking asshole, you know? Like I don't want to sit here and fucking destroy somebody's fucking spirit, mind, and body to prepare them for whatever. Yeah, I guess it's all like a balancing act, you know?
Yeah, I understand that. It's kind of why I go out of my way to destroy myself.
Based.
Really prepare myself.
Nice one.
Do you feel okay?
I do wish, before you ask, I do wish that people like would give me, I don't know if I want to say like a little bit of credit, but like sometimes people act like I'm really mean. And there was a small part of me where it's like, because Aaron makes a lot of snarky comments and Pixie does fight a lot. And I'm like, all right, well, if you guys think that I'm mean in conversations, you're about to really find out what it's like when somebody gets really irritated when you do this shit. And they did. Because, yeah, because I'm generally pretty patient with people. And for some reason, nobody gives me credit for how unbelievably fucking patient I am. I was with Max. I was unbelievably patient with fucking Lav. I'm patient with most people that come here. And people will still accuse me of like, oh, like he's so mean and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah.
Who's not giving you credit for being patient? Isn't that like, well, at least for me, that's been my biggest complaint.
Yeah, I know.
Remember,
I get
I came
it's
on
simultaneously.
Here and told you to be a bitch to that one girl.
Yeah, it's simultaneously like the biggest complaint that I get on both ends, where my community is like, I think this is a big argument in Max's server recently, where my community will be like, yeah, push back, push back, push back, push back, and then like the people I talk to are like, you're so mean, you're so aggressive all the time, like you never let me blah blah blah. And it's like, are you fucking serious? I always get pushed back on both ends from that. It's really fucking annoying.
Yeah. I think the people who tell you you're being too aggressive, those are the people that, like, sometimes I get frustrated with you, just because my standard is really high. I expect you to recognize that they're doing that strategically. And to be able to call it out, instead of, like, actually reflecting on the fact that you should be a nicer person. I don't know. I feel like it's weaponized against you, because you get that complaint all the fucking time.
Yeah, mate. I don't know where like I don't know where like social understanding begins and human autism ends. So it's hard for me to tell sometimes. Like on the internet, it's just because at some point, this is always like the most challenging thing for me. It's very hard for me to say like I think I'm right here, and the thousands of people that are critiquing me are wrong. That's a really hard stance to take, and a lot of people will give me feedback like, oh, you're so mean sometimes, you're really mean, blah, 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 blah. But like in real life, never heard this ever. Not a single time in my entire life. I banter with a ton of people, I joke with a ton of people, I've spoken with them. No one has ever had the impression or come off a feeling that I'm mean. But it's like but people see me like banter with somebody, or be mean to sometimes like strangers or people I'm fighting with on Twitter, and they just assume that I'm like that like all the time. Like one of the most retarded things I'll still hear from people when we go out to eat or like when we meet in real life is like, oh, I'm surprised at like how polite you are to like all like everybody, and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, do you think I just walk around like shitting on every fucking person at random? Like, what a stupid fucking comment. And I hear shit like that like kind of frequently. So I don't know if something just doesn't.
Stealthing every other person.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that too. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't translate as well to the online environment, or people are just really bad at reading like where to stop and where to start or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Like even when it came to like even when it came to things like posting on Reddit, people were like, oh yeah, like of course we post like this is what we do, like this is what you would do, blah blah blah. And it's like if you go through my history, you can see where I got banned from Vosh's subreddit because they don't like me. But if you go through my post history and you look at my posts on other subreddits, I'm generally pretty respectful, I think. Like I might call someone dumb or something, but on LSF, like I think I'm generally pretty respectful. On Wash's subreddit, I was very respectful. Like I'm not going around and like posting like huge hate threads or huge like vitriolic response to people on other subreddits. I just don't do that. But I think people would assume that I would. That I'm about to like type up this like 45-page like personal insult Reddit comment or whatever. So I don't know.
Was it LSF where you were doing spoilers of movies?
Okay, the LSF thing was different, but they deserved it. Okay, that was my
Okay.
truly mask off Joker moment.
Gotcha.
And I would do it all again too. I would.
But okay, so isn't this just the phenomenon of online? People, the hate comments are the loud, like, minority. And we kind of let people know, like, the onus is on you to not let it drown out the positivity. Like, if you've got, I don't know, if you've got 10,000 viewers and then there's 20 people in your chat spamming that this is trash, like, why are you listening to 20 people, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. I got it's the phenomenon of getting one guide. Yeah, I should.
You literally got a new email for it.
Yeah, I should think about that more because like I think that because well I mean I do like there were a few times even yesterday, fuck, who was it, somebody made a comment about something and I was about to just shut off the stream because it was already late anyway and I just want to build my factory. I was about to just shut off my stream like, oh, okay, well I don't think anybody wants to watch this then, but I didn't. I think I just ignored the person. Yeah, it's hard because like on one end you want to ignore it, but on the other end, not everybody ignores
Imposter syndrome?
No. I don't have imposter.
No, but that's
I know
what,
I'm cool.
no.
Okay, I don't.
No,
impo-
you don't.
Yeah, I do.
You don't know you're cool.
I absolutely
You feel like
do.
an imposter
No.
when somebody can say one comment and is like, this is boring. Like, the thought really goes in your head, like, fuck, this is boring. I might as well just fucking shut it off. You guys don't appreciate that I've even turned on my stream even though
No,
this
I
is
don't
boring.
think it's boring. I'm just annoyed that the guy is saying it. I don't actually think that it's boring. I'm just annoyed that this fucking moron in my chat is saying some dumb shit.
You don't think it's boring.
No, it's just annoying that this fucking moron thinks his opinion matters about that particular thing. That's usually what triggers me. I don't need like a
Wait, what was the thing? Because if it was
Fuck,
about
what was it?
Factorio, I just really need you to qualify what is not boring. I'm just teasing.
Yeah. Oh no, I wish I could remember what the comment was, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Where were we at?
How you get one guide, the hate comments are so much louder than the positivity.
Oh yeah, you have to be careful that
Positivity
like
doesn't
the
vocalize itself.
you don't want the negative shit. Even if you can ignore it, it will weigh on the community and other people won't ignore it. So even if like you like, oh, I'm cool with the subreddit being like super negative and all that, it doesn't bother me. It's like, okay, but everybody coming in is gonna like have a bad feeling about it because it's gonna make people just feel shitty because nobody wants to be involved in that, you know?
Yeah, I mean that's also how you. I mean, you already know this. It's how you grow a hate community because
Yeah, that's
anybody
how.
who thinks positively about you or engages in a healthy way, guess what? All of the people who want to be like autistic haters and negative Nancy's, they're commenting to each one of those like good faith, good engagers, and like really deteriorating their minds. Yeah, it's hard to want to engage in a space like that, or it's like you have to go out of your way to find like the positivity that's in the community. And some people like the combativeness, they like that toxicity, but not everybody.
Yeah.
You guys. And that's coming from me. I think when I had this conversation and I got wait, are you still in?
Yeah.
Okay, when I had this conversation and I got called out for it a bit. Obviously, hypocrite. I'm pretty fucking toxic myself. But I don't think people heard my whole argument, which is people who have an issue with the subreddit, I completely understand it coming from like content creators, it feeling like, wow, this is really shitty. This is what they think of me. The comments where it's like, all conversations with this person are pointless.
Yeah, Jesus.
Like, I mean, you say Jesus, but the thing is, I don't even think that's that bad. Okay, so this is obviously probably my toxicity coming out.
Okay.
That's not that harsh, and it's a little bit weird because I feel like sometimes the people who would be alarmed by that, like not the content creators or anything like that, but the people who would post and say this is too far, wouldn't bat an eye when I say Sneeko is groomed, ignore what he's saying.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, it always feels different when it's about you, though, right? I do agree.
It's different when it's about you. It's different when it's about the people that you like.
Yeah, or
you
don't
want
like.
us
Yeah.
to be nicer to the people that you like, and you don't have those same standards for the people that you don't like, and it's really confusing for I think everyone who's just got that sort of toxic sense of humor or outspokenness.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that that's a shitty thing, but at the end of the day, I have to evaluate like, how do I want my like chats and everything to go on stream? Because if it is the case that every time you post or every time you have a conversation, there's gonna be like horrible, evil posts about you, it's just gonna cut out a lot of people from ever wanting to come on stream, which is just unfortunate. And then I get fucked out of interesting content, and the stream does.
Do you feel like this, when you think about this, when you talk about this, it's close to the situation where you go on podcasts and you end up talking for like 30 minutes about how your goal is to talk about hard things?
But you don't actually talk about the hard things?
You're not actually talking about like what you want, you're just talking about how you want to change, but you don't know what it is?
Well, no, I mean, like, we tried implementing one rule change, right? We'll probably try a couple more going forward. I do think, I will say this, and, you know, knock on wood, and, you know, we've still got more time to go forward in the future. I thought that the anti-misogyny arc would take, like, over a year. I thought that was a really difficult thing to work through. I think we've done a really good job in regards to misogyny, because in a lot of the huge hate threads that popped up about Pixie and Aaron, a lot of the comments were like nasty, mean, vitriolic and everything. Not very many sexist comments though. There were a couple ones, but not very many. Not as many as there would have been 6 months ago. So that was
also,
good.
Also, there was a lot of comments in support of them, despite
sure,
being
yeah.
hate threads.
So
I don't think that was as big before.
Yeah, so I was pleasantly surprised about that even though the people were being rude and nasty and disgusting, they weren't like overly misogynistic about it, which is cool. We should just hate people and be nasty about it without hating them for being women.
Fuck, I just had a thought in my head. I lost it.
Oh, true. That might have been cheated because maybe banning all of Mr. Girls fans influenced that a lot.
Oh my god, my Twitter feed is so much better since banning all of his fans and his crazy mods.
He's brought on like it feels like almost every expert that he's brought on to interview over the past like month has been like, he's asked them questions about me. It's very, very, very weird.
Yeah, I think he still takes viewer call-ins to debate about you too.
Yeah. Yeah.
The article's coming out any day now.
The article, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you finally admit the community wasn't exceptionally sexist against Lav and that she was a fucking dumb retard? No. You guys were unbelievably fucking sexist about Lav. It's like not even that's one of the few things that you fucking morons will never gaslight me on. Lav and Annalicia. You guys are insanely fucking sexist over it. Because if you can't attack somebody without like being able to do it without like fucking invoking their gender, saying blah 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 over and over and over and over and over again, yeah, no, you absolutely are. But
was there a lot to Annalicia? I don't.
A decent amount, but not as much. I think the best thing, and I always said this too. I feel like on a really fundamental level, solving things like racism and sexism, it's simple, but it's not easy. It's just you just have to get a bunch of these people together with each other, and when you start getting a lot of them, it forces you to see people in a different way. When I had streams where it was, I think it might have been like you, Annalicia, Lav, Aaron, like all arguing with each other, it's really hard to be sexist and take sides because they're all women, and it forces you in a different state of mind where it's like if it was Lav and like Annalicia arguing against somebody, it's like fucking women, these are blah 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 blah. But when it's a bunch of women arguing against women, when you've got like all of those women there, you kind of have to start like treating things a bit differently. And I think that's when the tone of the conversation started to change, where people were starting to take sides and shit on other people, and the invoking the fact that they were women didn't really matter because there were so many women involved in the conversation. So I think that helped a lot. But yeah.
I also do want to say that I think Lab put herself in a pretty unique situation to antagonize the sexism out of a lot of people.
Yeah, she's ultra antagonistic. Yeah, she even said on Twitter,
personally putting out her like tits and her fucking pussy on the internet to like, I don't know, just she definitely she knows what she does.
Yeah, for sure. And she would come on when she did her whole like fucking emotional manipulation arc, which is probably her entire life. But when she was saying this, like, I just don't know why people are so mean towards me. And she's like literally tweeting the day before, like, you don't like me? I'm going to show up even more. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like,
Yeah, and then she comes up and she's like, I love that you guys can't help but come to me.
yeah, and it's like, bro,
what?
you're like ditching panels to come and like talk to us. Like, are you fucking, you're wild right now. Yeah, she is insanely snaky. But
How much do you miss her?
I miss the content. I like screaming at her. Like, that's a lot of fun. On a personal level, I don't think I would ever be friends with her again. Like, it's irritating that like of the few people I tried to like reach out and like form new friendships with, I got so fucking burned by it. So yeah, that would never, I would never trust her personally with anything. I don't think anybody should trust her personally ever, because she's an insane fucking snake. But the content was good, yeah. But I mean, the content with Mr. Girl was good too. So, God, fuck, I wish those two could have figured out a way to hate me at like arm's length instead of completely rejecting. But
Do you miss Max more than Lav, or is it less because he's a bit more unhinged?
I feel like Lav was like unhinged in like a feminist way that was like, you hate them, but they're somewhat on Earth. And Max was more just like not on this planet. So like the hate was a little bit different. Like Lav might come in and say some shit where it's like all pornography is exploitative, and I think OnlyFans girls are actually just as bad as sex traffickers. Like that might be something, I don't think she would say exactly, but she might say something like that. Whereas Max would come on and say something like, you know, like, if it's an especially mature 12-year-old, I wouldn't consider it sex trafficking, right? Like Max might say some shit like that. So like for Lav, it's like, oh, you get more upset because it's like a little bit more of a realistic kind of view that you can imagine someone having. But Max's views are like so out there, it's like, okay, well, kind of a crazy Max conversation.
Oh, wait. Lav had that conversation with Sneeko, and they really got along. Could you... there could have been an arc, a world, where Lav, she... in her, like, anti-sex work arc, finds a way to justify what Andrew Tate did and say that the girls were willing. I would have liked that arc.
Yeah, maybe, actually. It's possible.
Yeah, I think she could have found a way to be a hypocrite.
Yeah, she's pretty good at that.
Who else are you interested in these days? That's content. Oh, before you move on to that, the misogyny arc, anti-misogyny arc, I think it was really successful. And not even just with like Twitter and maybe what you see on the subreddit, but like with other streamers. I think the first conversation I had with Lonerbox, like the anti-misogyny arc, is what he said was what improved his view of DGG.
Oh, interesting.
I think it also helps with like the outside people looking in.
Huh. Oh, yeah, except we lost we lost one brave soldier, irrelevant.
Did we lose him?
I don't know, man. He seems like he fucking hates women.
You're not a woman. You didn't lose him.
Well, I mean, like, we lost him to the woman hating.
I mean, you didn't lose him to the woman hating. He absorbed it for us.
Oh, maybe. He was like the radiation babies in that Chernobyl documentary, where the one mother survives because her baby absorbed all the radiation. That's what he was like.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
You probably... When are you gonna have a talk with him?
I don't know. Why am I supposed to? Do I need to?
Yeah. When women say crazy shit, you go out of your way to talk to them and fix them. Time to fix some men, Steven.
I don't know if I can fix him.
Is it because he's gained so much? Would it be hard?
I don't even know if he wants to. I don't know. I'm not in the process of like fixing people generally.
I know, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay.
I feel like the conversation's ending here.
Well, do you have any other thoughts or feelings for us?
What's the plan for today?
Probably gonna focus on. I need to get Space Science 2 done today. I think I'm. Fuck. Who joined?
Subreddit stuff?
Oh, what's up? What up?
What's up, Forethought?
You need to do something about your VODs so people can actually cite them.
About my? Aren't they like rehosted on like Odyssey or some shit?
Is that the solution going forward? Odyssey?
I don't know what. I mean, I can't do YouTube because fucking random shit is gonna like ban and report it here like crazy now.
There is
that
an
a search
Odyssey,
issue?
but it takes like a day for it to upload there, I think.
Volume is so low. Yeah, I don't know why these guys, their microphones are like turned off. I don't know, both of them.
Hold on.
No,
I can
yeah.
turn it up. Chill.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you're going to make it.
You just have to tell me that it's quiet and I can fix it.
Okay.
How's it?
Let me
Is
turn
it good?
Back to 100. Hold on. Jesus. Okay, speak like a normal human.
I'm speaking like a normal
Okay,
human.
good job. Nice job.
You just have to. We can work together to solve things. You don't have to go ass mad immediately.
Hey,
all
but
right?
why is your mic so fucking quiet coming in? Why would it even be that way?
I don't know. I was talking to other people and it was fine.
Uh-huh.
You
Uh-huh.
need to be nicer to people.
Yeah, you're going to be nicer to me. Not to me to you. Be nicer to me, okay?
Is the new orbiter obsession the subreddit now? Is that the thing?
Well, they've always kind of been obsessed about it, right? Haven't they?
His was.
Hmm. I don't know. I kind of like the mean subreddit.
Okay,
It really
well,
filters the wheat from the chaff.
Oh
Yeah?
shit, are you against the moderation?
Mm.
The hit dog himself? What the fuck?
yeah, all my moderators just like it when everybody's fucking mean to everybody, okay? You guys are unhinged.
I expected you to be like, I don't know, thirsty with power. Is that the
No.
phrase?
Absolutely not. You have it very backwards. This is
Oh.
a thing that absorbs a annoying amount of my time. And having to babysit orbiter emotions via subreddit. Ooh, makes me angry.
Well,
Wait, do they start messaging you about the subreddit?
Yeah, I'll get some sometimes.
why did you ban that one guy in the subreddit?
Oh, that guy?
Uh-huh.
Listen,
I would have banned him, by the way, but yeah, go ahead. I want to hear your explanation.
you gotta make... You just gotta kill some stuff in its crib, you know?
True.
And I would see that joke in every single fucking thread until the end of fucking time. So
True.
I'm just gonna kill it in its crib now.
Based. I agree. Fucking A.
Minus 500. Damn, you guys are mad. But yeah, rest in peace, that guy.
Yep.
What are some new rules going forward that need to happen? Because honestly, I don't even think the sub is as mean as it could be.
I didn't think that calling
Oh.
the conversation with someone pointless was like that bad.
Well, no, it is.
I think it's just because I hear so much worse about me.
Yeah, probably. But what are you gonna do?
Steve, please, when are you finishing this fucking game, man?
I'm focusing on it today,
Oh.
okay? What if okay, you've secondary, tertiary, what's like the four? Is there a four name? Like quadrutiary or what the fuck?
Pixie!
Oh,
Don't you
boy.
just say tertiary?
Yeah, but what's after tertiary?
Isn't tertiary anything just beyond a certain...
Well, it's got a T in it, so I assumed it was like a third, like tertiary is like third. Secondary, primary, secondary, tertiary.
I think you're incorrect here. Hold on.
Really?
Hello.
Okay.
What's up,
I
my
just
fellow
took-
incel?
Oh,
Hello.
quaternary. That's a real word?
Oh, wow, it is actually third order. You're very... Huh.
Wait.
Like
Did you
the-
guys ever grow up, real quick before we get into this, did you guys ever grow up thinking that several meant seven?
No.
No.
Oh.
Fuck you guys. Never mind, you fucking losers. Just, okay,
Okay.
what do you guys want to talk about?
I just jumped in quickly to just I don't know if I'm just taking this too personally or not, but I'm not upset as much of the subreddit of saying things like are pointless or whatever. I think it's like kind of rude. But what I was most upset about that is that, or the whole criticism, was the fact that they just were basically calling me a liar
Damn.
when it came to my opinions or beliefs or misrepresenting them, and then not even actually trying to debate against them, just being like, oh, they're a liar, like, ah. So I feel like that was the most frustrating part, because it's one thing to be mean, and then it's one thing to be mean without like substance, like empty meanness. I don't know.
Yeah,
But there
that's
was
actually, that is the
that's-
problem that I have. There's like a polite post, which is okay. Then there's a mean post, which is annoying. But when people start posting shit, like for the gym takers, and people start pushing like, oh, Destiny's just defending Melina because it's his wife. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'll shit on Melina for everything that she says is stupid. I'm probably the meanest person in the world. The person I'm the meanest to is probably my wife. The idea that I would simp for some fucking opinion of her is like so fucking stupid. Like, when I start to see people accuse me of being bad faith, I just permit you. Because why would you even listen to anything I say? Do you think I'm just gonna fucking lie? Like, why are you even here? What's the point? That triggers me to. That's like the easiest way to catch a permaban is to say some shit like, oh, I think Destiny's just being bad faith or lying. It's like, well, then why the fuck are you watching me? You think I'm just gonna lie about shit? Fuck, that triggers me. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, and I feel like
Pixie?
it triggers. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I would just say, like, don't use me as a gauge for what you should for what you should be able to tolerate or not. I willingly play League of Legends for a majority of my days, so there's a few degrees like lost in warmth of my heart.
Oh, I hope you can gain those if you want it back. Those degrees
No,
of
I don't want them
warmness.
back, but I think you should also remove the they in your profile, the she they thing. But
Yeah.
I'm willing to talk about that off stream.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why. I feel like part of the reason why I put it there is also, and this is toxic on my part. For example, like I was having a conversation with Jackson Hickle the other day, or like I joined that like call. I felt like he would have not added me if I didn't put the she they, because I felt like it was like easy bait, or I feel like people or righties are more willing to like talk to me because they feel like it'll be an easy dunk, which I guess it kind of is, whatever. But I feel like it puts my foot in the door, but maybe it's just not worth it to begin with. So yeah, I think I'll just change it maybe to like she bitch or just completely remove it. I don't know.
Blood based, okay.
Yeah. And I just want to say, like the last thing before I dip out, I'll probably dip in later to talk about Fresh and Fit, but not right now. There was another post. I felt like it was a little bit nitpicky, but I respect that person because they cited their stuff and they gave some good criticisms within it. So I just want to say, like, whoever posted that, like, honestly, thank you for going through the conversation and putting the effort. And yeah, okay, that was it.
Yeah, sure. But how do you like feel that you need to take a break over like a random 150 upvote thread in the Destiny subreddit?
Uh-oh.
Well, I felt like I might have had to take a break because if so many people are just like, oh yeah, like this basically like this honest ideologue, like everything she says is basically like a lie, like I'm not gonna believe anything she says, then it's like, why the fuck am I talking? Like why the like if nobody's gonna believe, or if the vast majority of people are just going to claim that I'm like lying every single time or taking whatever I say and making the worst interpretation, then I might as well say nothing at all because it wouldn't really matter, you know?
I think it happens. I think that this is like I mean, it's you don't have bipolar, but this is like a bipolar break, right? You just like you're venting, you're frustrated, but then you wake up the next day and you're like, okay, I'm gonna go IRL and have a debate with Sneeko, and the next day I'm gonna go on Fresh and Fit. Like you're not really taking a debate, you're just like maybe overwhelmed and frustrated, and
I almost I mean, I don't know. I feel like the fact that Erin was here helped me a lot because like she's staying with me right now, so I was able to like talk a lot of it through with her. I feel like if I was alone, I might have not ended up even going to see Steve. I would have just like logged off completely because I was just like, I feel like having her here helped me a lot with all that processing and shit. Because otherwise, like I would just be like, yeah, like nobody's gonna believe what I say, so I shouldn't talk.
oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Independent of rude hate threads and dishonest hate threads, I think you might have some resilience issues.
Jesus. My God.
It's okay if you think that. I feel like it's just maybe this is my parasociality within the subreddit or whatever. I think I might just expect more things from this community because I can see a lot of people being capable of like rational argument and discussion. So I feel like when they're not doing that, it like really strikes me the wrong way. Well, when it comes to like Sneeko and Fresh and Fit, people are like, "Oh, if Pixie wasn't prepared for Destiny subreddit, she's not going to be like able to handle either of those things." And it's like I don't have nearly as much of an expectation or attachment to either of those places because I feel like most of the community there are like dumbasses. So it's just like, oh, like I don't really like, okay, say whatever sexist shit you want about me. Like I honestly think it's kind of funny how strong you have to like I think it's really funny how they have to like pretend to be that women are more emotional and yet like they're like super emotional about everything I say. So, but like here it's different. Here I expect people to act better, and maybe I shouldn't. I don't know.
Damn. Called out forethought.
Listen, I'm just a rancher, all right?
Do you think
I don't make
Forethought's
the
being
herd.
emotional right now?
No, I think Forethought's being pretty calm. Destiny, on the other hand.
Good one.
Well, that was it. I hope you guys have a good conversation. I'll jump in later to talk about FNF. But bye.
Bye.
Later.
See ya.
Would
What's
I
up,
be
Relevant?
interrupting something if I were to talk about my supposed misogyny art?
Absolutely not. Go for it.
Not a
Oh,
damn
no,
thing.
Stegin. No.
Oh, now you're about to get hardcore critique. Uh-oh. Yeah.
But did Sezin not like me?
No, he's just
Stegin-
gonna fucking derail.
Sezin
We're
is
gonna
the
talk about
resident
definitions.
rhetoric moderator.
Nice police. Yeah.
Okay, what's up?
Steven,
Hi.
how am I on my misogyny arc?
I don't remember. I just saw clips too, and it seemed pretty worrying. And then I just saw one today
Okay,
about
what-
like telling a woman if she was ugly, she'd cut her fucking wrist or something.
Oh, yeah, okay. Wait, what was the... I'm actually curious. Does anybody have that clip? I want to see what...
It sounded like you were
context people
saying, I don't know if you're talking about gym stuff, but it sounded like you were saying like a girl that has all sorts of confidence come up and talk to me, and if I were to say something like you're leaking a little bit of chub, she'd probably cut herself that night or something.
Yeah, I was talking about the insecurity of men and women, and that people who present as very confident are often not very internal, have very high internal self-worth.
Okay. Based.
Okay, wait, can I hear how I'm misogynistic? So.
I don't know. That's just some shit people repeat all the time. And then I watched a couple clips. I think it was the combo that you had a long time ago, a month or two ago.
Yeah, I think I remember imagine the one you're talking about, the one that I had with DK's partner, I think was who they were. It was with a woman, and a lot of people gave me feedback on that. Yeah, of what I was told, a lot of people didn't like how I said what I said, but at the core of what I said, they didn't really have issues with. Did you have any issues with the things that I said then?
I don't remember. I didn't follow the whole thing a lot. I think I was doing other drama at the time. Or I shouldn't, not that your stuff was drama, but I was doing like other stuff at the time.
I think I recall some statements about how if you want to have sex, you have to be like a piece of shit, and that you'll have more access to sex. And you
Yeah,
believe
so it's
that's
about
true?
it's about that there is easier and harder ways for young men to be able to have sex, and unfortunately it seems like one of the easier, more accessible ways is for men to be pushy, to be intrusive, and to, you know, manipulate. And I'm not talking, a big critique that I got was that people kept thinking that what I was saying is that women want bad boys, and it's not true. I think that's old tech. I think the new tech for being a piece of shit to women is acting like you really like them a lot when you don't care at all about them. And
That's,
then, like,
wait.
love bomb
I'd agree with that.
Wait, well, hold on.
Yeah.
That's the oldest tech of all mankind. That's called being a fuckboy, right?
Well, is it?
Yes.
I feel like a lot of fuckboys will. Okay, I don't know, but you know what I'm talking about. It's different tech, right? You can treat women, you can act like you're treating women really well, but actually treat them really poorly, and it's just manipulative to do that. Is what I'm saying. There's different ways to be like a piece of shit to women and be very successful with women, and I think it's harder for somebody to get those kinds of results while also being good, but we should teach them how to do it.
Question: what sort of like demographic, like what young person are you talking to? Like what age bracket?
Would I be talking to what I hope I'm talking to, or I am talking to?
Both.
Okay, I think I probably am talking to men in their late 20s, mid 20s, who are probably pretty well established in most of their lives. Who I want to talk to is primarily young boys who are in high school, who are young men who are in college, who are struggling to be able to, pretty much Fresh and Fit's audience is who I want to talk to.
I guess one of the confusing things is when you say like, oh, this is how you have to act to like fuck women. Like that's, I mean, like, you can fuck women without acting like that, but like it's almost like if you want to make money, like the best way to do it is to be like a scammer or whatever. And it's like, well, yeah, duh.
Yeah. That's supposed to. Well, the reason why I bring that up is because there's going to be people, and I find these people do this often, is they will go to, in the example, being a scammer, and then they'll find that it's at great success rather than, you know, being a genuinely good person who isn't manipulative and stuff like that, and how much work that does take to be able to do that, because it's not as clear cut of a path, and there isn't as many people doing PUA whatever stuff telling you how to do it. Because it's harder, or I guess because this being the scammer is easier, they think that it's the right way to do it, the only way to do it, or a better way to do it.
Okay. I also think
So
that like
it's-
you might get results in terms of fucking people, but you're not going to form any good relationships.
I believe I said that in the conversation. You're not going to be successful in long-term or even short-term relationships. They're going to be incredibly incendiary.
Sure.
But for a lot of these young men, I truly think they just want to be able to get consistent sex or even short-term relationships for the clout. I think that's what they want.
That seems kind of toxic now.
Yeah, correct. And I want to tell that shit ain't all it's cracked up to be able to do that.
True.
Like,
But
what's
you can
really
get clout from sex?
oh yeah,
Men
as
do.
a man, hell yeah,
Not
hell
women.
yeah.
For women, it's negative
Yeah.
quote.
No, but who's knowing that you're fucking?
Everybody that you
Like, if
decide
you're a
to
high
blabber
school
it
boy,
to.
there's a lot of
Yeah.
status by not being a virgin.
Yeah, well, not even also not being a virgin, just having a lot of sex with a lot of different people. There's a lot.
Women are the ultimate validating tool for men.
Exactly.
No, but are you, so do you like tell people after each person?
People do,
Well, you
yeah, of
could-
course.
You go
Yeah.
back to the boys, you're like, all right, one more down.
It's. Are you talking about? Do like my friends tell me? Is that what you're? Or
All of you
have
guys,
they?
because it seems like you're all on board with this. Like, yeah, I get clout from sex.
It's so like here's a good example. One of my friends showed me his Tinder, and he had over 150 women that he was talking to at a given time, and every single guy that he shows is incredibly impressed. Like, I can't believe it or whatever, because it's kind of like that's unheard.
That sounds exhausting.
Yeah, I agree with you. I promise, I agree with you. Right? That sounds insane, but it's like this guy is in a different league.
Yeah,
right, to
is he
even
in
be
the
able to
league
do
of
that.
using the chat AI bot? Like, who's talking to these women? Not him.
I know, right? He's like the
OnlyFans
people
girls
who-
with the
yeah,
pay
the
people to do
OnlyFans
things,
girls
yeah.
who get the yeah, exactly. But yeah, there's a lot of like clout to be gained there with that for sure. So yeah,
Okay.
I want to talk to that audience of people and get to them to be able to do it. I got a lot of feedback on that debate I had with that person about what I said, why what I said was wrong, ways I can say things a little bit better. But every person that I talked to one-on-one seemed to think that, like, yeah, what I said was primarily rhetorically not well put and left way too much to the imagination. I didn't explain it well enough or whatever, but the core points seemed to be agreed upon.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched the whole thing. That's why I never gave like strong judgments at the time. I just heard a couple clips out. I was like, eh. Seemed a
I
little
just saw it
spooky. Seemed a little misogynistic, but I don't know. And then I
Wait,
keep hearing
Relly.
everybody saying that like Irrelevant is on his incel arc, and then I keep getting linked to these random clips. So yeah, maybe. But maybe it's not bad. But
So
yeah, I never watched
just
the
to
full
be
combo.
clear, I absolutely am on an incel arc, but it's not a woman hating arc. I'm on an incel arc because I admitted that earlier in my life I was an incel. I was an incel primarily because I couldn't. I think I have a lot in common with these men that are looking for through the fresh and fit and looking to these people, because earlier in my life I felt like no woman was ever attracted to me, but I just lacked the social perception. There's actually several women who were into me. I just couldn't perceive that they were into me. Because it just wasn't something that I was easily capable of doing. Yada yada. I thought it was because I didn't look very attractive, and then I also thought it was because I lacked social skills. And where we're at right now, I think it is because I lack social skills. I don't think it's because I'm not attractive enough to be able to do it. I think I meet plenty of women's looks minimums. It's just I lack the charisma to be able to close, as it was, to be able to get in a relationship. And so I think going through that process on stream and documenting it to people and talking with people about it, people who are better at talking to other people like you, Steven, who are better at talking to individuals, I would say, at least of what I've seen, in an ethical manner, and how to get...
Hold on.
places.
Steven talking to people and Steven relationship advice is like very different. He does some weird shit.
No, everything I do is not weird. You fucking moron.
Give me the weird stuff, Forth.
Yeah, he's weird.
So,
Oh,
for
we
instance,
got two people. Go for it.
there is you spoke. What was that woman's name? Your female clone?
AL or whatever.
Yeah. Her talking about how you don't do any of that like verbal validation kind of stuff when Mel's like, "Hey, how do I look?" and you're like, "You look like shit."
I don't say you look like shit. Damn. I wouldn't say that.
I'm using shorthand. You understand what I mean. You understand what I mean.
No, hold on, wait. What Ayla was talking about for verbal validation didn't have to do with compliments. It had to do with there's a phenomenon that some people will talk about some things, but they're not really looking for feedback. They're not trying to solicit an opinion, and they don't even really care if you're listening. They're looking for some sort of reassurance that they're the right thing. So somebody might come up and say like, fuck, like my mom was such an asshole today, and it's like, it's so exhausting like talking to her. And if somebody told me some shit like that, if it was somebody close to me, I'd probably like, yeah, that sucks. But what they're really looking for me to say is like, oh my god, like that must be like so horrible. Like I'm sure it's not your fault. Like I mean, you try your best with your mom. Like that's what people are looking for. I think that was the type of like verbal reassurance that she was talking about. That a lot of people do that type of like social assurance seeking, and it gets. I don't like to assuage it. It's just annoying. I'll do it if it's a girl I'm trying to fuck. But like if it's somebody that I know personally and I have a long-term relationship with, I'm not. If I get into the business of that, it's gonna drive me fucking crazy.
You understand how that's like very outside the norm.
Yeah, but I would say that, of course. I mean, I'm giving you this answer. Like, this is what you're supposed to say. Yeah, that's what people are looking for. There's a lot of stuff I do that's like outside the norm, of course. Yeah, but I say that all the time, but everybody ignores me when I say it. But yeah.
That's why I just don't think you should be like a particular, I guess, guide stone for how to have a relationship.
But every piece of advice I give is rock solid.
I know.
I'm giving you better advice you're gonna find anywhere on the fucking internet on any of these fucking topics.
But it's not what contributes to your success. Like, you call me slurs in DMs. This is what you would.
That is not true. That is not true. That is not true. Okay. Number one. Okay. Number two. If you want a genuine thing for copying what works for me, but the problem is that when I start to talk about that, I'm giving advice for normal people in normal relationships. If you're an exceptional person, then there's gonna be different things. If like a celebrity or like a doctor or somebody that has like huge areas in their life that are massively beneficial, then yeah, the advice to that person can look different. But these people don't need advice typically. Everything that I give is usually like bog standard. Like if you're trying to succeed in relationships or blah blah blah, like this is probably what you want to do. And almost nothing I say is controversial. Most of it is just like boilerplate. Like this is like the way to approach like relationships and conversations. But I never recommend like people trying to emulate like my lifestyle or who I am or anything like that.
So when I spoke specifically about how you went about it, what I was referring to is it seems like our lifestyles kind of overlap to a decent degree. You are degenerate and play video games at a similar rate that I do. And so there's clearly some kind of overlap in interests. You've clearly found a way to present yourself as an interesting enough person for women and men. My problems extend beyond women. It's abilities to make friends with people who I don't immediately know all of their interests, and we have overlapping interests. Clearly you found ways to be able to develop friendships and relationships effectively given your degenerate nature.
Or despite my degenerate nature, yeah.
Yes, correct.
The reality is that for a lot of these conversations, it super fucking sucks. And this is like a little bit blackpilling, but I honestly believe that a lot of the practice for this happens in grade school and high school, and maybe college.
Yes.
Yeah, but once you're out of those environments, holy fuck, is it hard to do? Because like high school, grade school, and college are amazing because people are forced to be around you. Even if you're awkward, people are forced. So you're gonna get training, and on all of these things, it's a matter of training. And if you can't practice it, like damn, that's rough. Yeah.
So that's where I'm at, right? When I was 15 years old, I stopped going to high school, right? And I stopped getting practice. I never really had very much practice. And I recognized at about 18 that this problem would happen, that it would be difficult to be able to practice and do that or whatever. But I wasn't a lonely person. I didn't care that much about it. The only reason why I care about it now is because I see so many other different people who are having a similar problem. And I'm kind of like, okay, so there's people in a similar sphere as me that might not have understood like the kind of consequences later down the line of isolating yourself socially. So I think it would be kind of fun and entertaining and potentially helpful to people to have somebody that is similar to them who has socially isolated since they were 15 years old. I'm 25 now, right? To be able to document the process of me trying to build those social skills and rebuild it and go out there and get that done. And I think a part of that is being around people who are, for lack of a better term, normal socially, and in trying to get guidance. Okay, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing right? Like, was that weird? With a good example is when I go out with some of my friends, like half the time they'll be like, dude, you look really angry. What the fuck are you talking about? Right? And then they'll be like, oh, I don't know, you're always scowling. Like, okay, and I have to like fucking readjust my eyebrows and shit to make it look like I'm not scowling at everybody. And it's just having people around me to be able to guide me through to try and like seem normal, people that I trust to be like reliable or whatever. It's kind of a part of that process. And yeah, it's just I find satisfaction out of documenting it for other people.
So it's not the incel arc; it's your incel retrieval arc.
I call it the incel arc because it's all about incels. But yes, you're correct.
Okay.
It's like bringing myself back because I didn't have a similar relationship with like the validation of other people. I feel like as many other people because I wasn't lonely. I haven't been lonely since I was 15, and so it's very difficult for me to like put myself in the shoes of somebody that desperately wants to have friends or you know validation from women to kind of get in that. But I feel like I can empathize with it because I was that way when I was like 13 and 14. I very much wanted women to like me, but yeah. It's just, I think my process of redemption is going to be similar to most people, which is putting yourself out there, getting those experiences. Yeah, so that's why I'm doing what I'm doing, and I'm talking in the way I do.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, let me know if more people call me a misogynist. I want to talk.
I mean, I get a lot of clips all the time, but I haven't. If I could go over that long convo you had. That was the one that a lot of people were like, "Holy shit, Irrelevance on his misogyny arc."
Yeah,
and I got like laughed at some of the clips, but
a-
I haven't like watched the full thing, so I don't have like a. I'll say it like in passing or during it, but I don't know for sure if you hate women. Maybe you do, but I haven't like come to a solid
I
conclusion.
mean, to
on it yet,
to be perfectly fair, maybe I do hate women and I just don't know it.
you might.
What are the clips of Steven that you've gotten? 'Cause
I
feel like he had
literally-
to have made a claim that he's just not owning
Yeah,
up to
so-
right now.
Well, no.
So
Usually, what happens
I-
is somebody shows me a clip, and I'm like, "Oh boy, Irrelevant on his misogyny arc." Generally,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
what
I
happens.
want to hear what Relly says before
I
you
think
already
it
excuse it.
It was literally, I think it was a clip of you earlier this stream with Cherry. I mean, maybe it wasn't this stream, but people in my chat said, Destiny called you a misogynist right now. And I was like, okay, give me a clip. And the clip
okay, yeah.
was of, I actually have it.
Yeah, it was me listening to you talk about that cutting, the
Yeah.
cutting thing. I was like, Jesus.
So,
Yeah, I mean,
that's
at
right.
least
And
with
then-
me, he was just theorizing that it potentially have gone that path. I
Yeah, it
said
was
that you
about-
absorbed the misogyny from the community, and so you've like taken it over to better us. But now, like, you're burdened with it on your shoulders,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
hopefully we can help you now.
I'm a bashing the misogyny now. Oh yeah, there's a couple of things that I guess I wanted to talk about now that I have the presence of you, Stephen.
Wait,
Um,
can you give me a minute?
Go
Hold that thought. I'll be back, and then we can go
Of
into
course.
whatever you want to do. Hold on, I'll be back.
Has anybody else heard anything like this? I'm not going to shit on you if you legitimately think like I'm an incel or a misogynist. I just don't. I don't think very many people care about what I say or even know what I say. But if you have anything, now's the time.
I mean, I've had like weird impressions recently just because of what people say about you, but like I don't know if it was ever strong enough to have me have a solid opinion that you're misogynistic or something. I think most of it can be chalked up to like the nature of how we talk about this stuff online.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've gotten a lot of feedback, primarily on when I say women or men. I need to say a lot of women or men, which is something that I typically don't have to do when talking about other subjects. Like, for instance, I will constantly say white people. I don't have to say a lot of white people. So I feel like for this specifically, these topics, because of how heated and incendiary they are for like the camps, I think I have to be a little bit, the feedback I've gotten is I have to be more specific here than I do in other places, because people will assume what side I'm on based on me saying a lot or sorry, not adding a lot to a statement.
Yeah, I think it'll be a lot easier for you to frame it that way if you have a stated goal. If your stated goal is to like bring in these red pill people and like turn them into like normal functional members of society, then I think if you always have that in the back of your mind, then you'll figure out the right things to say.
I've tried to have that in the back of my mind, and apparently I haven't had the right things to say. So there's clearly something. I just the goal is to get feedback from reasonable people, and then use that and filter that in. That's supposed to be.
Mine's gonna be biased because I know you're not a misogynist. You've always treated me fair and equal to like any other dude in the space, and like super kind, super charitable. And I didn't even know that you were incel because I think when I first started watching you, you considered yourself volcel.
Yeah. So right now, I would say I kind of am volcel. I will admit that I'm far more. I'm far closer to being an incel than I thought I was. I thought like as soon as I tried, if I wanted to try to get in a relationship, I thought it wouldn't be that hard. It was actually quite a bit harder than I thought.
Can you go into that in more depth? Like, what's your dating life like over the past like 3 months?
I haven't really been able to even get to a dating life point. I just don't. Most people find me boring.
What does that mean? Like you're texting, like, and they're just not interested, or what's going on?
So for an example, I've gone to the bars and hung out with some people. I've gone on dating apps and messaged some people, and most of the time it just ends in like very short periods of time.
Do you find yourself lacking things to say?
Yeah, that's my problem. I have no idea what the fuck to say.
Do you generally like get a gauge of what the other person is interested in?
I try, yeah. The problem is what they tend to be interested in is things that I either have very little interest in or I generally despise.
Can you give me an example?
Traveling.
OMG, I love to the traveling chick. Oh, I see it so much. Irrelevant. I know exactly what the fuck you're talking about, dude. Oh man.
Like a normal somebody like Steven, who I actually think Steven likes traveling. I'm not sure though. But nonetheless, somebody like that I can get guidance from, who actually might be maybe even forethought here now that you share a similar thing. A normal person should be able to go like, I don't like this, but I'm able to like give some questions, show some interest, like, you know, maybe, you know, get to know their relationship with traveling and stuff like that. I just find that to be very hard.
Yeah, sure.
I haven't my entire life I've been surrounded by people with very specific similar interests. Dota 2, Tarkov, XCOM, and things like that. And if you don't like those games, I'm not talking to you, right? Like in that's, or in the case of streaming, racism, the election or whatever, very specific interests that we can go back and forth about. I am very much not.
You're interested in racism?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
So I think I don't know if you like this would actually be interesting and like be rewarding for you, but in these types of conversations, I also hate traveling. But I have like a deep interest in like the personal experiences of people in different communities. So I try to link those two together, and I'll say like, when you go to Japan, like what are the people like, and how do you think that is different from how we are here? And like, how do you think that advantages and disadvantages? I think you can get into a pretty deep conversation there. That's interesting to both people.
I agree with you. I think that you. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, because you said you think that Steven likes traveling. I think he does too, but I think that's like he's really into trains, but I think that's like the opposite.
So I've been like getting back into dating for the past like 3 months, and I've had a pretty opposite experience. But I know exactly what you're talking about, like the chick that's super into travel, and that's all she does and all she talks about. Holy fuck, that was a nightmare. Oddly enough, if you want to get some Riz tips from a literal Reddit janitor, I'm open to it. I'd love to go over some of your logs. I'm so curious what that looks like.
Okay. Yeah, I do that. The whole thing for me is just that I need people who are more socially well adjusted to be able to give me information on what I'm doing wrong and what I can improve on, and then hopefully I can give that to the other people who might be in a similar position to me that might have trouble. Like when it comes to conversations about like of a deeper nature, like more intimate conversations or whatever, I thrive under those conditions. The problem is getting to the point of like, I just read my words, like, hey, what are you doing? Like, how are you? Like, what do you do? Right? The base, like the small talk, getting the small talk into the big talk is impossible. It's just
Man,
not
that's so
possible.
weird. I've had an opposite experience where like on a second date, like someone's talking about whether or not I'm interested in starting a family. Uh, I don't know. Like, I'm just so interested to see what your logs are, because it feels like for me, uh, deep conversations come up way faster than I'm comfortable.
That's insane. You want to swap? I don't know what it is about your profiles, but I need them, bro. I need a copy of your profile. I need it. I need it. That's so much better and easier for me to be able to do that.
I don't know if it's just luck of the draw or something, but fuck, dude. I don't know. I also come off super strong on apps, like all
Wait,
out.
are
I
you
just
both pulling from on apps or?
I'm just
I,
doing on apps.
I do. I try and just talk to people because again, this problem that I'm talking about with small talk applies to men and women. So I'm just talking to people broadly, and I'm trying to get better at like small talk.
I don't normally like go out to like pick up chicks. It just seems like you give off that vibe. Like it's very obvious and it's super cringe. I hate doing it, so I just go out to have a good time usually.
Yeah, that's another problem for me. Everything that I do that is a good time, there's like no women involved because it's all video games, and it's all like
video
very
games?
specific. Yeah, it's like I've been playing Escape from Tarkov with all of my free time.
Hmm.
I don't like any hobby that I generally like doing is like 99% male dominated.
Okay, so like there's some nerd stuff that's like nerd adjacent that has a much higher like female population in my experience, like board games. Surprising amount of women involved. That's
don't-
cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I just don't like playing board games with random people.
Well, yeah, eventually, like, you go there, you meet some people, and you see some people you like, you become friends. Congratulations, you now have friends. And then from there, you branch out.
Well,
What are we talking about now?
we're just
Becoming normal humans.
Oh,
Yeah.
boring.
talking about being. What I was
Really?
gonna, yeah, go for it.
Never mind. Oh, you can go on with your topics, but before I hop out, because I do need to go to sleep.
Jesus.
Oh my god, Cherry, what
If-
the fuck?
Stop judging my life, okay? If you ever, and I feel like you should have, reviewed the Annalicia stuff, I'm gonna be that person to ask the black person for their opinion. But one day, I would love to hear your opinions on, like, Annalicia's take. So, like,
Wait,
I could just
okay.
hear a black guy's opinion that isn't, like, rooted in misogyny.
But you don't want to hear my opinion? Okay.
Okay.
I see how it is.
Is fourth up? Wait, what are you?
Oh.
She doesn't
Ooh.
know.
Oh my god. Yikes, bro. Yikes.
Yikes.
What am I supposed to know?
Don't worry about
Uh-oh.
Show me a picture of your hand.
Let's get out of here.
it. A picture of your hand. Leave now.
I gotta
Oh
go to
my
sleep.
God.
Good night.
Be
Wait,
careful.
irrelevant.
Yeah, what's
Let me
up?
talk to you. You know,
Yeah.
you were talking about you really wanted to travel and like how like Riz is different in different countries.
I don't think I've ever talked about
You
that.
just said that. You said, "Oh, you love to go to Japan and like Disney love trains and shit."
Are you confused? Are you? Wait.
Okay, whoever it was, someone in here said that.
I don't know
Okay.
what you're talking about.
Well, Forethought
You-
talked about a hypothetical person on a dating app who said that they really would like the idea of going to Japan and that they would.
Oh, that was
pro-
Sejin.
Oh, was it you or was it Sejin?
Yeah, it was me.
that's Sejin.
Oh, my bad.
It was Sejin. Oh, okay. So I knew y'all was messing with me then. Okay. Yo, Sejin. No, it's actually so true because I just came back from Africa and like Sierra Leone, right? Dude, the Riz people have in Africa is so wild because, and it made me think about it. But like people that have nothing are able to like embrace everything they have and like just be such a good time. And it's like, damn, like I don't care that this person is dirt poor. Like I would let them, you know, I'll let them hit. You know what I mean? Like it's. So I feel like, you know what it is? Because we're so like focused on like the material aspects of life, of like what we have, like can I be like a high value man? Like we're just focused on the external, but we're not like looking within ourselves. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think other perspectives is really attractive to certain people because it can like help people value the things in their lives that they didn't before.
Dude, it's actually so deep. I feel like the West is just like bad vibesville, for sure. Like
no.
we're always trying.
What happened was you went to some other fucking country and you got major fucking tourist vibes, and because it was different than what you're used to, you think it's some like crazy fucking blah blah blah.
Shit.
But you'd never go to fucking live there. I'm not buying that. I don't think you'd. I
You're
don't think
such
you'd go.
a fucking liar.
I don't
bro.
think
You're
you'd
a
go and
liar.
live there. I don't think you go. You want your cell phones. You want your nice
I have my
fucking
cell phone.
cozy life. You want like all the fucking shit that you've got built up around you. You want buses. You want safe streets.
That's
That
What do
fucking
you think
first
South
world
Africa
shit.
Where
is
did I?
actually?
Where did I?
Oh,
where
did she say she went to South Africa? Oh, I misheard. Sorry.
No, I didn't. Oh my god, you guys are.
Oh, she didn't say South Africa. Yeah, fuck you.
Okay, my bad. Fuck me.
I said Sierra Leone. Okay, listen, I got a lot to unpack about that, but talking specifically about Riz and men, that let's be clear, the men were amazing. Okay, like they know how to have a good time. They don't even need to say much, but I just knew like I was safe. Like they were nice to girls. Like they love women. They love women in Africa. And like, I just feel like the thing is that I feel like y'all hate us for real in the West. You know what I mean? Like I feel like
I
when
know
it
what you
comes
mean.
What are you
to-
talking about?
when it
That
comes
is
to
true.
men,
The culture
In real life,
the culture of misogyny might be completely different in like third world conditions.
The internet.
in real life, I don't talk. Are y'all doing this all online? I thought we were talking about real life.
Yeah, I thought we're also talking about real life. I don't
Okay.
understand the vibe you're talking
In
about.
real life, when I go on dates, I have this like I can just feel in the air that the man is there because they wanna fuck tonight, and that like puts me. It just throws me off, right?
Well, wait, hold on. Actually, where are you? What country do you live in? Like normally?
In the UK, but I'm in London, which is like very similar. It's similar culture.
Chill.
Do you
damn.
not-
Oh my god. He's racist against
And
bongers.
it's the
don't
same. I've been on dates in America too. I've been on like it's the same. Like I feel like it's the same kind of vibe that we have generally everywhere. Destiny,
Yeah.
you think I'm talking shit?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. I
You
don't
don't
know.
know.
Hold
on.
No.
I
Feels
think I
sus.
can
Feels a little
offer
sussy.
a middle
Sussy.
bridge here.
Sussy wussy. Why do I don't need you. I don't need a bridge.
No,
I'm just saying.
Like,
I think it's understandable what she's saying, right? Like if she's going to another country, right? Like she's kind of primed to be looking and being more open to like the experiences of other people. Whereas in her like home country, where she's used to everything, she's gonna be a little bit more nitpicky.
Wow.
I think that's pretty easy.
Wow.
I think we can all agree on
So
that.
you're saying she's being stupid. That's what you're saying. She's being irrational.
wow.
No, I'm saying like the experience like opens you up to more possibility.
Yeah.
I'm just saying when I go on dates, in the West, I feel this urge for the man that they're there to get something out of it. When I was in Africa, I felt like the men just love women, and they just want to be around you, and they want to absorb like that female energy because they love women.
I think that's cope.
You think that's cope?
I think you just don't understand. Your instincts are wired differently, so you're like you fine-tuned
I
to
don't- I
see
feel like that could be
the horny
genuinely true
vibes
where
coming
she
from
went.
American guys or Western guys, and you don't have it, calibrated towards Africa.
That could
How
also
are you
be true.
meeting these guys you're going on dates with when you weren't in Africa?
Here it comes.
Oh, so mostly, when I'm at university and you see a hot person, you do that double take. You know what I mean? Where you scout, so you're like, oh, that's a hot guy, and they'll be like, oh, hi. You do that, and then you be like, want a date? And then when you're on the date, you're just like, oh, okay, this guy has. You can just feel it. Like, no, you can just know just based on like how interested they are. Like when they realize it's not going that way, they suddenly tune out.
So you're primarily meeting them like on campus?
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say maybe online dating culture definitely leans heavier towards hookups, so like maybe that could be an issue. But if you're meeting them IRL,
You know what your problem is? You need to get off Tinder. Like that shit is for nerds. I don't know what you're doing.
me? I
Yeah,
mean, I
like why are you trying to online date? That's
What
just-
apps are you on? I'm curious. Hinge has been really good for me.
Hinge is based.
Hinge, Bumble, and Tinder.
Mm.
Okay. The last two are useless, okay? Just use Hinge and then
Well,
make
I'm-
sure
I mean,
your
I'm not-
profile's active and just wait for people like you instead.
I'll
I
be
feel
waiting my
like-
whole life.
Hinge
No,
just
but-
gives like really poor vibes. Do you know what I mean? Like it just reeks of.
I actually.
Hinge does?
Yes, it's just ugh.
Really? I got the
Classless
opposite.
behavior. Classless.
Actually, I actually like Hinge a lot too.
Same.
Maybe it's different. I've been off it for a while.
When's the last time you were dating, Sejin?
About a year ago, year and a half. It's probably when the last time my Hinge was active.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can't believe you think that's coke.
That's the biggest coke I've ever heard in my life, but you know, it's all good. We all coke in
Okay,
different ways.
Destiny. Okay, Destiny.
I go to these poorer countries, and the people there are so much more respectful of women. Like I've never heard that vibe. I don't want to like sound racist. I've never heard that vibe from someone who travels a lot. But like I've always heard that like
It's
Northern
respectful.
Africa, Western Africa, even Southern Europe, that like so the guys are like way more sexually aggressive, like way more like there's like you have to be careful as a woman or whatever. So the idea that you're telling me you went to fucking Sierra Leone, where like 20 years ago there were like fucking rape genocides. You're like, oh yeah, the men here are so respectful and nice and kind, and they're like super cool. Like I totally just don't believe it.
Okay,
I don't
maybe
believe
you're
it.
right.
I don't
Maybe they
believe it.
Okay, listen.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, maybe we're just the scope is wrong. The scope is wrong. We're talking about dating. What I mean is that like people generally as a whole are happier even though they have nothing. And I feel like that energy resonates so much more to the point where okay, go.
Are
I
you a
think
Pisces? Sorry, go ahead.
I think so something that came to mind when you were talking about it that could be true in my mind is that, you know, maybe in areas where they're significantly less resource advantaged, you could have people that lay into or feel as though they have a broader spectrum of things they can lay into for you know, finding a potential partner. So in you know, certain places in America, I know this is true, they think that men think that the only thing that they can offer a woman to attract a partner is money, is flaunting their cash. And so maybe inside of less resource abundant areas, they might try to lean a little bit more on like being smooth, charismatic riz, maybe the way that they dress in a specific way or something like that, and they don't lean as heavily into the only thing that I have to attract women is money.
I will say
yeah.
that some of the poorer places probably feel a little bit more human if you like to go outside and do stuff, because in the West we're like on like cell phones and like glued to like our shit and we're depressed and sad and fuck all the time. That's probably true. I believe that.
I think people are generally more optimistic because when life is unbelievably miserable, you have to rely on yourself to be happy and optimistic. So I feel like,
I don't know about that one.
why? Oh my god, you always disagree with me. Like, what is your problem?
I'm curious which areas you were in Sierra Leone. Because I have a feeling you're not going to like the most fucked areas where there are the miserable people. It feels like you're probably going to like college cities
it was
or.
fucked.
Okay.
I had to that's the whole thing. It was crazy. No, listen, I was not gallivanting in fucking hotels and beautiful, everybody treating me nice because I'm like light skinned or whatever. Like that, I was living amongst like the most abhorrent poverty I ever saw in my life. Like it was crazy.
This is something I've also heard too, and you can. Again, it's hard because I'm stereotyping from very few black experiences. I've had two different people tell me this. One was a conservative, so maybe this is not true. Actually, forget everything I was about to say. Never mind. Sorry.
Oh,
No, Steve, get racist, you pussy.
I was ready.
I was gonna be racist, but it had to do with African Americans, not with British black people. So it might not be the same thing.
Let me hear it because I have such a fucking bone to pick with African Americans.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Yeah, I've heard that black African Americans in the United States, that those black people, that when they visit Africa, they have like a really bad time in predominantly black areas. That those predominantly black people are super judgmental and shitty towards black African Americans that are visiting. But I've only heard that from two people. I don't know how true that is in general or not.
Yeah, well, you know why? Because
Yeah, tell
they're
me.
fucking disgustingly disrespectful. Okay, so listen here, Destiny. This is why we don't fucking like African Americans.
Okay.
Because okay, listen. I have a story. We were standing around in the road waiting for the motorcycle. Some Americans come in their car and they see us and they're like, "Oh, do you guys need a lift?" So we're like, "Okay, let's get in the car with them." Do you know what the conversation? They were like, "Oh my gosh, the kids, they stink. Why are they so skinny? Ugh, I would never get in a pool with them. They're so disgusting." I was just sitting there like, how fucking dare you talk about poverty, like starving children like that. As if you have the fucking audacity to come on here and talk about how, oh, my slavery, my racism is the worst because we had slavery in our country. Like, shut up, man. You really think that your racism is worse than everybody else because you were slaves? Like,
Yeah.
fuck off, man.
Everybody really does
Black men?
hate African American black men. Jeez, and they hate everyone else. All right.
They have American exceptionalism, but they're black. But they hate America too. They just hate themselves. They're just so full of hate that they can't embrace anything because they just hate themselves. Like, I'm about. Can I see some really racist shit?
Go ahead,
I'm sorry.
Annalise.
I'm sorry to say this, but actually no, I can't do that.
No, you made me say my shit that wasn't relevant to you, so go for it.
Oh my god, I'm gonna no. Maybe I'll. I can only say this in African spaces. I feel like I'm upset.
No, you gotta say. Yeah, you really have to say it. You're in a very African space. How many black people are in here? Is it relevant
Yeah,
still
I was
here?
about to say there's a majority
Hey.
of
Yeah,
black
this
people in
room is 3 black people and 1 Asian guy who's an honorary black, and then me, whose name is Destiny. I'm a black woman, so yeah, this is the safest room you're ever gonna be in. Okay.
Oh, okay, my sister.
Oh man.
Someone said they wanted to say something racist to Africans. I'm African. Go for it.
Oh god.
Oh, Alba, hi.
Alba
Okay,
joins.
let's be real. Like, y'all are descendants of slaves, and y'all keep acting like that.
Oh my god.
And
The
this is-
Kanye West take. Let's go.
Oh.
Okay,
Joe.
I will say I've been around a lot of Africans, and I've never heard anything worse than that.
Oh, please. You guys talk about, oh, racism. Racism is the reason we can't do anything. Oh, we can't have... Oh, please. Whenever we go... When Nigerians, when Ghanaians, when Saloons go to America, they fucking make it, and they black too. It's y'all psychology. Like, y'all just choose... I don't know. Like, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then when you come to Africa, you're talking about how, oh, you had it the worst. Oh, please, you were born in the richest country in the fucking world, and we still made it? Okay. Like, y'all just... It's embarrassing,
Did you say
really.
that, slavery is a mindset.
Yeah, a little bit. Like when Kanye West said that, like he was spitting. I don't know why y'all
True.
roasted him for that.
Absolutely base. That's what I want to hear.
Oh my god, y'all pissed me the fuck off. Like, especially, I know it was just 2 guys, but I had a bone to pick with y'all when y'all told me that I was wrong for like saying we need to embrace all black people, and then like
Hold
so I
on.
was like, okay.
Wait, who said you were wrong for needing
You
to
guys-
embrace all black people? That sounds like something nobody would take an issue with. What?
All of y'all told. I had all the girls coming and bullying me. Your little pixie and straight up talking about how I was talking bullshit. Okay.
Oh wow, we're bringing all the orbiters in. Okay.
No, it was true. Like I know y'all don't remember, but I remember because that was my first time on. So it was like, you know.
I'm so curious, Destiny. Do any other like racial or ethnic groups come onto your platform to talk about their own like inner group issues? Or is it just black?
No, but it's just because it has to do with like who I intersect more. Like the black issues didn't really start until the red pill stuff started, so it's hard to like.
You know a lot of Jews. How come they don't be coming up on here and being like, "Well, fucking Ashkenazi Jews and the Hasidic"?
Because
Jews
I don't
and
think there's a big Jewish community like on the internet. Whereas I think, especially with the red pill stuff, there are growing black communities, especially with like the rapper podcasts, like the No Jumper people, academics, Kanye West on Twitter. Like I think more black communities are getting involved with like online stuff, and I don't know if there's like big Jewish communities or anything like that. I could be wrong, but I just don't think so.
So you feel like you're just around a lot of black folks.
Yeah, you know, when you're like me, you know, you just have a lot of black friends. You're in
I
black
remember I'd
communities.
come on the podcast and I just keep hearing Jews talking about Jew stuff. Like I remember Lab and Mr. Girl.
Yeah, but even they weren't like talking about like they weren't really talking about Jew stuff as much, right? Like they were Jewish, but it wasn't like.
But they would mention their Jewishness. I just think it's curious. Like you do seem to be around a lot of Jewish folks. I just never hear them really talk. So, but I get what you're saying.
Mhm.
Abba, are you concerned about your bank
Yeah, I
account?
find it kind of cringe that like black folks come on here so often and be like,
Oh.
these black people and these black people. I'm like, God damn, like this is like one of the weirdest avenues to hear it from. So,
Mhm.
and it
Well-
puts-
Wait, real quick, Abba. At the end of your sentence,
it
you
puts
trail
you
off.
in a weird
Abba,
position, too.
at the end of your sentence, you trail off really hard. It's really hard to hear you. I don't know if that's a mic thing or a voice thing, but.
It might be a mic thing, but
Okay.
it puts you in a weird position too, because you're like this. I think No Jumper has the same thing, where it's like you just have this white dude running this platform with the black folks come on and argue, and it looks really cringy.
Like the
And then
plantation.
sometimes
Yeah.
they appeal to you. They're like, Steven, what do you think about the fact that black men suck? And I'm like, bro, if you talk right now, you just look weird.
Sure, but I think unironically, it is like a weird black community thing because I had the same thing where I had a one-on-one red pill debate with the Angry Man. Did you see that? And somehow it involves him dragging on 2 other black people to fight with me over red pill stuff. But then it becomes we're gonna start trashing the fuck out of black women conversation. And I'm like, why are you doing this in front of me? Like, it's gotta feel so bad. Like, imagine you're like a black woman and you watch 3 black men talk to my like 80% white audience about how fucking dog shit black women are. I was like, damn, like what the fuck? Yeah, but I think it's, like I said, I think it's because those black communities are moving more online than you see. Like, there's not like big like Mexican communities or Jewish communities like fighting and shit online and everything. Yeah.
No, they do. They just do it. They do it in Spanish, so you'll never.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
You know what? We're just always fighting, and it's just fun to fight. And you just have a really good platform to say whatever you want. You know what I mean?
Well, not whatever. I mean, we gotta be chill here, okay? Jesus.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we can be chill, but like, you really can't do that in a lot of less spaces. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so
I think.
what-
Do you
what-
understand what Abba was like getting at with that comment, though?
I don't like that he said cringe. Like, that's very loaded words.
Well, it's
You
not.
think cringe is a loaded word? That is the perfect word to describe you coming on here and like shitting on.
Oh, please. I didn't come here to shit on black people. I came to talk about what Sajin was talking about. Like, I don't know. Y'all escalated it to
Okay,
that.
okay. So let me reframe. I think it's just very cringe that you came on this platform, talk about other stuff, and then eventually you started just being like, Black Americans are fucking still slaves in their mom. Like,
No, but it was segueing of like what we talked about before.
That's fair. That's fair.
And you weren't there, so it wasn't like just out of the blue. Like,
Yeah, jeez. Another black guy
Gee,
coming on to
Abba.
just fucking start shit with a beautiful black queen.
why are you trying to gatekeep Destiny's stream? Like, you have to be the only black person.
I'm just kidding. No, don't. Okay, let's.
I'm joking. Like, y'all take it so seriously. Like, y'all need to chill.
True. What have you been up to, Abba? How's life going?
He's trolling Abba so hard.
Oh no, y'all can keep this conversation going. I'm just giving this comment. You don't have to
Oh,
change.
God.
Well, yeah. Well, I was just curious. You can just give.
You
us a
got
quick-
beef with Black Americans? Get it off your chest, girlfriend.
You can just give us a quick update on what are you up to? How's life?
Why are you trying to change the subject, Destiny?
I'm not. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
Fuck it. Yeah, tell us how you really
yeah,
feel,
yeah, okay. What do you
Anna
wanna say more
Felicia.
about Black Americans, what's wrong with them?
Okay, well, firstly, when you guys go on dates, you're not as fun as the poor people of West Africa. That's your number one problem.
Oh, please. They weren't poor.
Didn't you say it was some of
UK,
the
right? Where does she
most
live? Where does
destitute
she live
you've ever
again?
seen?
Where does Annalisa live?
Felicia, she went to Sierra Leone and she loved it because the people there were so much nicer and more respectful of women.
Felicia. That's okay.
Well, I'm mixing.
Alicia and Annalisa, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's wild. I'm not gonna lie. So, okay, and so where do you live now?
In London.
You live in London. Okay, you're in the UK. You feel
But
like
actually,
you feel
I
like,
will
you
say-
feel, you feel like the black men in London are great.
I will say the black men in America were better, actually. So.
Wait, what? I thought you just said they were fucking horrible.
In comparison, but I'm like, it's the bar is the floor, my dude. But like, if we was a
you just shot on like American folks so hard, but you're saying what the African men in the UK aren't doing it for you?
no, that was a different topic. I was talking about them being disrespectful to in Africa about African children. Like, I'm talking about like them thinking that like their racism is the most important and like the worst, and it's
Okay,
It's
so
just-
once you
yeah.
get past their
Victim
quote-unquote
complex.
victim mentality,
Yeah.
you think they're
Yeah.
better men in some ways.
oh yeah, y'all are so much better. Y'all are so. Okay, now you got me flipping sides, bro. Like, yeah, African American men are probably the best.
What is that? Am I
Oh
getting?
my-
Am I
I'll
getting
take it.
gaslit in this conversation? I'm so lost right now.
Because they're still gonna like hold the door for you, and they're gonna do all it. Like they're still on their like trad shit, you know. But but African men are number one.
Well, the men in London are Africans, most of them. A good portion of them, actually.
It depends if they're like in a like if they're into their culture or if they're into like the British leftist shit where it's like they're all like red pilled and shit.
So you just feel
Oh,
like it's not black British men. It's just British people in general. British men are trash.
Fuck.
Oh yeah. That's why I'm probably gonna move to America just because I don't think my person is gonna be here. Like this is just bad vibes, Bill, for sure.
Yeah, you're gonna
Like-
find yourself a good victim in America. today.
Oh, a victim. Well, you think I'm abusive or something?
No, I meant like they have a victim mentality. Like, you know, all black
Oh.
Americans, they like slavery.
Child, you're so right. No, I'll find a nice Nigerian man in America.
Word.
That's it. I'm sorry. I really had to get it off my chest because it was all just encompassing, annoying me how like you guys don't embrace Africa, but then will say that Africa doesn't embrace you. Like it's both ways. And like I was coming off aggressive, but like that's just how I am. Like I'm not trying to like
Who are you talking to?
tear you down.
Talking to you, irrelevant.
Yeah,
You're obviously
I'm not
a black
irrelevant.
American here.
Oh, see, if that was me, I would have gotten in big trouble for that. Fuck you guys.
Listen, I'm just I don't know. This is just weird. I don't know how it always comes back to like the
Race.
black infighting.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. You guys are the ones doing this.
It was
And-
you were talking
and-
about.
Do you feel better now, having said everything that you want to say about black Americans?
I do, but like it did derail. We were talking about red pill shit.
No, we were talking about irrelevant dating life.
It's kind of like right.
Okay,
Oh,
I
yeah.
went
To be
from
fair, to
talking
be
about
fair.
all relevance, misogyny arc, or incel arc, sorry, and to talking about dating, and then I brought up the idea of you should try to incorporate people that like travel into your interest in other people's personal experiences, and then we got to this, ish.
I do just think like dating experience. It really depends on where your mind is. Like if you are going in there pessimistic, thinking it's not going to work for you, then it's not going to work for you. Like people can feel your energy. People need
Wait.
to understand that. What?
You were saying kind of the opposite earlier. Remember when Steven and Forthat were telling you like you probably are just more critical because you're used to the type of riz from where you're from, and so you don't really see it when you go to other places. Isn't that kind of what you're saying right now?
No. I was saying that
Dumbass.
I feel like people here, they're so focused on trying to get it right. Yeah, they're too focused on they're already pessimistic going in. That's what I'm saying, and that's their problem. Like you can feel the bad vibes, and that just people don't have fun. They're just too serious. Like y'all talk about red pill stuff all day. Like just go out and have fun and fuck around and find out. You know, I think people are too scared of like. I do feel bad for men because it's like if you get it wrong, you're a creep and this and that. So I suppose there's like a lot of things
Thank
going on
you
in
for
your
that
head.
disclaimer. You were about to turn me into like an actual incel listening to this. Oh my god.
Oh
What do
my
you
God.
mean?
What do you mean by that?
Just
Forthat?
go out and have fun, and you'll fuck around and find out. And they're just the right person. You'll just meet them. You just have to have good vibes. I'm actually like, I feel myself becoming black pilled listening to this.
Really?
I want to die.
Really?
Really.
Wow.
Well, maybe it's because you're ugly. I don't know. So
Yo,
The
unironically,
slide.
she's probably right.
Oh.
all right. Well,
I feel
with
good
that,
about myself.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Well, that's good. Well, I hope y'all keep the good vibes and have a happy life. I'll let
Right.
you know.
Thank you.
Appreciate,
Right.
Have a
Bye.
good one.
Be careful.
Bye.
appreciate all that positivity. That was wonderful. Steven,
Yeah, what's up?
What the fuck?
so
is that?
I've been getting people bombarding me
Oh,
with TikToks of folks saying they're struggling and they're living paycheck to paycheck on 120K combined income.
Kill me, dude.
Hey, listen, I gotta talk about this because I
Yeah.
feel like I'm being gassed. I feel like folks are trying to turn me crazy,
Mhm.
and I don't understand this. Okay, even in some of the most expensive cities, I don't foresee a scenario in which
Never.
you make 120K combined income, and you're
You're
struggling
retarded to do
unless
that.
you've made some really poor financial investments. or
Yeah.
decisions.
It's called big student loans, door dashing every other day, Starbucks every day, living in a $4,000 a month apartment, and having a $700 a month lease. That's what it is. Yeah, these people are fucking wild today. I don't know how. Yeah, you see it a lot. It feeds into the whole. The thing is that it's the perfect fodder for all of the spoiled rich white kids on the internet that need like something to complain about, where they come on and they're like, oh, but like, can I really complain about like being poor when my mom and dad paid for everything and I'm making 120K a year? And it's like, oh my god, I can be poor and still make 120K a year. Like, it's totally fine because capitalism in the system, and it like feeds into that sort of like mentality. So people eat it the fuck up. They slurp it up.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic in the fact that with inflation and a lot of things going up with rent prices and stuff, the way that you used to spend money just no longer allows for you to have the flexibility you used to have.
Mhm.
I can see how the gas and all these things increasing like really fucks with like the way you manage your budget. But at the same time, that's where the adjustments have to come in. I feel like a lot of people don't do that. And if you talk to people and you ask them like, have you ever done a budget? Most of them will say no.
Yeah.
They don't. They see their money disappearing, but if you really like looked into their expenses, they don't actually know exactly how it disappears. But I'm open to learning, and I see there's even people in your live stream chat that are saying, well, I make 80 or 90K a year, and I'm struggling. I would love for these people to come on stream and like break
Talk
down
about their
budget.
life. Yeah. Give me your budget.
I want them to break down their budget and prove to us that it's circumstantial, that it's not their own choices and their own poor decisions, but it's actually because things are gone right. So if you got fans or something like that want to come on, I'd love to hear. I'd be curious if somebody come on and red pill me about this shit. Because I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. Like I know so many people making far less money and making it work.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these people don't even. Dude, I got so much shit over this before, and I still stand by it. Where we spoke up a lot about like people can't afford certain areas to live in, blah blah blah. And my thing was like, listen, if you can't afford your apartment, then fucking move. Why the fuck are you in a place you can't afford? And the amount of pushback I got from people that have never done anything in their life, like when you're poor, you can't just move. You don't understand. It's like, what the fuck do you mean you can't move when you're poor? And then people are saying shit like, do you know how expensive moving trucks and movers cost? And it's like, bro, when you're poor, you don't pay for moving trucks and movers. You grab 4 employees from your job, you get some fucking beat up boxes that are in the back because every job fucking orders shit. You buy like 3 pizzas and then you get a friend with a truck and you move shit over the weekend. Or you're like, what about your security deposit? You can't afford. It's like people are acting like you're trapped in one place for your entire fucking life. And it's like moving and like controlling like rent and car are the 2 biggest expenses you have. Why are you guys saying it's impossible to leave? Like you just kill yourself when you can't afford your rent anymore? Like it's time to commit suicide? Like, yeah, I don't know. People are super fucking insane
the moving
over.
thing is this is nonsense. If you know by moving you're going to be saving $300 to $400 a month, you're paying for that mover in 3 to 4 months.
Sure.
Max.
Or even, yeah, or
They
even
don't
like
do-
150, 200 bucks a month, depending on what you're doing. Yeah, like, yeah, but it's just,
If you're moving within the same city, moving is not that expensive.
yeah.
Unless
Yeah.
you-
Oh,
unless
yeah.
you got,
People are saying like that's
5
thousands and
bedrooms
thousands
and,
of dollars. Yeah, I'm like, dude,
No,
what do you, yeah.
it's super expensive if you're going like far away, absolutely. But people moving within the same city to a cheaper area, like that's just not happening. The moving costs that they're describing are just not real. I want to hear it from their mouth. I want them to break down their budget, and I want to see it happen in real time. I would love to see that happen in real time. Because again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But the expenses that they're describing, it like when I hear that people say stuff like, "Oh my God, groceries went up $150," like, bitch, you're not living paycheck to paycheck. Just groceries went up $150. You're not living paycheck to paycheck because your gas went up $200 a month. That meant that in disposable or extra income, you only had $350 difference, and now you're struggling. That means you weren't saving even before.
Yeah, maybe a little. I'd be careful on because depending on how you're living, $200 or $300 a month can be quite a bit, I think. But
yes. If you already are living on really low income, I'm talking about people who are high earners and they're describing this stuff. That means you weren't saving any money beforehand. Like, how much do you think people should be saving a percentage of their income, generally? If you're making
super depends
above,
between
like,
working class. At the very least, I always say max out your 401k match, which is going to be 3 to 6% of your paycheck, and then max out your IRAs. Those are the 2 big ones you should always be hitting, which is about $5,000 to $6,000 a year in the United States. And then
okay, that's good right there. So what if you're looking at $5,000 to $6,000 a year that you're ideally saving? We're being like middle class in a decent area where you're not paying out the wazoo. If you go from paycheck to paycheck because two to three things became more expensive by like maybe 50%. Already there, that means that you weren't saving that kind of money. Your savings should be the ones doing the dipping, but it shouldn't be everything else. When I hear the financial stuff that most people reference, it just doesn't amount to the kind of dire situation that paycheck to paycheck indicates. You get what I'm trying to say?
Sure. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Most of my issues have to do with certainly really wealthy people, or like upper middle class people that are complaining about the paycheck to paycheck stuff that I don't believe should be living paycheck to paycheck. Or if they are, they can make different decisions. Like, yeah.
I had this guy. He was 26, and he told me he was living. Where was he living? He was living in I think it was right outside of Baltimore. I think one of the suburbs. But he said he was paying $2,600 a month at 25 years old for rent. Okay. And I'm looking at him, and I'm like, okay. He's like, it's really killing my money. I'm like, why do you live alone? He's like, what do you mean? He's like, why don't you just get a roommate or like live in a situation where you can like split some of the bills? Like, I don't want a roommate. I'm like, okay. I could understand that the situation you're living isn't ideal. And if you're like an older person or you got kids, you're in a couple, like living with roommates, this is not feasible. But like if you're in your young 20s, like why are you taking on this kind of rent that you can't afford in the area? If you just won't get a roommate or something like that. Like,
Yeah,
there's
that's
certain
another thing
solutions
too,
for
I guess.
young people that I think are very valid that I wouldn't say for older people. But like, bro, you're just living above your means. Like you should be somebody who be living with other people. If you're 32 and you don't want to do that, like I understand. Like that's different to me. But at 25, like why are you on your own and just paying this much money? You could cut your expenses in half with just that. Am I crazy? Now people got mad because I said that, but I'm like, bro, at your age, you shouldn't be trying to be like, I want to live by myself. I'll go broke to do it. Like that's stupid to me. But maybe it's just me.
It's a huge luxury, yeah.
There is one class of people, my parents were like this, where they were house rich and money poor, where they over leveraged themselves to get the biggest house they could, have a huge fucking mortgage payment every month. They were collectively making like $140,000 a year, but we were actually poor. It was like, looking back on it, it's wild to think about with that income.
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that, yeah. Yeah, I've never lived on my own ever. I've always had a roommate. Usually it's my girlfriend. But yeah, I can't imagine being poor and like trying to live alone. Everything is like 2x the cost. That's insane. And like it's 2x the cost on like some of your biggest things. It's gonna be like your monthly like heating and electricity. It's gonna be your rent. Like that sounds horrible. But
where do you think people are making valid criticisms when it comes to circumstances being untenable in terms of like society speaking? So
rents are exploding.
Right.
In like every city, we have to do something to bring down rents. It's becoming insane, or it is insane. It already is insane. Yeah, something there has to give at some point. We need to start bulldozing. I honestly, God, I think there should be a federal order where we just start to steal people's houses and land and just bulldoze and do it. I'm so tired of living. It even happens here in Miami. It even happens here in Miami Beach, where I'm in like a fucking high-rise, 35 fucking story apartment, and then I go across the street and there's these like 2 like room duplexes. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like these fucking shitty, dilapidated duplexes probably cost like, you know, $1.4 million for this duplex. And it's like, why? Like it just destroy it and like rebuild this shit so that it makes sense. Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. It's so like all the single family housing and all of these high rent areas just needs to be fucking stolen by the government. Pay them, you know, 150% fair market rate for the property and kick them the fuck out. Gentrify it, whatever the fuck you want to call it, and start building like a real fucking city. Like pretend you're actually playing a real video game and build like you would, like you're trying to get a high score, and not the autistic fucking zoning shit we've got today. We've got like 30-story high rises next to disgusting single family houses that are like filled with people that can't even afford the area. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all. Like all single family zoning needs to just be banned from these fucking areas, in my opinion. But
I disagree with that.
okay.
I think not every place should be New York or should look like New York. I don't think every place should just be filled with a bunch of skyscrapers to fit in as many fucking people into a tiny, densely area. Where at one point you're just walking around and all you see are just fucking tall buildings.
That's kind of the goal.
Like no, that's something I would never want to live in. And I think there are certain cities that do that, and generally those kinds of places lose in their entire like cultural identity.
No, that is so wrong. The cultural identity of these places is so much better. They have a way better culture because you're out on the street, you can visit places, you can see shit, and you can do shit. You know what has no cultural identity? Are fucking suburbs. San Francisco's suburbs, where you don't even know who the fuck is in your neighborhood, because if you want to go anywhere or do anything, you gotta hop in the fucking car and drive 20 minutes somewhere to do it. Fuck that. I think that going out and walking, even a place in Toronto I've been, fucking in Cabbagetown, in fucking in places in fucking LA, Glendale, like places where you can go outside on the street, walk around, go to fucking restaurants and shit, is so much nicer than having to fucking drive everywhere. That kills me. God, I hate it. In my opinion.
I don't disagree, but I think your solution to that is creating a bunch of apartment complex. My solution to that would be actually creating better infrastructure in terms of public transport, where living in a suburb doesn't mean you're fucking isolated from the rest of society without a car.
It sucks, but you can't. The thing is that you have to have apartments to do that, because you can't run buses to every single suburb.
Just the fact that you brought up buses is like the most American idea. That is not what any other city would do in terms of creating solutions for isolated suburbs. They would create public transport systems that are far more efficient than fucking buses.
Yeah, but
buses
you can't.
Are ran locally within a small area, not to bring you 45-minute bus rides to get you in and out of spots.
Yeah, but you can't rent any. Public transit works in high density areas.
Yeah.
Low density areas don't work because you're running. It could be a bus, it could be a train, it could be whatever. But it's going to a place where, like, you know, 100 people live. There's going to be like one person on that thing. It's going to be so expensive. You have to have high density areas, it's the only place that public transit can work. Again, like
Right,
think of
and
like playing.
if you created a good train system, what ends up happening is that suburbs tend to grow around stations that have access to those places, or the train systems are efficient enough to run through those areas where there's high density people, so people traditionally move towards there. There's plenty of folks who live maybe like a 45-minute drive out of the city, but take a train that gets you there in 30 minutes, right? Rather than taking the traffic and doing all that stuff, you have efficient things where you can get from point A to point B. That's what creates different neighborhoods that, yes, whilst they are a distance away driving through like public transport, you get there very quickly.
But you can't grow a suburb around a train thing because it spreads out so much. That's the problem.
And generally, suburbs are actually tax negative. So even just running public transit there, you'd have to subsidize them insanely.
Everything has to be
it's just
population
they're so
dense at some
fucking
point.
expensive.
That
Because like
should be
imagine
more
if
efficiently
imagine you're playing a
concentrated.
video game, you've got like a high rise with 1,000 people,
Just
and you've got a
obviously.
suburb with 1,000 people, and the suburb is occupying this fucking 5x5 square mile area, and then like the apartment complex is just right there. You've got 10x the people in it. You're running a train. Like the amount of traffic you're gonna get through that, and it could be a train, it could be a tram, it could be a subway, it could be whatever. It's just so much higher. Whereas the suburbs are so spread out, and the utilization like gets fucked on it, I think. But I mean, like any public transit would be better than none. But Americans are also like culturally predisposed to hating it as well because we associate it with poor losers. That's what our association is when it comes to buses.
And I think the cultural, the financial, and I think also the health implications of that kind of mindset fuck you guys in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Because as these populations grow, if you don't grow into efficient city management, at one point you're going to walk downtown and most of the city itself, and you're just going to see apartment complexes going on for like never-ending point. You won't even be able to see the sun at any point of the day because you're going to be surrounded by buildings all the time. I don't think that kind of life,
What the fuck?
for most people, is what they would find appealing. In fact, most people speak to going to a lot of these cities where it's just a bunch of skyscrapers everywhere and fucking hate it because it just feels like as a lifestyle, it doesn't feel great. And I also say, having
Who
visited
gives a
Miami a few
fuck?
times, Miami isn't Miami because Brickell exists. Miami looks great because of the smaller neighborhoods where the buildings that you described would no longer be in existence. So I don't think the kind of city structure that you're describing would lead to good outcomes in long term. Not for
I mean, I'm trying
the
to think of,
culture,
like,
not for
sure.
the culture, not for
I
the
just
culture,
don't.
and not for the long term health of people.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of when I grew
don't
up.
see that.
I lived in a suburb, and when I wanted to go to a friend's house, I would either have to call or I'd have to walk down the street. I'd have to knock on his door, and then if he was available to play, then we'd play. Then we would have to, when we got old enough, then we could get on our bikes and go bike and meet another friend that might be in another part of the neighborhood. And like maybe we'll have like 3 or 4 friends to like do shit with. We can bike around and like meet up and do all that shit. But when I would visit my grandma, who lived, she didn't even live in a dense apartment complex. It was just like a row of townhomes. You could just go outside in the back, and there were always like 10 or 15 other kids playing. It was so easy to just like walk outside, and so many people are there. You've got the pool there. You've got everybody. You can go to people's houses, and if you go to somebody's house, you can walk back in like 5-10 minutes at the most, right? As opposed to having to bike everywhere and like find shit and or get a car depending on how far it is, crossing dangerous streets, etc. Like I don't know. I just that the dense lifestyle. I feel like sometimes it's described as like this horrible like dystopian lifestyle, but honest to God, it was just so much. It just felt so much funner, better, more community driven in every way than just
When
suburbs.
you were living in apartment complexes versus like townhouses.
No, when it was townhouses, which I think are closer to apartment complexes than like suburbs, which are just so spread out.
I would think that townhouses are closer to suburbs than they are like apartment complex. Like I agree they are jam packed in, but to me, when I think of apartment complex, I'm thinking of 20 floors stacked on top of each other, building to building, like near each other. That doesn't give me the same vibe as townhouses. It does for you.
Well, I guess because when I was thinking of the fun thing of my townhouse, I'm thinking you go out back. There's a pool that's part of the townhouse complex,
there could be, like,
and
shops
all the other
and
kids were
stuff
always outside
surrounding
like playing
every
there.
apartment
That doesn't
complex.
feel like that's something that can happen in a suburb. I guess unless everybody's like friends with a guy that owns a pool, and, like all the kids just run there all the time. Like you're just so much farther spread apart. You got to go through yards. You got to go down the street. Whereas in the townhouse shit, you would just go out back, and that's where everybody was.
I'm actually curious. Do you feel like suburbs foster better communities than apartment complexes?
Let me see. I'm trying to think.
I've lived in many apartments. You really feel like apartment complexes foster better sense of community than suburbs?
The problem is I can't answer that because I didn't live in apartments growing up as a kid. But I'm trying to imagine, like, if I was a kid, this would be the
Not
funnest thing in the
currently,
world for me.
but
But I don't know,
hypothetically,
because I haven't had it. If I was a kid
you
and I
could have
lived
a
in an
different
apartment
way of
complex and
living.
I was friends with people in the apartment complex, that honestly seems like the coolest thing in the world. That I could literally just walk across a hallway or take an elevator and then go visit a friend. That seems so awesome to me. That's like the funnest thing in the world. But I don't know. I've never lived in an apartment complex, so maybe it wouldn't feel that way. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Listen, everyone's gonna have their own individual experiences. So I think now we're just speaking to me personally, living in a suburb and then living in townhouses, and then also having lived in apartments. Like, there's no doubt that townhouses was probably the closest thing, and then suburbs afterwards. Apartment complexes, like, you're not really gonna be kicking it with your neighbors like that, or spending time, and especially for like young kids that I see in apartment complexes, that shit don't look nice. But you know, some people might live a different experience. So I won't fight anybody who disagrees.
Sure. Yeah, I imagine some apartments could be shitty, but I guess my experience in suburbs is that like when I'm living on a block, like 80% of the people there are old as fuck. Like it's rare to even see another kid. So on my street, Ohio Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 106th about. When I'm living on the street, it's like 20 old people. There was one other kid that lived on my street behind me. That was Chris. And then maybe there's another kid that lives like a couple blocks away. But there's no children. There's like no kids. It's all old fucking people, boomers and shit. And it's like, fuck me. Like, whereas if I was in an apartment complex, it feels like I would have so much more access to other children. That sounds really weird at a complex. But yeah, I could be wrong. Maybe there. If I lived in a neighborhood where, because sometimes in sitcoms these shit. If I lived in a neighborhood where all of my neighbors were friends, I might prefer the suburb because now I can like go right outside and I've got like 20 fucking friends to play with, and that might be cool to run up and down a big street and everything. But yeah, that just wasn't my experience in suburbs. Everything was so fucking spread out that there were no friends that lived close by. That was just annoying. Yeah.
Okay. I'm curious, when you think of ideal cities that allow for affordable housing, right? Your solution, if you could choose, would be to build a bunch of apartment complexes and get rid of some of the single townhomes, right?
Yeah.
Well, what are some other changes that you do to make that place more affordable? I'm just curious because I don't know. You and I have traveled to Europe fairly often. And some of those cities are definitely not affordable. But if you move out to the suburbs, things become far more manageable, and everyone takes trains into the city. You don't find that model far more appealing, irrespective of like cultural differences.
I don't know. What you're describing doesn't exist largely in the United States. It's pretty rare in the United States that people take trains into cities. I don't even believe that exists.
I agree.
I
agree with that. That's my whole point. You wouldn't find that model more appealing to import rather than just destroying a bunch of homes and putting skyscrapers. That's why I'm asking you.
I feel like the skyscraper area would be more affordable, and I think that there would be a lot of positive knock-on effects to that. So, for instance, I live in a place with good public transit. I don't have to buy a car, so that immediately acts as a huge monthly payment and maintenance and all that bullshit. That's a big one. Getting to people and like going to places is easier. So like I think that it should be a fucking law that anytime you build an apartment complex or a skyscraper or anything, there should always be zoning for first floor commercial property. So you should be able to walk around and like buy food, buy clothes, whatever the fuck should always be there. I just think that having like walkable, I mean, you can argue there are knock-on health effects. You're encouraged more to walk around or maybe even bike if you want to, rather than driving everywhere.
Sure.
Yeah, but I mean like suburbs could have stronger communities because the people are incentivized to live there longer, right? Like I don't know how often somebody's going to live for 15 years in an apartment complex, whereas in a neighborhood you might have people that live in the same house for 10, 20, 30, 40 years.
All strong
right?
communities are going to be moved to online.
When I think of when I'm visiting New York, generally speaking, like you have Manhattan, which is where the bougie and the rich live, and then you got all your skyscrapers over there, and you got the boroughs afterwards. And the boroughs work really efficiently, even for people working in Manhattan.
So everything should be population dense, hopefully better that way. And the community building will mostly be online. I don't think in-person interaction will even happen very much over time.
The fact that the public transportation system is so efficient. Like, it's not the greatest thing in the world, but I've taken the New York City train, and
it's
pretty good for what it does.
Yeah.
And it creates an environment where the suburbs that you would normally describe that are, quite a far drive away are actually now their own ecosystems in a lot of ways. And everything that you described about having commercial property on the first floor isn't necessarily as mandatory because of the fact that you can go to your local areas and everything exists in these communities. But if you want to go downtown, you also have that as well. I feel like that model is more appealing to me than when I look at like Miami and you got those suburbs, and if you don't got a car, you're pretty much fucked. And so rather than think of just constantly building new skyscrapers and stuff like that, having a good public transport system like the one that New York has in a lot of these cities, I feel like that would create for better ecosystems, but maybe I'm wrong.
I guess
It's
like
just that-
I don't mind what you're
Oh,
saying.
go ahead.
I wish for the downtown areas the houses were gone. Like if you want to have like suburbs where people train in and shit, that's fine. But in your cities, just axe the single family housing. That's just wild to me. But because it just fucks
you-
the whole vibe up. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Have either of you been in Chicago?
A
Yeah,
little
I've
bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just it kind of just
You're paying close attention to the international actuality, and also you are a former prosecutor. What do you think about this case so far, and what is your opinion on it after what you have heard here? I have not only watched the unfolding of this case on your TV broadcast, but followed this case closely as it made its debut at the end of the year during the holidays. Initially I thought it's a cover-up for something. But from what I can see, from a criminal point of view, everything looks like an improvisation. Even the judge has excluded the rape accusation, as what the prosecution had on file wasn't sufficient evidence to convince anyone it was rape, so the judge asked for more evidence. And regarding the human trafficking accusation, obviously a very sensitive topic for USA, who is monitoring human trafficking, it is quite improvised, rigged. My opinion is that the authorities in Bucharest simply executed an order. I think it's an operation. More important is to find out what was actually the
Maybe,
main
but if he's actually human trafficking, then it's good, right? And he seems like he was doing some shit like that. It seems there's a lot of evidence.
conducted by the Tate brothers in Romania.
Like videos of
Because
himself
in no
explaining it.
case, the $100 million, others say it could be more, personal wealth cannot come from video chat. Of course, Adina is perfectly right. I haven't seen any people being deprived of liberty, being coerced to participate.
What the fuck?
just is like the only model of public transit in America that I've actually like seen and experienced and actually works. But no matter what, I don't think there's a way you can ever escape urban, high density urban areas to support all that infrastructure required for public transit.
Sorry, repeat that.
You have to have like a high density urban core to support that public transit. Like
Yeah,
that just
I'm-
has to happen.
I actually agree.
Oh, he changed his mind. Okay, well.
What did you like so much about living in suburban shit? I'm just curious. You can tell me. Sell it to me.
You asking forethought or me?
Asking you.
For me, it was the affordability in terms of the place I could get. It was the size of the spot that I could get.
True, true.
You know, like you go from living as like 4 or 5 people in a 2-bedroom apartment versus like you're paying less now for everyone gets their own rooms. Like that's just a luxury that you don't forget. Having a backyard. The suburb that I moved to at the time had a pool, and so you could have little community stuff that was there. And my suburb wasn't so like obnoxious that without a car you couldn't go to the grocery store. Like it was still fairly decent. And so yeah, for me it was just the affordability of it all. Now getting to town was a little bit tough. It took a long
But
bus
everything
ride.
Destiny
but
described
I
would
did
be
see
way
the
more
upside of it.
affordable.
And I think like if I lived in the city at the time where we had a good train to go into town, I think I would have been fine with that area because like then it just becomes like it just becomes your place.
Okay.
It just becomes your place, and it's just. I don't think the apartment idea is bad. I don't think everyone's built for it. And I think when you ask most people what they want for their life, when they think about having children and stuff like that, like most people don't want to have kids in apartments. Most people don't want to have. Their
I
whole
agree.
family in an apartment, and nobody like. I don't know. And this is just a stupid
Obviously
fear of mine,
don't.
but I think
That's why
about this
there's
because it
so many
happened to one of
houses.
my uncles. But like his kid fell off the balcony. Now, this is an anecdotal thing, but when you're thinking about children and safety and well-being, like apartment is the last thing that you're generally thinking.
Yeah, but I don't.
totally
It's,
disagree.
yeah,
I feel
mean,
like
it
cars
still
are
is-
so dangerous.
Yeah, I feel like I can understand the feeling, but I think the data is just in the total opposite direction. Like, I think the biggest problem that kids have are things like abduction or things like getting hit by cars and traffic and everything. And living in like high density areas just kind of like eliminates that. Whereas in suburbs, I think you're way more likely to have to like even Nathan's school, I think it was like 5 minutes like walking from the house, and he has to cross like 2 major intersections just to get home. And it's like, yeah. But Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if like where you
Well,
grew
no,
up.
but
Or go ahead.
I'm curious. The first point I made about people not wanting to have their families in apartments. You acknowledge that?
I felt that way initially. Now I don't know. Like, I made sure that like Nathan's mom had a house so that he didn't have to live in an apartment. Because the feeling I had was like, yeah, it sucks for a kid to be born and raised in an apartment. But now I think I was just biased. I think I just had a feeling like that's what poor people do. Because that was just the feeling I had. Now Nathan is lucky in that Nathan is an awesome neighborhood where there's like 5 kids that go to his school that are like on the same fucking street. That's awesome. When I grew up and I was in the suburbs, again, I had one friend that lived behind me, and then we had to bike. Until we were old enough to bike, you had to beg mom or dad for a ride to a friend's house because you had to go like blocks and blocks and blocks away to find friends. But once we had bikes, you know, the neighborhood opens up a lot more. But if I could have grown up in an apartment complex with friends in the apartment complex, like living with for the 5 months that these fuckers stayed here. But when I moved to Miami and I had Mr. Moot and New Salt and Johnny all in the same apartment complex, the idea of like being able to just like message a friend and be like, hey, do you want to go out to eat real quick? And they're just right there. That type of convenience is fucking awesome. That was the coolest thing in my life. Yeah, and that was unmatched by suburb life. Like I never got that feeling at all. Like when you want to go out and do shit, you have to like make plans and stuff. You can't just do it spontaneously.
Here's the irony. The irony is that I think Americans may be the most in need of apartment complexes, but the most least likely to want to live there with their entire families. I feel like you guys just love space.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you guys like big land and large amount of like rooms and whatever, just big trucks, big things. And I think for Europeans, the idea of living in an apartment their whole lives is a little bit more normalized and actually a part of their reality.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, that'll change
Exactly.
over time,
I know a
think.
lot of people out there living in Europe who like do live in apartments and have lived there most of their life, and it is more of a normalized thing. So I might warm up to. I probably warm up to the idea.
And again, it's probably going to depend on your.
I'm
It's probably going to depend on your experience and where you live too. But I will say, because I lived in suburbs for 30 years, I owned 2 houses, and like my feeling was always that like you can probably find old VODs where I said this on stream, but if you go through where like I'll say like I'm never gonna live in an apartment. I like being in a house. I can fuck up the walls. I can scream and make as much noise as I want. I love houses. I'll never live in a fucking apartment. And I moved from Omaha, Nebraska. From my second house, I moved to Glendale, and after living in Glendale, I was like, for like 2 weeks, I was like, I'm never going to live in the suburbs again in my entire life. Being able to walk out onto the street, I can walk to the movies, I can walk to 100 different restaurants, I can walk out and grab a coffee immediately in the basement, or not the basement, the first floor of my apartment complex. I've got 3 awesome fucking restaurants. Like, that was so awesome. And I was like, I cannot believe I ever lived in a suburb. So I don't know, maybe it just depends. Maybe there are really cool suburbs, and maybe there are really shitty apartments. I lived in apartments in Culver City, and those apartments sucked. I couldn't walk anywhere. Me and Malene had to drive 10 minutes just to get anywhere. Those apartments kind of suck. So I don't know, yeah, maybe it just depends on.
I think it's what the people seek out. I agree with you. I personally love living centrally because I like biking to a place. I like walking. I like the convenience of it. My life has been completely transformed for the last 8 years, being able to do that. But I know that there are a lot of individuals who, when they think of having their families, do not want that life for themselves. They want to be able to have access to a larger home with the rooms, with the backyard, with the gardening available. Like, you and I don't engage in activities that generally require more and more space.
Sure.
A lot of other people have lifestyles where they want a patio,
they're
they
not
want a
chronically
deck, and they
alive,
want
I
these
guess.
things. And so it's just different mindsets. I would just like it that both of those possibilities are real, but I'm not against what you're saying. I do like that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, you just feel healthier when you're just constantly moving about your city and have reasons to walk around. You have
Yeah, like even for here, like when me and Malene want to go out, we
you're
just.
not gonna take your car. You don't want to go anywhere
Yeah.
because everything's too far.
Yeah, it's so
agree with you
annoying.
that.
Whereas for here, if me and Malene want to go out to eat anywhere, we can walk to so many different places. Even in Miami Beach, and it's so nice just to be able to go out and walk to places. It just feels better.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think you think the issue that most of these places are having when it comes to rent being overvalued or higher is due to the fact that we don't take care of these kinds of spaces and we don't get rid of these homes and create more apartment complexes. You think that's the issue?
Yeah,
You think
well,
there's not enough amount. There's not enough supply for the demand.
Yeah, that's the issue. It's a physics problem. Too many people want to live in too confined an area, and you either have to start going up, or either the buildings are going up or the rents are going up, and there's literally no other way you can control for that. No amount of rent control, no amount of tricky public policy is going to change that.
What do you think about the whole working from home thing? Some people live in cities not because they want to, because their job necessitates it, even if they don't actually need to be at work. Do you think it's a good idea that we have an economy where people can work with a business in San Francisco whilst living in Wyoming, if they want to live in Wyoming, because like that's just their preferred lifestyle. Do you think like creating more of that opportunity might solve a lot of these issues?
I don't know. I'm not sure about work from home. That work from home like fundamentally changes the character of like our entire infrastructure. I don't know if it's good or not yet. I'll have stronger opinions later on for it, but
I believe that it's pretty fantastic for most workers in terms of like the income that they do and whatever it might be. And
one of the complaints that I heard from because initially I was all for it because it seemed I would work from home. It sounds awesome. The biggest complaint that I heard, this was from the New York mayor. I think that everybody got mad at him. But he was saying that like
when he said you can't spend at the laundromat or you're not spending in the local economies.
Yeah, basically your actual downtown city areas are dying because nobody's there to buy anything because they're all working from home. So like these like large infrastructure for commerce and commercial and other shit like or business, nobody's actually down there working anymore. So all those restaurants are just kind of like dying, which is an interesting problem. But maybe that just means that the layouts of the cities need to change and that's something they have to adapt to.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, maybe? yeah. Didn't your friend, the one who looks the guy from New York who's always complaining about the rent prices in Manhattan?
Based Louis Rossman?
Oh
yes. I feel like he had a lot to say about that topic. He was just basically saying like the businesses downtown are untenable.
Yeah, a lot of it is New York corruption specifically, making it really, really hard to do business in that city, and how certain financial incentive structures around how it was something to do with how mortgages are packaged financially that incentivizes never settling for like any lower price below a certain threshold, and it just really warps the economy in real estate in really interesting ways. I wish I could get more specific, but you know what? Someone will yell at him.
Are you talking about commercial property?
Specifically commercial property, but that also trickles down into like real estate investment.
Well, the problem with commercial property that people were running into was that when you sign a mortgage for a property, part of the repayment on that for commercial properties has to do with the amount of rent that you collect from people coming in. And the problem that you ran into was for some of these places, let's say that I get a certain mortgage on a property, on a commercial piece of real estate, and somebody comes in and they want to rent it. Let's say nobody can afford the current rent. If I drop the rent, technically I'm now having unfavorable terms on my loan, and the bank is going to end up killing my loan. So you end up in this weird area where it's better to leave a place unoccupied while looking for somebody to pay the proper rent than to lower the rents, because if you lower the rents, the bank's not going to secure that mortgage anymore. So it was a really weird like commercial real estate investment problem. I don't know if New York is still having that problem, but
yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think New York Mayor Adams is like very considerate of like being downtown in Manhattan is just super expensive if you're just going there to work. Like just spending time having to travel down there, the food down there, everything that you're spending money on is overpriced. So it stands to reason that the people who are working from home, if they don't have a reason other than being forced to for their job, like they wouldn't want to be there. Instead of creating an environment that draws people in and makes them want to spend their dollar there, they kind of want to force the whole issue by making it mandatory through your job. And I just don't think that kind of model is a good one.
Sure.
Because yeah, have you spent time in Manhattan? Like everything I've ever had to buy there was like vastly overpriced and not worth $1. If I didn't have to be in Manhattan for work, I wouldn't want to be there.
A little bit, yeah. I think I largely agree with you. Miami has actually kind of poisoned me on prices. Miami has probably been I say Miami. Let me be more specific.
Miami's broken.
Yeah, Brickell and Miami Beach are probably some of the most comically it's actually funny. Like I just laugh. Like we went to breakfast yesterday, and like an itty bitty glass of orange juice, like a half thing or whatever.
$8.
No, it's $10, and it's just like it's fun. It's actually funny. Like I'm like laughing. We went to breakfast like 2 days ago. Like they're not even trying. Like they don't even try to mask how absolutely absurd it is. Like $10 for like I could probably buy. This might be but I'm pretty sure I could get like 2 or 3 gallons of fucking orange juice from the store for $10. Like it's fucking insane. I'm like, okay.
You go to the market and buy like 50 oranges for that price.
Yeah, it's insane. But Miami is definitely East Miami, like the Brickell area, and then like Miami Beach have been some of the most comically absurd places I've ever been to in my life.
You can't convince me any of that is even remotely necessary. It's just that's the standard that's been set, so they're meeting the market. Right, but that's not like what is necessary based off costs and be able to be profitable. They just charge that because they know people won't have to pay because everyone else is truly charging something comparable.
Possibly, but I bet it's because the no, actually, I don't think that. I think it's because the rents are so fucking high. Because there's always places that are going out of business and shit around here too. It's not like all the places are mad profitable and everybody's getting paid a ton of money and shit. I think that like the workers have to take home a decent paycheck to afford to live here, and because all the rents are so fucking high, I think. But Yeah, because it's insane.
Do you think you should be able to earn a Manhattan wage but live in like Ohio?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why would a company do that though? Why would they pay you to live at the standard living cost of Manhattan when you're not living there?
Why would they pay you less than someone else they hire?
That's
for
called
the same
remote work,
work?
baby. If I'm worth
Yeah,
in
but if you're-
Manhattan and you have a Manhattan firm,
I know there's some jobs that offer you certain salaries when you go into work there based off also the cost of living in the area.
that shit is
That's
cringe.
necessary. But if we're basing your take home income based off of what you produce to them and how you're valued on the market, then yeah.
My feeling is, listen, if I'm gonna make your company a certain amount of fucking money, you better fucking pay me the amount of money I'm making your company, and then based on like competitive market rates. Not just because I live in some fucking dirt fucking poor area doesn't mean that like I'm not about to tell fucking I'm not about to tell August to go move to fucking Sudan so I can pay him half the money or some shit. Like that's fucked up.
Yeah, it's retarded.
But that's just my opinion.
I know there's some jobs that offer you relocation money, or if they live in like if the cost of living in that area is super high, there are certain jobs that like account for that when they're giving you their salary. I know my brother, when he negotiated some of his tech salary, he factored in the cost of living in the spot when he was like negotiating being able to work from home and things like that. And yeah, so if that's the case, sure. But outside of that, I think they're generally paying you because of what you bring them, and they tell you to figure out your own cost of living. Because there's plenty of people who work for tech startups or different things like that in Brooklyn or New York, and certainly are not getting compensated for the fact that they're paying exorbitant amount of rent prices. So I don't think that's the case in this situation.
I could be wrong, but I worked for a Fortune 500 company, and that was the case. Like, you could have the same
Fortune 500
job, but
company.
depending on where in the country you lived, you got paid differently.
Jeez.
Well, that's
And
fine.
I think that's pretty normal standard practice for big companies.
Yeah, I don't know.
it
that
depends a
sounds-
lot on your role and how much bargaining power you have going in. So, at the company I work for, I straight up said to them, like, I'll take a 20K cut to work remotely because I really value the time that I save working remotely.
Yeah,
And they
that's
were
fair.
all for it.
Yeah. I just think it would solve a lot of housing issues if you give people more flexibility to live in the place they want to live to, while still doing the jobs that they want.
It's just that
Provided
so much
provided
is,
it
like,
doesn't
physical.
hurt your company tremendously. That's
Now you get mod Destiny
Like the
subreddit
kinds of
and live at the
jobs
same
that
time.
can be fully remote feels like such a narrow band of like what makes up most of the economy.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, when you say narrow, what do you mean? Because I feel like there's actually a lot of jobs that should be fully remote, and there's really no reason for you to be there personally.
So there's a lot of bureaucratic paperwork jobs that could be remote pretty easily, but like things like anything involved with like the fundamentals of like living, like anything to do with food or waste or with like building anything.
Yeah, but I
So
feel
much
like
of our
the
economy is
majority of
tied
our
up in
people
that.
Work in office jobs. Like that's like a large segment of our population. And a lot of those jobs just require you to come in and sit at your fucking desk and type on a computer. That is like
I don't
a
think
good
it's
segment
that
of people.
much high of a
Even
percentage
administrative
of them.
jobs within hospitals don't really require you to talk to folks other than to just send stuff and send emails. There's plenty of those jobs that folks can outsource to people, and they already do. They already outsource a lot of these jobs to different countries. So the whole remote thing is like, I feel like you could definitely take a large segment of the workforce and transform it. I don't even think we're even tapping into like 1/3 of it.
I don't know. Yeah, we're probably nowhere near close to like how many jobs could we get out of cities and out of offices.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I underrate office work a lot in my
You
mind.
underrate it?
Yeah, I just because it's so much of what I work in.
Fuck.
And then when I look around and see how much like actual shit has to be done by physical people, maybe I'm just overcounting it.
Jax main?
But I don't know. It seems like a much.
Yeah, well, Jax is fun, and I feel like better than playing Warwick every game top. I can't do as much with Warwick late game. I got placed in like silver 4 though on this account anyway. I'm at silver 3 now. It's kind of sad, but it's because my other account was the platinum one.
Smaller piece of the economic pie, in my opinion, especially just stuff to do with transport. Once you get into logistics, there's a whole lot of people that have to move things physically.
Yes, and look, I think we're all in agreement that there's certain things that can be done so we don't even talk about those. But I think that you'd sizably decrease the amount of people needing apartments in specific cities if you turned their jobs remote and if it was very feasible to do so. And I think there's also a tremendous benefit from the business itself. I remember after the pandemic, there's a bunch of places that actually closed down their office but kept their business operational because they were cutting down on cost when it came to rents because they didn't need office spaces anymore. They were cutting down on a lot of expenses for like food and different things and cleaning and all this other shit that was weighing down on the business. And now they run completely remote and it's efficient. And I don't know if you've had this experience working office jobs, but I was often paid to look busy, which is probably not only the most like offensive.
I could have probably outplayed it a little better, but yeah, I shouldn't have gone under gun folder.
I think lowered my overall productivity. I would have to stretch out work that I could do in 3 to 4 hours, and I'd have to stretch it out to 8 because I was getting paid for it.
Oh yeah, what's
finished early? Like it was seen as a bad thing, which is as a government employee that really fucked me up. And so when I think of overall work productivity, when I think of like the lifestyle that you want to live afterwards in terms of being able to move where you want to move, and I think how it benefits the business as well, I think it's a net benefit for the most part, except in some circumstances.
There's a really interesting Freakonomics episode talking about the whether or not work from home was like economically efficient, because a lot of the citations that people, especially bosses, are against work from home is like you'll be less productive in some way, you'll be distracted, you won't be able to collaborate effectively with your coworkers. So far it seems to be mostly a wash, but it's also just getting rid of like real estate is such a huge cost for most businesses.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wait, sometimes that Elon doesn't like it. I've heard him say that. I've never heard him say why. Do you guys know why Elon hates the whole work from home shit?
Because the people
I don't like thinking about Elon Musk.
I think in general it's hard, but like there is a feeling that when people are in office environments, they're more productive.
Yeah. Probably not true though.
There's 2 ways you can approach it basically. One is that you want your employees to be collaborating together because it like has kind of like a productivity modifier or multiplier, or when they're together in the same environment, doing better, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's one feeling. The second feeling, and I hope this isn't true, but the second feeling might be that bosses don't like the ideas of employees working from home because then they know that they only have to work for a couple hours and they're goofing off the rest of the day, but somehow they like bullshit themselves into believing that employees in the office are working diligently for 8 hours. I hope that's not the case, but I wonder if that's the case because that feels like something.
Brains are wild.
Yeah, that feels like a manager brain thing to me, where a manager's thinking that like, if you're at home, you're gonna be goofing off all day, but I know that if you're in the office, you're working for 8 hours, which nobody does. But yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong. I hope that's not the case, but it feels like a manager brain thing to say.
One thing that like a communications change that came out of remote work as people transitioned back into the office is that communication became like way more efficient even in the office, because people began to prioritize in their minds like what needs to be taken care of and addressed immediately, what can I leave in like a Slack message randomly, even if they're like across the hall. Like you no longer have people like interrupting each other as much. So it seems like hybrid is probably where a lot of jobs are going to go.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Because fuck commuting. Holy shit, what a waste of time.
Yeah, I heard people were dying on the commutes to work.
Yeah, that's actually a thing. I would never do that. People got mad at me because I said that in LA too. I don't know who the fuck lives in LA that's not making at least $200,000 a year. I could not imagine driving an hour to and from work. Fucking kill me. I can't think of a bigger way to waste my youth and my life than driving an hour to and from work. I thought my 20-minute commute in Omaha was dog shit. Having to drive 20-25 minutes to go from Omaha to Council Bluffs. Driving an hour in traffic every day sounds soul-crushing. Fuck that. I'll move somewhere else and earn $50,000 a year before I earn $90,000 a year in fucking LA, dying in that traffic every day. But
it is, especially when, I mean, you talk about traffic. Imagine taking public
well, I got all there.
Well, I don't mind public transport as much because I can like do things. Like I didn't mind taking buses and shit in Sweden just because like I like for long train rides I could just take my laptop out. That was awesome. Or I could like be on my phone, I could be doing emails, I could do shit. But driving is like driving is the perfect torture of like having no engagement of your brain yet still simultaneously requiring your full fucking attention. It's the worst of both worlds. I hate it so much.
Yeah. I do think it is worse.
With a car,
but I can say that. Having to take long commutes as well. If you're having to bus an hour and a half or an hour each way, like it drains you. But yeah, you are right that it is worse than.
Yeah.
I remember what it was like to be an efficient public transport system and then having to take buses in Los Angeles on a regular basis and take the public transport before, and that shit I dreaded every single time.
Sure.
I did it because it was necessary, but it wasn't pleasant at all. I think long commutes in general just really fuck people up. And I think I remember reading a study. I think like they were doing this. I think it was on Slate or was it Fox? That they had a really good, well-written article about how people are just dying, and like their odds of depression are significantly higher. Their health implications are worse in terms of like outcomes for long-term health in general. And you ask anybody who's doing these long commutes, and none of them feel great about them, and they all like dread it every day. And so, yeah, I know. I just ew. And so, we talked about rent prices, correct? And we talked about that extensively and how you want to bring apartment buildings. What are some other things that you feel like societally people are feeling the crunch of that you think need fixing? Because we talked about personal responsibility, which I think is always important. What do you think society-wise you want to change?
I always warn people, whenever somebody feels like there's one problem that they have that'll fix everything, you always have to be really cautious of that. I want to warn you that, but then I'm going to say that I do feel like the zoning shit is just a really big deal, and I see a lot of downstream effects from having better zoning. So like, there's several big things that living in more and higher density areas affect. One is you don't have a car payment. That's already like incredibly nice to not have to worry about a car payment. Also, two, and either my cars were exceptionally shitty or people just don't know the experience. I don't know what it is. I just might have had exceptionally shitty luck. But people don't talk about this enough, okay? Whenever people talk about cars, they always talk about car payments, okay? Car payments were whatever for me. I bought, I think my very first car might have been cash because it was like $1,000 for this god-awful fucking Dodge Neon. But the biggest thing wasn't car payments or gas. Gas was never an issue. It was maintenance. Okay. It was breaking a wheel, popping a tire, having your check engine lights that are eating through your fucking engine, your O2, like all of this shit. Yeah. That's what fucking sucked. For car maintenance was the worst. Every fucking time, you know, my brake rotor, not my rotors, my brake pads are going out, and then I go in and I find out that I've run down my fucking rotors, and they're telling me to replace all this shit, and it's like, fuck. Maintenance on cars sucks. So higher density areas with public transport, get rid of car payments and car maintenance. That's nice. I think higher density areas, it can do both, paradoxically. Higher density areas can both encourage and discourage more socialization. It can encourage it because, you know, if you want to hang out with friends, if they're right there, that's awesome. But it could discourage it because you're less incentivized to get to know your apartment neighbors and everything, maybe.
Just on the higher density, it's not enough just to have higher density. I think you have to have a good amount of city planning.
Yes, yeah, that's an important part.
Well managed, because if it's not, it doesn't feel. There's no incentive to walk everywhere, even though you are in a much easier. Like that's also a really big part of it. But keep going.
Being able to walk to do social things, I think, is fun. So you don't have to plan it. Like me and Melina want to go watch a movie. There's a movie theater we can walk to that's like a 7-minute walk away. That's awesome. Yeah. I really think that there's a lot of positive knock-on effects from having cities that are planned around biking. When I was in Copenhagen and you look at those intersections and like there's like 4 cars pulling up to a stoplight and then next to them there's like 150 people on bikes, the positive effect of getting to bike everywhere probably gives you a lot of mental positivity just because you're exercising and moving more. You've got more actual physical exercise, which is better for your health. Your health is going to have positive knock-on effects economically, sociopolitically, like everything. Like I think that having cities built for biking is probably really good for you.
What does that even mean?
And then you have this climate change and shit like that. Who cares? I'm just saying for like the immediate shit is like way better. I feel like city planning is a really big thing that can go a long ways to help alleviate a lot of the kind of modern issues we have with really fucking expensive cities that are like making us miserable, in my opinion. But
yeah. As somebody who bikes everywhere, I agree with that. I love biking. Honestly, I get shamed for it sometimes because people are like, "How you a grown man? You so bike around?" I'm like, "Shut the fuck up! This shit is amazing. It feels good health-wise. You're moving about. You're seeing your city in a different way. You're not like always committed to the same routes every single time. And then also, you feel like you have a certain sense of freedom, which otherwise I didn't. If I always need to grab my car, always was just relegated to the same metro line. So yeah, biking is definitely a game changer. Having a good bike and be able to move about.
Yeah, and then the next game changer is having a city built for bikes, because biking in cities where the biking infrastructure sucks and cyclists suck and not many of them exist, so nobody knows how to act around them is kind of stressful and annoying.
Yeah. Let's see here. You talked about. What did we talk about just before this? You were talking about the cost. I want to talk about this. I didn't know this, but like depending on where you live, childcare is fucking expensive. Some people were telling me that they were paying just as much on like daycare stuff than they were like rent. Is that true?
that's true.
So people that are talking about $4,000 a month are fucking wild, but I think it's pretty normal that you could easily pay, even for a working class person, like $500 to $1,000 a month on daycare. I think you could easily pay that. 500 USD to 1,000 USD a month on daycare easily. Yeah, it's insanely expensive.
Someone's saying 24 G's a year. Hold on, let me look. I'm actually super curious. The reason why is like my niece. I'm pretty involved, and I asked her dad, like, I'm like, yo, how much you pay for like? Because I was curious, and he said he's only pay like $250 a month. And I thought that was like crazy low because I'd heard such crazy numbers before. You think they were paying 500 to 1,000 on average?
So I just googled this, so I was curious. According to MoveOn.org, the
ever.
average daycare cost in the United States is $216 per week. So about $850 a month. Yeah, that's average. $850 a month.
Okay.
If you have like some special private expensive daycare or
Yeah,
some shit.
that sucks.
And
That's
then-
one of the
and
reasons why you get like
childcare-
stay-at-home moms in
it's in
working areas.
childcare-
Go ahead.
Childcare is on average $694 a week. Which
What does
if you
childcare
add that
mean?
up-
Is that including school?
Wait, are you including daycare in that? Because unless you're,
Yeah, I think it is included.
that sounds kind of expensive, but I don't know. Some people seem like they spend a lot of money on their kids. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with that. But
Do you think like pre-K and like childcare should be subsidized? I have no idea.
Yes,
That's not
I think
what your money's
daycare
for,
should,
is I don't know
should be
what.
subsidized.
pre-K, I think, is associated with so many positive outcomes. I think it should be. I feel like something you should offer kids for free. Yeah.
The survey.
Give me the money.
I'm heading out.
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
wonder
go
what
eat later, guys.
So yeah.
Now I can carry. Definitely.
Yeah, that feels like a lot.
That's one of the big,
If-
nicest
if
things
that
about like.
average is true to like so 6 times
I think
4
24.50.
times 12. That's coming up to about 30 G's a year.
Well, I don't know what all that childcare cost is. I don't know what you're talking about there, but
I think it's probably including everything, including diapers, food, formula, anything else, doctor appointments, whatever it might be. It probably includes everything. But that's a lot.
Maybe.
If you're paying 30 grand a year for a child,
that sounds high. That sounds like some middle class, some real nice shit. But like, yeah, like 10 to 15K a year could be possible depending on what you're doing. Yeah, I could see that. That's why a lot of people just have one parent stay home because it's not worth it. It's not worth it to have another parent working when they could just have that parent staying home taking care of the kid. That's why you're so excited when
because
your
most
kids
of their
can
income
finally
would be
go to
going
school.
that anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when your kids start school, now you've unlocked all that time again.
So, yes, I think that's probably something that if someone says they're feeling the crunch of that, then I would definitely understand. And also disincentivizes people from having kids in its entirety because it's far too expensive to even imagine a world where you can't afford to try to even have a job or anything like that. Which is, do you think that's something that needs fixing?
Probably.
Obviously.
That's another nice thing about high density housing is it makes things more affordable and everything. You don't have the car payment and everything, which means that stuff like marriage and moving out becomes easier, which are big precursors to having children or having good children at least. Yeah.
Okay. So you said housing, you want to create more apartment complexes that allow to make things more cheap. You briefly touched on the daycare stuff, and you feel like even though the housing might also figure some of that out. What are some other things? I'm curious about what are solutions, because we often talk about things are too tough. What are some other solutions that you would come up with to fix some of the economic situations that you feel like society, if they keep going this way,
Just trying to push it mid, but
I don't know. Even those solutions are pretty untenable because housing stuff is kind of locked. You can't really do much to break up like zoning laws. So I don't know. I thought about it enough. I need to spend a stream like going through like what are the best realistic solutions you can do, because the housing stuff is locked because your biggest voter base are going to be homeowners that are never going to vote for higher density places. So you're like stuck there. That's like a dead end.
I feel like when I've heard socialists speak online, and the creators, they often feel like their political ideology and their socio-economic political agenda would fix a lot of these issues. From your side of the aisle, what do you think would be able to do that? If they're saying like, well, through socialism, whatever it might be, we fix a lot of these problems. What is your counter to some of the ideas, or like your counter solutions if you have it?
That's a good question because I need to figure out, like, the problem is I don't even know what's real sometimes. I have to spend, like, I got to do a lot of research to figure out what's real, because there's a lot of problems that are complained about on the internet that are overrepresented because of the demographics here that I don't think are problems. Like, I don't believe that student loans are a real problem for most people to be able to pay back. I think that there are plenty of affordable schools you can go to. There's no excuse to be going to a private out-of-state school if you're going to have huge problems affording it. There's no reason. There's absolutely no reason. So when people are complaining about not being able to afford their student loans, you find out a person has like $100,000 in debt, it's like, I don't want to build society around you. If I did do anything, I would just make it illegal for you to have made the choices that you made. You shouldn't be allowed to take out, like, oh, actually, maybe one change I would make is maybe no subsidized loans for people going to out-of-state schools. Maybe that would be a thing I would make. I would make that rule.
Really? So just to be clear, when you say no subsidy, does that mean that they wouldn't be able to have access to student loans for out of school, out of
more
state?
Broadly?
Not federally subsidized ones, no, which are the ones that I think that most people take. But yeah, so like, but that's like, student loans are like the #1 problem complaint on the internet, but it's just because it's a lot of people that are young kids that like, have student loans, you know, so they complain about it, you know, but I don't think that's like significantly hurting society or anything.
Let's go.
Maybe it's because I've never thought of ever going to school in the States, but every time I hear what the prices are, I just have a hard time imagining that these are justified.
It is a real issue.
Well,
and more than that, whether they're out or in state, that we allow young people to take out loans that are guaranteed. I don't know, you can say it's justified that they're guaranteed, whatever, but I just think it's crazy that young people are allowed to make that decision. So
here's a big issue when it comes to the affordability of education, is that people. So when conversations about cost of education in the United States have to be very complicated and honest about what people pay, because there's a sticker price for how much school costs, maybe $15,000, $20,000 a year. But in the United States, we engage in really heavy forms of price discrimination, meaning very few people, if any, at certain schools pay the sticker price. Very few people are actually paying $15,000 a year. Oftentimes you get subsidized loans, you've got things like Pell Grants, you've got things like student aid, you've got things like scholarship. There are so many different ways that the average cost of education, what people are actually paying, is much lower than the sticker price. But people will look at the sticker price and say, oh my God, everybody's paying $20,000 a year on average. Like, no, that's absolute bullshit. If you're a smart kid, and you like are getting good grades and you want to go to a school in the United States of America, my understanding is you will always get into a good school. Full stop. If you kick ass in high school, you study, and you do good on your standardized tests, you are not going to be stopped from going to a good school because you don't have the money to do it. Even Harvard will take, it doesn't, you can be broke as fuck. If you qualify, you get in, they will take you in and they'll pay for everything. So
yeah, but don't you think that's such a small minority of students that like what you're describing doesn't apply to the vast majority of students?
Well, I'm just saying that, like, I think we have to make smarter decisions around going to college. If your grades aren't that good, like maybe like community college for 2 years is good to knock out some of your, you know, prereqs, that like that's fine, and then transferring to an in-state school to finish. But like if your grades are like, you're like a 2.5 GPA student, you don't need to be going to an out-of-state school. That's fucking insane to me. Those choices, I don't know if they should be banned, but like you just shouldn't even be allowed to do that. That's wild, unless you've got the money for it.
What if the kind of program that you are thinking you're interested in as an 18-year-old, like, not every state has universities that offer everything or offer it at like a well-known school that has like a good necessary program. Isn't it possible that if I want to study something specific, the kind of school I want to go to may be better off out of state?
So I don't know what it's like in Canada. I think in Europe you'd be correct, but in the United States, our state schools are fucking insane. Like, it's funny walking around with Melina, I remember, and I didn't even notice until a while, because Europeans will make fun of us for school and shit, but in the United States, our state schools are like fucking, like, whole cities. Like, a European might, like, say, like, oh, U.S. education is overpriced, you guys suck, we get it for free, and then you can send them to, like, fucking Wyoming State University, and they'll walk through, and they'll see the biggest gym that they've ever seen in their entire life. Okay, they'll see like entire campuses where they're like, how many cities did I just walk through? Like, so no, I think most people can go to most state schools and find most programs. Now, some are going to be better in some areas. There's going to be some hyper niche things like law school where the school you go to really matters. But for the most part, if you want to do most jobs, I think you're going to find most of those programs available in most state schools. I think, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
But if you're somebody where you're thinking like, if you're thinking like, oh, but the best program for this is in some other state, okay, that's fine, then qualify into it. If you're a 2.0 GPA student, your mind doesn't need to be on like, I gotta get to the most competitive fucking, UCLA, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, you don't. No offense, I'm sorry, but like, you don't have the grades for it. Like, you shouldn't be doing that. Do community college for 2 years and study up or do some other shit, but you don't need to go to that expensive, ultra competitive private school if your GPA is below like a 3.0. There's just no reason for you to do that, in my opinion.
Okay. I don't know enough about college to fight on any of this stuff. I think this is the only point that I ever bring up when I think about this. That kind of makes me double take.
Sure.
But I have a hard time accepting that it is acceptable to give somebody student loans that are that high, fresh out of high school, with very little financial literacy. Especially, and it's not just like it's a child, it's now he's an adult and it's a blank slate. Like, there is a tremendous amount of social pressure for people to go into university and to figure out their stuff right after school. And so even I remember guidance counselors pressuring me. I remember teachers pressuring me. And what I think when you have a culture and you're taking young adults who have been given little to no financial information, I think it's very irresponsible, societally speaking, to allow them to take these kinds of loans that are guaranteed. And mind you, like, I know people who've gone through medical procedures for like injuries in the States, and those are not guaranteed. They're just like, I'm never going to pay it back. So it's just, and I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. I'm just saying, when I'm looking at these young adults, I don't think they should be allowed to make that kind of decision, especially on that kind of loan. Am I crazy in saying that society seems a little bit broken for that reason? Or
no, I don't think I necessarily disagree with you. I can understand the apprehension there. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Right.
So like if we talk about like free education,
X
that's fine, but it's going to come at a cost to where like it's going to be more restrictive or
guess it's the
selective.
same
But I don't
thing,
necessarily disagree with you in principle. Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy is, and maybe this is just defense spending, but having lived in the States, I felt like the taxation wasn't that substantially lower than where I am in Canada. But I feel like where I'm living, I'm serious. I don't feel like you guys.
I agree with you. When I'm in fucking California,
your taxes are not that much lower. I'm talking about a few percentage points.
Yeah.
But the amount of services and like subsidies that we offer to the average American, average Canadian is like substantially higher.
Yeah.
Now maybe that's a population issue, and there's much more stuff going on. But like on the outside, I don't understand why there's like very little support.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. When I'm living in LA, I'm paying like an effective tax rate of like fucking 45%. And I'm like, I thought Americans made fun of Europeans for this type of shit. Like, this is fucking insane. So yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with you. Although for poor people, it gets a lot more manageable. But if you're making money, yeah, your tax rates in certain states, if you're living like New York City or like California,
forget state income tax. Even federally speaking, it's comparable, if not higher than like, what is the highest bracket for income tax federally?
It's probably like past like $500,000 or something, I think.
Right, and you get taxed what, like,
Mordekaiser. That would be insane.
like 30%, 35%, something like
Something like that, 37%. Although you got to be careful because, like, in the United States, like, I'm pretty sure the bottom, again, it's sticker price versus what's actually being paid. In the United States, I'm pretty sure that the 50% and bottom earners in the United States pay no federal income tax at all. So it's yeah, it's kind of complicated, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that pretty much covers those. Okay, so we talked about student stuff. They always talk about that. I've seen definitely socialists online talk a lot about housing. And here's the interesting thing. I think I hear people say how ridiculous a lot of these types sound, the socialist people. But I do think they're one of the few folks who sound like they speak to the issue a lot, one. And two, and maybe this is like a populist thing, but they speak to the issue a lot, and two, they do come with solutions that they feel are real, be it come housing, be it come healthcare and stuff like that. Do you feel like the other side of the aisle that exists within the liberal liberal sphere also brings that kind of discourse forward as often, or solutions as often, or do they just want to uphold the status quo?
Which two are we comparing? Are we comparing conservatives with liberals, or?
No, I'm comparing like the more socialist types to the more traditional libs.
Yeah, I don't like the socialist types. I don't think they usually their systems are like their solutions are whole system overhauls, which I think are kind of stupid. Like get rid of the police, like all housing needs to be public housing, expropriate companies, stock, give it to employees. Like most of that shit is just fantastical. I don't care.
Right. And so, what do you think the more progressive, like you guys, the more liberal, traditional liberals might propose ideas or policies that are more about small incremental changes? Do you feel like they actually do that often and they talk about these things? Because maybe I'm seeing these things from the outside, I'm not hearing it enough, but I don't feel like I hear them speak about these issues as often or with as much interest in finding solutions to them. But I could be wrong. Do you feel like my perception is inaccurate?
I feel like liberals have lots of solutions that they want to implement, and they do try, but the problem is conservatives in the United States have become unmanageable from 2008 onwards, to where they like explicitly state like our only job in office is to obstruct and fuck you over, because we don't want to give you any political wins. We don't want you guys to have good policies passing when a Democrat is the president, because why the fuck would we do that? So like McConnell has explicitly stated his job was to obstruct Obama for both terms. Like he didn't. We have in the United States, we've got like our Supreme Court picks. Obama didn't get his, which he should have, which is an express thing that the president of our country can do. He can choose like the highest judges, and they didn't even let him do it, which is crazy for the first time in U.S. history. So you've got that conservatives are highly obstructionist, and then there's the problem that when conservatives are in power, they don't seem to get much done either. Like under Trump, they didn't really get anything done at all. So even when they're in power, they don't do much. So we have this kind of weird cancer that is slowly kind of like weeding itself out right now. We'll see where they end up in a couple of years, but it's making it really hard to do much.
Right. I guess from the outset, it looks like the liberals are not trying to make any positive change. And you're essentially saying, no, they are, but the conservatives are just stopping them from doing so and doing so very efficiently.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm gathering?
Basically, yeah. Yeah, and conservatives, like, if you look at the discourse in the United States, like, conservatives are just obsessed with the dumbest shit right now. Like, conservatives are talking about trans people all the time, groomers, like, that's, like, all their conversation are these, like, niche fucking stupid social issues, CRT, schools, and there's not anything having to do with, like, the economy or, like, any, like, real policies that we can talk about. It's just really annoying.
I mean, hey, that shit's efficient. The cultural war stuff definitely wins them votes.
Yeah, but if they
require them to make any real substantial change. So for the average person who already feels like apathetic to like the political system, they hear them talking about stuff and actually like, implementing real change in those areas that are irrelevant to their quality of life, and it's a double win. They don't even have to decrease your taxes. They don't have to do none of that. They can just talk about stopping like 0.1% of people from doing something stupid, and that's a win for them politically.
Yeah, I know, but it just sucks because they don't do anything with it. But yeah.
What's that?
It just sucks because they don't do anything. Like, it's just annoying, I guess. But like, I can't even debate. Like right now, like if I want to debate a conservative, I can't debate them on like policy or anything, because they just want to talk about like, you know, critical race theory and like LGBT groomers and like just like the dumbest shit in the world, and how much I guess like arguing how deep they could take Trump into their throat or some shit. Like there's just nothing to talk about.
But so you've chastised the socialist types because they want to just create revolution, change the system. But it actually sounds like the system you're describing is kind of broken in that the conservatives are not just doing this because they hate trans people. They don't care. It's politically expedient to do this because one, they don't have to make any substantial change and ruin their bottom line, and two, they win the voters. So for them within this system, it actually benefits their bottom line and their financial status to engage in this kind of behavior. And so doesn't that speak to the fact that the system in some ways is a bit broken, that they're incentivized to make as little change as possible, or at least like real tangible changes in the lives of the average person? Doesn't that mean that the system in some ways is kind of busted?
Nope, the system's working perfectly as intended, but the problem is the people are broken right now. That's the issue. Like, it's expressing the will of the people, and right now the will of the people is historically fucking divided. That's the issue. Like, if you've got a bunch of people, that fucking hate everything and they just want to obstruct and they don't give a fuck about policy, then yeah, that's what the government's doing right now, essentially. That's what the Republicans are representing. I think the system is working perfectly. It just sucks that it's a democratic system where the people that are being represented have, like, shitty ideas right now.
Okay. I think this is probably where we're going to separate.
Okay.
I feel like the system is working perfectly.
Yeah.
Just the people who are using the system are broken.
because
yes.
they're appealing to what the masses want.
Yes, and the problem isn't appealing to what the masses want. You should appeal to what the masses want because it's democracy. The problem is what the masses want right now is fucked.
Yeah, but see, I don't believe that. So this is the whole like the chicken and the egg thing. You believe that they're doing this because the masses wanted it, therefore. But that isn't true. We actually see in large mass how media really influences talking points socially, and how the hyperfixation on certain media companies or whatever it might be to engage in certain issues actually drives a lot of the public discourse. I don't think it just happens like, oh, people grassroots on Twitter start talking about things and then politicians follow suit. I don't believe that. I think it's a mixture of those two things. You don't think so, or no?
It's a feedback loop. Like, yeah, media can push us in a certain direction, but also people want to see that type of media. People don't want to see like educational, well-informed, like thoughtful media. They want to see like the hyper-partisan shit. That's what people like.
Okay, let's actually take 2 steps back. Let's say I agree with you. Let's say I agree with you that this is what the people want, and so as a result, we're getting this broken world or whatever it might be. What do you think makes Americans so substantially different that they're more concerned with this culture war nonsense than other things? Are Americans just born differently? Well, what is it?
I don't think Americans are unique there. I think it's well, yeah, actually, wait. I will say that America is pretty unique. And then we had a unique leader, Donald Trump, that like set things off in a very particular direction. Like he toxified a lot of the conservative party as well. Yeah. But one of the big tenets of Americanism, if that's a word,
Americanism,
exceptionalism, is we hate government, and a lot of American political thought is kind of stems from this fundamental distrust and hatred we have of the government. And our conservative party expresses that really well, and our liberal party fights amongst itself about it. And I think that's pretty unique to the United States that European countries don't really have to deal with. You don't have in Europe. You don't have. You're getting a little bit of it, kind of, sort of recently, but not even as much. In America, we just hate our government. The conservatives, absolutely so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a weird world to be in.
So you're saying this is what the people want, and it is what it is, so we just got to deal with it. Because you can't really change what the people want other than like.
Well, you can.
I think you can. I think you can change it. Yeah, we should.
Okay, so how do you change what the people want? If you're saying the people want the system, they want to talk about critical race theory and all this other stuff, how do you change that? And the system is playing into it because based off what the people are saying they want, the system is creating this great feedback loop that buys into their outrage and all this stuff. How do you fix it?
Well, I mean, from my end, the thing that I try to do is what I say is that like liberals, people on the left, just need to get better at their messaging. They need to make a better effort to communicate things to people that disagree with them politically, and then do a better job at selling their ideas to the other side instead of just assuming that they're self-evidently correct and then being, condescending and chastising everybody.
So you just think that if they get better with their messaging, that'll get to the people, and they're going to want to talk about serious issues?
I hope so. That's the specific area that I lean in on. There's probably other improvements that can be made in other people's areas as well, but.
Okay. All right. Well, then I think I'll just accept that answer. It's pretty. Apparently, Cynthia G's talking about you. She's saying that you are a white man.
Yeah, I got so many black women that are fucking DMing me and like standing the fuck out of me because I told you about that one weird debate I was on with the angry man, where like 2 other black guys came in, and for some reason, like an hour into this, it just became a slugfest of them like shitting on black women for causing all the problems in the black community. It's just like a really weird fucking debate to be in, yeah. But I had all my Aunt Alicia talking points, so I was like ready for the conversation.
You know, both sides of the aisle are so fucking cringe. The fact that these guys constantly come online, just like, I don't know why. This is one of the most cringy things about black folks. They just feel like they gotta talk about all their problems publicly. Everything gotta be like, well, you bitches did this. Like, yo, talk with each other offline. Like, why y'all gotta be messy online? And why is the discourse even happening this loudly and this like disrespectfully all the time? I just find it so absolutely cringe. And so sometimes people send me links of like, do you heard what this person said about black people? I'm like, bro, I already said this shit's whack. I'm not gonna say it 100 times and have to constantly air it. I find it really. I don't know. It just gives me such a like disappointed feeling when I see them going so loudly at each other all the fucking time with the most extreme language. Like, forget who's right and who's wrong. Think about the mental psychological harm you're seeing of constantly seeing people from your own community loudly getting online to disrespect you. Like, imagine you're in a one-on-one relationship with somebody, okay? And your partner's airing out your problems publicly all day long. That's just what they do. They like, oh, my girlfriend's this and that. That psychologically fucks you up. And black people are so beholden to the community in a lot of ways because we feel like we're like almost guilted into talk about it all the time. That
it's kind of similar. Like every time I see these people say this stuff, I'm like, do you not realize you guys are just fucking people up, and this doesn't need to be a conversation that you have online all the time? But unfortunately, they profit from it. They make money from it. So there's like a financial incentive to engage in this kind of vitriolic behavior. And I don't think these conversations are productive. In fact, the more that I see them pass on, the more the vitriol continues to foment, and just, I don't know. It
yeah,
really
that's kind of the. Yeah, I was gonna say that's kind of the issue that it feels like, where for at least the black community in the United States, at least online, there's this like huge feedback loop where you get black guys that are brought up in single mom families that are basically told their entire lives that black men are horrible fucking people because of the experience that their moms had. And then these guys grow up and then they fucking hate black women because of the experience that they had. And they come on and they see like issues in like black women communities, which they have issues, and then they start like blaming black women for all of the problems because that's the experience they grew up with, is being like told that they're shit their entire lives. And then black women will look at black men and they see like incarceration rates, they see a bunch of excuses made for systemic racism and all of that shit, and then how many single black moms there have that have been walked out by their single black fathers, and then they shit on black men. And basically both sides are just ready to, like, it's funny because like the black women that I've spoken to, the hardcore ones, are like, we need to divest, okay, abort black male babies and only date non-black men. And then the 3 black guys that I was on that panel with were basically saying, because what I said was, I thought that I was making a good point, and I didn't expect them to agree with me, but it was like, with the way that black women and black men talk about each other, you guys sound like you all want to veer off and just have the black community completely like get absorbed into the other communities. And all 3 of them in lockstep agreed. They were like, yes, the black community needs to be destroyed. It's fucking horrible. Black women should go date other people. Black men should go date other people. I'm like, okay, well, holy shit.
So
Yeah.
that isn't entirely true for 2 reasons. One, the kind of people who would be open to talking to you agree with that. There's plenty of people who engage in some form of Pan-Africanism or loyalty to black folks who wouldn't feel comfortable talking to you. The people who are most likely going to be talking to you are the ones who are already thinking about leaving that community or dating outside or have the most negative things to say.
Sure.
There's plenty of people who don't lie in that role. But there's a selection bias, right? Who's going to come and debate Destiny on black issues? Like,
well, to be clear,
most of the guys who really believe in these causes are similar to Fanatic in that they don't like the idea of coming on your platform to talk about it. And I understand why. It looks really messy. It looks kind of stupid to have a bunch of black folks yelling at each other and I'm not coming at you for this, on a white news platform. It is what it is. And so there's a selection bias there. So when you're saying like black men feel like this, and but that's just not the truth. It's just the people that you're having on are going to talk to that extreme.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it's not even the people that are just on my platform. It's like the black communities having these conversations even off my platform on their own shit. Like, I didn't realize how big all that Cynthia G shit is. Apparently she's going over our debate now, and like this whole divester like female community. When I had that conversation with the Anchorman or whatever, I got like 15 to 20 different black women in my Instagram DM saying like, oh yeah, this is so good, like hold black men accountable, blah blah. And I was like, holy shit. I think if you go and look at my YouTube video, I think like half the like top 50 comments are all black women that are saying like, yeah, fuck these black men, fuck BMBW is what they call each other, fuck these BMs,
because
like,
you're
blah,
their
blah, blah.
Candace Owens. You're their Candace Owens.
No, yeah, I understand. I'm just saying that like these are huge conversations that are happening online, irrespective of
Like,
my
it's definitely
community.
a
Where like
cultural
all these red pill
phenomenon.
black dudes are shitting on black women, even in their own communities. All these black women are saying fuck black men in their own communities. And I understand there might be selection bias that comes onto my shit, but it seems like these are conversations that are happening online, irrespective of if it's on my stream or not. Like, yeah.
This is akin to the whole people talking about the black conservative movement is huge. It's like, no, it's not. Yes, there's a bunch of black creators online who do all this talking and all this stuff. The overwhelmingly
What do you think
most
Fresh
folks
and
still
Fit
vote
is?
left, even though they have certain values. Like, irrespective of how many black creators come out and are loud and you're having these conversations, I don't believe it's as rampant as people believe. But it is an online community. My issue, and I think what is making this issue seem larger than it actually is that I think black folks are the only community I see that, even though they have issues within each other, they're the only ones who take it online as much as possible. Asians have their own issues within their own cultural communities. Same thing with Latinos. But they don't do it nearly as often and as loudly, and they certainly don't do it in English. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sure
Just 'cause
I
they don't
was an
have-
Asian
we don't
person
hear
living
this
in
much
Asia. I
because we don't
probably
have the
hear
cultural
about
representation.
cultural issues.
But
all
the
the
African
time.
American community is huge, and everything's
But
American
I don't know,
centered.
just in an American
So-
context, it just seems like black folks are the only ones who do it this intensely. It's just, and I think that's what's making the issue seem larger than it actually is.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Maybe, yeah.
1 second.
So many. Finally living up to the Destiny name, guys. Oh, Jesus. I didn't even know this got posted to... Oh man. Jesus Christ.
Fuck, I was gonna jump on Akshan, but fucked it up. And Alessandra's dead too. God damn it.
Like anytime they use the abbreviations BM or BW for black man or black woman, and then the phrase dusty, I think that usually is coming from those communities. I think.
Dusty.
Okay, he's gone longer than I thought he would be. I got a quick one for you.
What's up?
Ready?
Yeah.
So, when I keep listening to like Myron and the way he talks about the red pill and stuff, it seems like they kind of want to be slaves to their biological impulses, or they use biological impulses to justify the behaviors.
That one, yes.
And it doesn't make sense to me as an argument because like what is so unique about humans is that we have a really strong ability to resist those urges and like operate in like the opposite direction for better outcomes.
Okay.
All the like quote unquote great people in history are people that I think are the furthest from giving into their biological impulses. Like the big one obviously is Jesus, but he's part God, or is God, sorry, 100% God. And then even when we're talking about great men throughout history, like JFK,
Yeah, that's so funny.
let's see, like George Washington,
they're all
Abraham
there, God damn
Lincoln.
it.
These are all people that
I
like
just
did
wanna
things
mindlessly
that
push.
I think you could probably argue go against biological impulse. Like cooler heads will prevail is kind of like a big trend of that one, and I think that's something we admire as a society. Do you think that's like a legitimate line of criticism against like red pill ideology? Is that like we should be giving into biological impulses, we should be fighting them?
Maybe a little bit, but I mean, I think they're just going to try to weasel around and say there's some biological impulses we can fight, but there's others that we have to give into. So, like, for instance, like, we might fight the biological impulse to, like, steal from our neighbor, but we're not going to fight the biological impulse to eat food. It's probably right.
I think that's good, but I think you like even counter that one with like, we're biologically impulsed to eat lots of sugar, but that's obviously bad for us, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't
Like-
know. You could try it against them. I don't know what they'd say.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna die. My cough is getting worse again.
Jesus.
Um,
You said you never had COVID initially, right?
never.
Weird. Well,
Was it
Yo,
gonna?
yo, Destiny,
Okay, he's back.
have you received these emails? And I'm curious how you handle them. We're receiving emails from women, and like, you know when you see those articles about people talking about like, yo, Andrew Tate has radicalized my son or my boyfriend and stuff. I've been receiving emails from women sending me like pictures of themselves getting their ass beat by their boyfriend who like listens to Andrew Tate stuff. And I'm not
Jesus.
making him I'm not making him responsible or beholden to that. But it's just been like this uptick of people like, oh yes, watch his Fresh Fit and all this stuff. I'm curious, have you received any messages or DMs like that?
I have gotten messages from women that talk about how depressing it is that the Andrew Tate stuff is like so popular. That, and this is kind of weird. Maybe this is just crazy, or maybe it's more popular than I realized. Because I always assume stuff on the internet is a little bit more internet maybe than it actually is, even though a lot of it's like in real life. I get a lot of women saying things that like they're paranoid when they're talking to guys that these guys have been listening to Andrew Tate. That it's gotten that level of like paranoia. I don't know how many people. I've only had 2 women tell me that. Maybe it's not a widespread thing. Maybe it's becoming a widespread thing. Like I'm not sure, but yeah.
Yeah, I had one girl. She was telling me that they were repeating verbatim a lot of
Yikes!
stuff.
Yikes!
They were saying like because she's a single mom,
Yikes.
she's washed,
Yikes.
and that she just should accept whatever he gives her. I was like, wait,
Yeah,
do
stop
people are
fighting.
saying this to people in real life, like
Yeah.
after hearing on the podcast? And yeah, I just didn't know if you were getting any people who haven't lived experience like that, or if they were just complaining or is depressed by the fact that this stuff is popular. Are you just receiving that kind of talk?
No, that they hear it in real life and that they're paranoid that every guy is listening to it and believes it.
Do you think that the response from the schools saying they're trying to, because they're hearing these boys repeat a lot of this stuff at school, do you think that the response from the schools is sensible?
The thing is that like by the time you're at school, you're kind of fucked. Like, what is a school realistically gonna do? Like for shit that they're getting in the household.
Yeah, who would you listen to? Charismatic Andrew Tate or some fucking teacher who looks like a dweeb telling you.
Yeah, or even just like by the time like kids are saying it in school, like that shit's already like fucking sailed, you know?
Yeah, they can't
You know,
control the culture.
like there's not much. I mean, you can fight a little bit against it, but if they're getting stuff like that in the household and everything, like the teachers aren't gonna have much sway at that point.
Yeah. I know you did the Tate debate, which you thought was rather boring. Did you have any of these conversations about his guilt or anything like that with the Red Pill folks in person?
No, not in person, but after the research I've done, even if he gets an innocent conviction, or not, I shouldn't say innocent. You don't get an innocent conviction. Even if there's not enough evidence to like bring charges or whatever, that dude is a pimp, 100%. Like I feel pretty confident saying that he's a pimp. He managed. Yeah.
Did you censor yourself, or because you just cut out? What did you say?
He's a pimp, 100%. Yeah.
Okay. Some people are gonna say this because they don't know.
Mhm.
What's wrong with being a pimp? Well, is that illegal?
I guess theoretically you could pimp ethically, but the problem is I think he trafficked the fuck out of the women that are involved in his business. He basically seduces them, lies to them, brings them to a certain place, and then he uses a lot of like pretty sophisticated forms of social deception in order to kind of like lock them into a lifestyle that they probably would have never chosen otherwise. And at the same time, he's stealing from all of them as he does it. So.
Was he going for young women? Was you confirmed?
Very young women, yeah. There was that, him and Tristan bombarded like 15, 16-year-old high schoolers in Romania with messages and shit to try to shut him out. That one daughter of that Romanian politician leaked some of the messages that he was sending in.
And you've discovered this, you've confirmed all these things, or this is just like here?
Yeah, this isn't even like the Vox people said this, blah, blah. These are all like text messages I've seen. These are things that he said himself. Well, the only possible way that what I'm saying is not true is if like people are faking evidence and shit. But based on the evidence I'm going on, that's pretty unlikely. A lot of this is just stuff that Andrew Tate himself has described too. Like he talks and he describes his pimping business. But yeah.
And how did you react to the people who are saying stuff such as, oh, well, you know, they weren't locked to a boiler, or they didn't have any handcuffs? How did you have that conversation with them? Because I think I heard you in that debate
If I'm going to debate with someone, it's going to be over the law. Like, for people that say stupid shit like that, like, they're so far gone, I would have to work so hard to build any bridge to get them to understand that you don't have to, like, lock someone physically in a room and hold a gun to their head for it to be, like, a form of slavery. But I don't know. Yeah.
Are you going to do this debate with other people in person anytime soon?
If anybody wants to, yeah. Especially now that I have so much more information about it. I feel like it's going to be a fucking steamroll. It's unbelievable. Like, it's not even like a close, like, it's not like a hard debate. Like, it's pretty obvious with all the shit that he's got out there. Like, he refers to his main girl as one of his bottom bitches. He uses the phrase. Like, and then he talks about how he uses her to deceive other women that he gets to fall in love with. Like, he lays it all out, like, really clearly. It's not even that, it's not even like that, like, hidden. Like, he's pretty open about all of it.
I'm actually, I hope you said that. I hope you ask people and be like, yo, you guys want to have this conversation, be it with Sneeko or any of the dudes who are out here defending him actively. I'd be curious to see what they would say if confronted with the evidence that you show that is real. Other than it's a deep fake, it's AI, because I heard some grown-ass adults say that, which made me cringe incredibly hard. So I'm curious to see what they would say to that. You should probably just try to go ahead and set it up, Box.
Yeah. It's actually really funny. In one of Andrew Tate's videos for, like, coaching how to pick up women, he actually explicitly says that, like, one of the things I like to do with women is I tend to send a lot of voice memos instead of texting them. I send voice notes to them because it makes them feel special, so that's like a habit I'm into. And that was funny because for the WhatsApp thing, I actually was thinking, like, why the fuck would you send, like, voice messages to someone saying this shit? But then in other videos during my research, like, oh, he actually sends voice memos to people pretty often. So that was interesting hearing him corroborate that thing that seemed unlikely initially to me. Yeah.
I mean, I use WhatsApp. Voice messages are incredibly convenient. Most people who message me end up sending me voice messages at some point or another, pretty often. Like, you sometimes have whole conversations that way.
Interesting.
And if you're a busy ass person, texting is not convenient. You just grab your phone, you hit the button as you're moving, and you just say stuff. So voice messages are actually really common to say that. And yeah, to me, I don't know why people thought that shit was fake. It actually sounded super real to me because you would actually hear the background of televisions in the back while he was saying certain things.
Yeah, people
Generally,
Go ahead. I was
Yeah,
people
yeah,
were
so
hard
people fake
coping
it,
on
they
that,
won't do
like,
that.
oh, I can clearly tell it's fake. I can actually tell there's a deep fake. It's like, motherfucker, shut the fuck up. Yeah.
Yeah. This is probably the more
I'll push
interesting
it all
side
the way
of the
top,
Red
so
Pill
everybody's
whole
dead.
thing, because of the fact that you're seeing people engage in like cognitive dissonance when it comes to everything that's coming out, and engaging in such defense of a man that they would never, like, the amount of charity and like good faith, quote unquote, that they're showing him, they would never show to a woman accused of half as much.
Yeah.
And so it's bizarre watching people who don't know him, have no personal relationship with him, sometimes go to such lengths to defend him in such illogical ways. And it really does expose something like kind of weird about it. It's made me, I don't know, I guess I was a bit surprised by how hard they've been going on his defense, despite not knowing him personally. And so I think that just made me feel like, before I used to think a lot of these people were just out to make money. Now I'm pretty much convinced that all of this is just like a grift for that.
What do you think is a great
I have to believe that. If you go after women saying, oh, you guys don't have logic, this and that, and you bring your studies and all these other things, and then when confronted with evidence, your response is, it's AI.
Yeah.
It's artificial intelligence. Like, how do I not look at you different? You know what I'm saying? That's probably been, I think, yeah, that's probably been the biggest change. What about you? Has there been any change from you and your perspective of the Red Pill after this?
Okay.
I don't think it's a grift. I think they all legitimately believe it. But I think they're emotional, like everybody is. You've got your guy, you really like him, you want to defend him, so people get emotional of it. And then they use their inner feelings instead of like being logical.
Wait, are you saying men can be just as emotional as women?
Yeah, go figure. How crazy is that, huh? Like I said, I always wish I could like lock some of these people in a room and present a whole bunch of evidence for what's going on. But instead of Andrew Tate, it's Hunter Biden that was recorded saying this shit. And then at the very end, I could reveal, like, after getting their feelings on it, what do you feel that Hunter Biden said, he likes to make women fall in love and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, that's the worst fucking thing in the world. How could you ever, blah, 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 blah. And then, like, reveal, like, actually it was this conservative guy that said Andrew Tate,
Yo, forget your fucking, that whole change my mind series, forget that. You should go to one of those Andrew Tate rallies and then literally record yourself talking to people and then saying, this is stuff that Hunter Biden said. You think he's guilty? And then fucking flip it and just say, actually, no, Andrew Tate said that.
Yeah.
I would pay money to watch that.
It's super sad. I've only done that type of setup once in my life. It was when I was debating Fuentes over whether or not like black people or Mexicans could integrate to the United States. And I think I read a quote from some race realist, and it was basically like describing like Hispanic people have their own culture. They've come here together and formed their own enclaves, and because of the way that they live in their environment and work with their own and speak their own languages, they'll never integrate, blah, blah, blah. And I read on the corner, I was like, do you roughly agree with this position? And he's like, yeah, 100% I agree with it. Like, this is the truest thing I've ever heard, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, well, this is like a quote from somebody else describing Italians when they came over in the United States, and obviously nobody thinks that they're not, right? So it was kind of funny to pull that, but... Yeah, I think people are going to be really biased towards. Everybody's like very ideologically poisoned. Like that's it. That's like where most of their opinions come from. Like, is this my guy? Yes, I support it. Is it not my guy? Then no, I don't. And I'm going to backwards rationale whatever the fuck I have to in order to get to that position. And it's just really silly.
This is the bot programming that you've fallen under.
Yep.
I could see the feminist brainwashing that's lead you to believe that a righteous, God-fearing man would engage in this kind of behavior. And you have to believe that because you believe in Satan.
True and based.
I wish I could do that. Every time I disagree with someone, just call them a bot in feminist program.
I will say I think he laughed a little because he might have realized he was like really ridiculous what he's saying. But it was funny because Sneeko was like, I think when I was on a stream with Pixie and Aaron, Sneeko was like, I can tell just by this that you probably got the vax, you probably did that, blah, 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 because you're a bot. And as soon as he said that, I was like, okay, well, hold on. I can listen to like 2 things a Red Pillar says, and I can probably guess that they're like pro-Trump, anti-Ukraine war, anti-vaccination, anti-blah, blah, blah. And I read off like 10 positions, and he was like, and he said, well, that's different because those things are all true. but he laughed a little bit when he said, I was like, you realize how fucking dumb you sound, right? That this is like, you are a bot, like just as much in. But I don't know if he laughed because it was awkward or because he realized it was a little ridiculous what he was saying, but like, yeah, that was funny. I've heard people say that before where I'll say like, but don't you believe this, and they're like, yeah, but those are all true. And I was like, yeah, doesn't everybody think that?
Yeah, my favorite, I think, was when you were talking to him and Pearly, and they were like, people's personal experiences matter, and like, because enough people believe it, then that's great, and that's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you got to talk to people. That's the real data. And you're like, well, what if 10,000 people believed that the Earth was flat? Would you believe it? And it was like a giant pause, and they just never came up with an answer to that. And I thought that was so telling.
Yeah.
They'll do this whole thing where it's like, oh, this is a popular belief, therefore it's true. And I thought your counter was like very eloquently put. It was like, just because a lot of people believe it doesn't necessarily make it true.
Yeah.
And then you hit that. How did you find debating the two of them? Did you enjoy that process? Did you feel like you handedly dismantled a lot of the ideas that they had to the general neutral public?
I think Sneako's more fun because he's a bit more honest and conversationally adept. I don't like the Just Pearly thing tactic of being like, oh, I don't know, I'm just asking questions and I don't have any, like, at least Sneako come full out like, yeah, I believe in the fucking Matrix and that this is happening and this is blah blah blah. It's like, okay, cool. But whereas Just Pearl will do this like really obnoxious, like, I don't know, I'm just asking, I don't have any strong opinions on this at all, and here's a really pointed question and statement I'm gonna make about it. Like, that was so fucking irritating.
Wasn't she the one who said that? Yeah, have you ever watched a full Andrew Tate podcast?
Oh yeah, and then she just let it hang, and it's like, did you want to imply anything? She's like, oh no, I was just asking. I was like, okay. It was so dishonest. I didn't even engage with it after. You're so whatever, dude.
Bro, are you just not being charitable to her because she's a woman?
True. Uh-oh. Justin Roiland terminated from Rick and Morty. Yikes. Did you follow any of the shit? Sorry, this just got tweeted.
What did he do? It's okay, let me Google it while you talk about it.
So I'm gonna give you the edgy. I think my take is true, but it's a little bit edgy.
Abuse charges. Ooh.
Wait, what? I didn't hear that. Is that true?
Adult Swim cuts ties with Justin Roiland following domestic abuse charges, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I didn't know that. I had no idea about that.
2:13 p.m.
I thought that was over all the weird kind of creepy texting he did with like.
Charged with felony domestic abuse in Orange County.
Rip. Justin, felony domestic abuse. Bruce is leaving OTK. Rip.
You got a story.
OTK does not deserve black people.
Be right back.
Jesus.
I meant black people don't deserve OTK. Like, you hold on, that's how it sounds. I meant it the other way.
Yeah, I don't. Listen, whatever.
That's how I fucked up. I mean, black people stay away from OTK. Okay, you know what I meant. Okay, you know, I fucked that up.
The abuse stuff came out first? Yeah, I didn't even know that. Damn.
That's right, Morty.
Apparently, there's been news for 8 days against his ex-girlfriend.
That's right.
Yeah,
this must be pretty solid if they're charging him with. They must have like some evidence.
I hope so.
The alleged incident occurred in January 2020, and Royland was charged in May of that year. But the charges apparently went unnoticed by media outlets until NBC reported them on Thursday. So this has been ongoing before there was any media attention.
Damn.
For the last 2 years.
Ripperoni pepperoni. What are you gonna do, man? Sometimes you just gotta hit a. Never mind. You don't do that.
Tough fuck.
Don't do that.
I saw somebody's gonna make a compilation of all the fucked up things you're gonna say, and they're gonna show it to me, and they're like, defend us. And I'm like, hey.
True. See, I didn't say that though, because it wouldn't have passed the vibe check. There was a guy I've been talking to who's coaching me recently through my rhetoric, and he said, make sure it passes the vibe check. I've noticed when I introspect my behavior.
Who said that? Who said that fucking such shit?
The guy that got me unbanned from Twitter.
You're unbanned on Twitter?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Wild.
Hey! I DM'd Elon a couple while ago, so maybe that came through the pipeline late.
True. Yeah.
Hey, I'm just saying, I
absolutely.
did DM him. I DM'd him on
True.
YouTube. That shit was crazy.
Okay,
You got
okay.
unbanned on Twitter? Hey, I'm actually happy for you.
Yeah. But it's different now
How's it
because
gonna
I'm
be
like,
back?
well, because I'm cucked now, so I don't say as much. I guess it's like okay, but like I feel like I'm shackled.
Oh no, you can't be a
Hey, I'm
fucking
happy for you, man. You're getting a lot of dubs this
fucking
year.
person.
Maybe yeah. If I get unbanned from Twitch, that would be the ultimate dub, but we'll see.
Hey, man, listen, Twitter's not for you to just use it efficiently. You know what I mean? You got this. But, hey, I don't know about no vibe check, but I'm happy for you. I'm actually legitimately happy for you because I know you were really, like, cheesed by not getting unbanned. So I'm glad that you have some connections now in high places. Good, man. Look at you. So what's this vibe check? What do you got to do?
Basically, like, when I go to tweet, I try to imagine like what would it be like for like a random to describe this tweet to somebody else.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what you should do.
you definitely going to fail that vibe check.
Well, if I fail, I just don't tweet it. So that's, yeah.
Have you been doing that?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Let me go check your Twitter. I don't believe you.
I think the worst I did was I had like 2 tweets where I kind of sort of fought with a couple trans people, but it's over like xenogender shit, so I don't think most people will care. I think for the most part, it's pretty chill.
Oh, did Stardust get permabanned?
Yeah, but I think she got unbanned, so good for her. She just got unbanned, I think.
It's okay. Stardust would have been able to rebuild her 800 following very quickly.
Jesus.
Oh, okay. I see you. You out here. You out here texting Cobra, baby. Is that Cobra Tate?
Oh, initially I was doing some research in her because she was in one of the videos where Tate was like role playing aggressively, and when when she was getting hit, she has come out twice and said, "Oh, that was just role playing we do. Like that's just chill shit. Like that's not a big deal." And I was like, "Oh, cool. So this is somebody that like is exonerating Tate. It would be interesting to chat with her." But as I've done more digging, I found out that like she still like works with him, or at least she did like a year ago. So this is probably just somebody again defending their pimp. And I was like, oh fuck. But it'd still be interesting to talk with her, but I don't think she'll ever talk.
She's on Twitch a lot, bro. She's always
Yeah, I saw she was streaming like yesterday. Yeah.
Hey man, you know what I mean? Maybe we need to jump in that live stream chat. Be like, what's up? You want to talk to Destiny, my girl?
True.
You can't get banned for rating for Twitch if you're not on Twitch. You feel me?
True, actually.
I'd be curious if she'd be like ignores it. That'd be super sus.
Well, yeah, she's ignoring. She's never talking to me. Why would
you think so?
Yeah, of course not. She's just there to run defense for her boss, for her pimp, for Andrew. Why would she ever talk with me?
Yo, I just saw Crowder go on Tim Pool's thing.
Yeah, he
Bro,
did.
the way he was dodging questions was crazy. One of them asked him, "Yo, are you did you get a counter offer? Or did you put in a counter offer and then after that got rejected, that's when you exposed him?" And he kind of like dodged the question.
He's
went rambling about his like cause, and it's not about the money and But it turns out they did put in a counter offer. I think it was like for 120 million.
Well, I don't like to say he dodged questions well. That's kind of like giving an actor credit for not getting beat up on set, because that was like, I don't want to say it was scripted, but they were being so soft and easy on him. They weren't giving him any hard question at all. So of course he's dodging everything, because Tim and his friends there are not there to hold his feet to the fire at all. They're there trying to get fucking a position in his new media platform that he's going to be opening.
I don't know. I just can't. Maybe it's me. I think the craziest thing about the whole thing was him recording the call. Is it just me? Is that not crazy?
No, I don't think recording the call is a big deal. If somebody's actually like yeah, but you're talking to the fucking master call recorder over here. If somebody's really trying to fuck you over or some shit, I think it's okay. But my problem wasn't that he recorded the call. My problem is that he set him up on the call. That was wild. Because on that call, he's like, it's not like, okay, how do we feel about this term? How do we feel about this, like, fee, blah, blah. It was like, don't you agree that we need to do everything that we can to help the conservative movement? And the guy on the other line is like, yeah, but I mean, like, this kind of how we do our, contracts. And it's like, but shouldn't we protect small like, that was like Crowder. And I'm like, is anybody really buying this shit? Like, it's actually cringe as fuck. But I mean, he's, he's got people.
It was super transparent. It was super transparent.
It's obvious what he's doing. Like, this isn't for me. This is about the entire conservative movement. And it's like, okay.
This is for the little guy. Yeah.
Oh, damn. Speak of the devil, Stardust.
Hi, thank you so much for signal boosting me. I really, really appreciate it.
No worries.
I thought my life was over.
Yeah, that would suck. I don't know why Ebba is saying thank you, but yeah, no problem. I always retweet your shit.
I thought she was talking about me mentioning her on stream.
Oh no, I retweeted her stuff, and I was the sole reason why she got unbanned. So.
Oh, there is a group of people, and Destiny was definitely one of the people.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest with you, Stardust. I don't know you well enough to retweet anything.
That's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to.
Well, I'm glad you got Destiny in your corner. I love that.
I appreciate.
And I only got 800 people on Twitter, so I wouldn't be able to appreciate it.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. I really do. I see you guys are talking about Steven Crowder and him probably making his own little media thing, his own little streamer site.
Yeah, we were talking about the call, bro. The call really. Here's what I think was weird about it. I've had a lot of negotiations with people before. When you start recording a call on a non-binding term sheet that early into negotiation, that's why it's sus.
Yeah.
This isn't like they gave him a final offer. This isn't like they were, going through some kind of non-compete and this guy was getting fucked over. This is a non-binding thing for a company you can choose to join or not, and that's it. If you are recording that call, you're already coming in tremendous bad faith, because it's not like there was anything so egregious in that contract itself that it warranted that. If it was a slave contract, if it said like you needed to fuck children, like I would understand, okay? But that's not what this was. It wasn't a great contract in some degree. You can make the argument if you believe it, that's fine. But it wasn't so egregious that required you to record it for potential use later. That's sus to me.
Yeah, you could tell. And he'd already registered that domain like a few weeks, I think, before recording that final call. So you knew he was like up to this fucking his dumb shit. But it was so funny how people are acting like the Daily Wire, that contract was so fucking horrible and blah, 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 when it was just an initial term sheet where there hadn't even been like serious back and forths yet. Yeah, whatever. It's stupid.
Look, I think he just tried to position them as some kind of industry or
trying to whack out the competition, but he can't.
Establishment
type
of organization, and the anti-establishment folks are always going to side with Crowder on this because they're like, I'm not against the establishment. If that's what they are, then I'm against them. But me listening to the terms, it didn't sound that crazy. And again, which I think is the most important part of this whole thing, you can go through the negotiation process and try to fix a bunch of stuff. So that's why it seems so disingenuous to me hearing them talk. And then I don't know. I would feel so fucking peeved if I was on a private
knew
call
I could
with
take
somebody.
that.
Yeah.
And then I later found out they recorded the whole thing to do some kind of expose afterwards. Especially if I really wasn't trying to fuck them over.
Exactly, yeah. And there was nothing even bad released on that call. He didn't say anything egregious or.
He knew though. It seems like Jeremy had like kind of an inkling, like that. This is a little bit weird. I think he's recording me, and he even said like there was a phone call we had in his response video when he was going through the entire contract. So I think he had a feeling that.
I don't even know if he had a feeling. I think that that's probably just normally how he speaks. Like they're gonna be respectful. Oh, there's so many like obvious things if you're in industry, and there are so many not obvious things if you're out of it. Like if you're out of it, like here's a general thing that people believe. people generally believe that everybody who's trying to draw a contract up is gonna fuck you over and they're gonna ruin your life and they want to fucking be hardcore business, blah 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 blah. When it comes to in-industry stuff for top talent, you're not trying to fuck them over. You're gonna be competitive with talent, but you want them to like you. These relationships are really important. You're not gonna reach out to arguably one of the most popular conservative creators and try to fuck him hard on some ultra exploitative contract. These are people like these are the types of contracts that could potentially get renegotiated mid-term if they're like if people are really unhappy with the terms and conditions, depending on what's going on. Nobody's trying to like slide some weird fucking condition under the fucking rug and fuck you over, because then you're not gonna like working for them. You're not gonna have a good impression of them. The content's gonna suck, and like everybody's gonna walk away feeling like shit. That's just not how these things go. But yeah, Crowder has this like designed this message that like the Daily Wire was trying to like do some crazy underrated shit. Like, why the fuck would they do that? It's so stupid.
I've seen, okay, so I've worked with companies who've tried to offer me bad contracts and promptly rejected.
Yeah.
We don't like this contract, it's not great. And we've talked about industry standards before. We never mentioned the company in hand. We didn't mention any of this stuff. We just talked about it. This same company, years later, came back to us, which is offers that were substantially more than what we thought we could get on the market at the time. And we only managed to get that because we maintained good business relationships with them. To me, it's such a poor business move.
Yeah.
To engage in that.
Especially with your A-list talent, yeah.
Yes, and then also to do so publicly, because any other company who's not looking to work with you is looking at your behavior and the way that you engaged in it shadily and saying, they're going to be reluctant to do so to some degree, or if they do so, there's going to be a lot of red tape involved. So you're giving yourself a bad name. I know for me, I'd actually heard good things about Crowder in terms of how he treats his employees, because I know people who've worked for him or wrote for him, and they said, yeah, he pays me on time. There hasn't been any issues. Great. But then I see this stuff, and I'm like, damn, business-wise, maybe he's not the most ethical person when it comes to handling some of this stuff. So I just think it's just bad overall from a business standpoint, period. Not even talk about like the people involved in the Daily Wire. It's like, this is not the way you want to do business publicly. And I hope his big con thing works. It's a great money move. Maybe he has no intentions of ever working with big companies in the future, and he just wants to extract as much resources. But if it's not the case, I think he's really, in the long run, done a lot of damage to himself.
Yeah, fuck him. I like the idea of other platforms succeeding, but I don't want to see him get rewarded for this type of shitty fucking behavior, for this like shady fucking bullshit. I think it's really insane. But yeah.
It does seem like a lot of conservatives. Where have you seen the public reaction in terms of actual conservative creators lie? Do you think most of them?
I don't know. I don't actually have my pulse on like the conservative community as much, but I feel like in general, Crowder represents the anti-establishment kind of like far right, not ultra far right, but far right people, and Shapiro is a bit more of the like mainstream like center position Republican. So my guess is the battle lines are probably going to be drawn exactly on those lines.
I actually have been really surprised, just what I've seen on Twitter from conservatives that I follow, and what I've seen in like Twitter spaces has generally been pro-Crowder, and I'm really, really surprised by it because I thought it was very transparent what he was doing.
Well, don't you generally follow like farther right conservatives though?
No, I follow some more moderate ones as well, but I mean they are anti-establishment as well, so it might have to do with that.
Yeah, because my guess is going to be that like every like normal moderate kind of Republican person is going to be siding with Shapiro, and everyone that's not is going to be siding with Crowder, the more far right ones. That'd be my guess. But
yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be. I think it might actually hurt Daily Wire. I hope it doesn't, but.
I agree. I actually agree with you. I agree with Stardust. I think it's going to benefit Crowder. I think he's going to get a double pass.
Well, yeah, I think. Well, yeah, because his position to like. Yeah, it looks crazy if you don't know anything about these contracts. That's why I said initially that's the most annoying part, is that especially when people like fucking Tim Pool are willing to simp and run defense for him, or Rekieta are willing to run defense for him, it makes his position seem way more reasonable when it's not. It's untenable.
Can I just say, do you guys know that Ian guy on Timcast? I hate that guy.
Is he like the hippie dude?
He's the hippie dude. Yeah, he's the one with the long hair, and every time he speaks, I wish that he never had a mouth. I wish he was born without a mouth.
Jesus.
I mean, he seems to be really concerned with like the globalist agenda, and that's what he wants to talk about all the time.
I'll take it to buy him the farm.
At least he's on brand. I think it's Ian.
Oh, sure.
The guy with the long hair.
Yeah, the guy with the long hair.
Yeah. He's the one who's always like, let's just talk about the
I'll
globalists.
take that
It's
every
kind
time,
of
actually.
Sometimes he brings on certain guests and they want to talk about other stuff, and he's like, can we just talk about the globalists?
Yes.
I like that he stays on brand, but yeah. I don't watch enough about it. Anyways, I'm gonna go spend time with family. Always a good chat, brother, man. And yeah, I would love to, if you ever come up with other stuff that you think would marginally improve the everyday life of people in terms of like policy stuff and things like that. I'd love to hear more about that. Because I think what you said today was pretty insightful in terms of like the apartment complexes and zoning and things like that. And yeah, I don't know. I just I wish that, politically speaking, I wish that other leftists were as loud about everyday issues for people as I see socialists be.
Sure.
So,
No.
all right.
I love you. Be careful, babe.
Yeah. Stardust, welcome back. And,
Thank you so much. See you.
Hi, what's up?
Oh, not much. I really came in just to thank you and all of that. I'll get going now. I don't really have much more to say.
Okay.
So.
Well, no problem. Glad you made it back. Congratulations. Be
Thank
careful.
you, thank you. If you ever want to talk about like, you know, conservative stuff, or I like to like keep my finger on the pulse with that stuff. So you know, hit me up
Okay.
or something.
Sure thing. Be careful.
See ya.
Bye.
Hello.
What?
All right, if you sat Sneaker down and you like drilled them through like a basic philosophy course where he learned about like logical fallacies and stuff, do you think that by the end of it he could identify his own?
I don't know. I'm not sure. My suggestion, my thing that would be really fun is a Psych 101 and a Philosophy 101 thing. If somebody, I feel like there's no way anybody could go through those courses with an open mind and come out the other end like trusting in their self and believing everything that they've heard that's like crazy. Like I feel like you have to be more self-critical after those two things. But who knows? Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just built different.
I need Bork. Now I got
know.
Bork.
That's my impression too. But I don't know if he would dismiss it as bot ideology.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, that's all I got. Bye. Have a good stream.
Be careful.
Okay, Kindred.
Okay, I've officially resigned from the OTK. Thank you for everything. Damn.
That's right, Morty. I fucked all of them. I fucked all of the girls. Some of them were 15. Some of them were 16. I'm gonna get away with it all. I'm gonna get away with all of it.
What the fuck?
That's right, Morty.
Oh, that's just an Ruin thing.
Investigator exposed his XQC and Adept's divorce documents and restraining order. Holy shit. I'm gonna refresh this and it's not gonna work. Oh, base, it did work. Also has ended association.
It's fine, I can salvage it. I need to get lucky here though that they don't spawn
Grabbing.
right now.
Oh no. He's not gonna. Oh, he ran out of bricks!
Shit, I did not salvage
Nah.
that. Why have you forsaken me?
Uh-oh.
Oh, I can hit escaping the lava. Don't fucking do this to me. What the fuck? Give me the fucking stick, man.
Zoomer slow rage quit like a soy.
Yeah,
Generating God.
I got $5,000 per ninja who fucked blue-faced girl who down to get on my Twitch stream breaking it down, how it happened, DNA test included, fuck Mari, big AK, finna do a paternity test for that broke-ass ninja blueface. I'm pledging $50,000 for this effort. Who got blue-faced girl pregnant? Oh, DM me. Oh, no.
Oh, God.
The ratio. When you literally have a system that will afford a woman custody 90% of the time, you can't say every single time it was the man that didn't want to be there. The men don't have a choice when you know if you go into something, you're going to lose 90% of the time.
The reason why women are awarded custody most of the time is women are usually the ones taking care of the kids.
Notice how he keeps saying they're going to lose 90% of the time, as if men are actually in courts contesting custody and then losing. You have to be filing for custody. You have to request custody to lose. This is not a lose-win argument because the men are not asking for custody. But yet he keeps saying, well, what about a system where you're going to lose? Well, no, you're not filing, so there is no lose. There's no lose-win here. And the data says that when you do, you win.
Let's go, Jack.
My choice? That's not true. That's not true.
Of course, wait, it's absolutely true.
Let me get that. You think that men and women in the black community take care of children at home equally? That it's just as likely for the woman to work and the man to work, and both of them are just as likely to be taken care of.
What I'm saying is that let me say this. First of all,
Oh, fuck me. I just skipped the
Like,
whole
I'm
thing.
just tired of.
Okay. What is this?
Crafting. Crafting. Zoomer Slolo. When Nub plays Minecraft.
Yeah, when
Banning
Bastion is...
generating God seed zero. Zoomer Slolo. Crafting.
That jump. Whoop.
Zoomers.
Oh, I think, was he trying to place the hay bale as he jumps onto the edge to make it? Yeah, he was trying to place the block.
Alright, where's Mordecai? He's probably gonna gank me.
Piglins. Does that sound like a good plan? 20 seconds.
Alright, get me out of here.
Crafting.
Also for the carrots.
Zoomer Slololiolo leveled up. Crafting. Zoomer Slololiolo back to the bog.
Now that we have it.
Crafting.
Also for the carrots.
Zoomer Slololiolo leveled up. Crafting. Zoomer Slololiolo back to the bog. Never give up.
Fucking hell. I guess Kinder didn't have R.
What happened? Why did the fucking crafting menu come up?
That was unfortunate.
Guys about girls like me, so tell me about girls like me.
Just
Humor
women
me.
in general. Like, I mean,
Well,
there's
no, but no, don't women in general, because you literally specifically said before we got on here
So off-camera
that
conversation.
you did say that you warn guys about girls like me. So now that we're face to face, what kind of girl am I?
You're not special. You're like other girls. That's the
I'm
key.
not special.
Like,
So-
you're like other women that are
So
like.
what makes you special then?
I never said I was.
What do you gain from telling girls that they're not special? How does that make you feel? I mean, I know
Are we
everything.
talking-
I know
are we-
everything is a joke, but I'm asking you a real question. So, how does it make you feel? Because if I say you're a bitch ass nigga, that does something for me, right? If I insult you, or if I tell you you're not special, you're forgettable. What does that do for me? No, but that doesn't. But that's what I'm saying. No, but I'm saying, what if I call you? If I just say that again, you're forgettable. That's why I didn't want to do you guys' podcast. Forgettable. Hate the setup. The name is underwhelming. I didn't really see the value in it. Right?
Okay,
That's how I
that's
feel. Right. But so.
Jesus. Wait, what's the response? Damn.
They just got fucking destroyed.
That you warn guys.
All right, what's going on here? Hold on, I'm fucking hungry. I'm dying. Big Ack is boxing. Fight the 10 ninjas who piped your girl. Wait, what? Is boxing just mean like fighting?
Come on. Fucking god, how is she alive? I don't know what Kendra was doing with her R.
Game, peep game. Y'all see that cop right there, right? Just zooming on that weird. For 9,500, that bringing you a phone, any type of phone you want. So I guess he a op, but the fucking business shit. Peep game. Y'all see that little chocolate bit right there? East side, 1,500. She letting you fuck. but she kind of weird though. She be putting like times on it, like only 10 minutes and like her and her weird. Anyways, the hat right there, that's the plug for McDonald's. Like, you want the Big Mac, you feel me? The McRib, I got you. You know what I'm saying? He alright, he a op though, but he go hitting it with the McDonald's. Now that is sitting next to him, he work with nigga right there. He sell you the phone. That come and take it from you, and then resell it. Now them two there, those is the straight cops, nigga.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I guess I don't know why.
What I do for a living? What do you think I do for a living driving a Honda? I'm a married man. Do you know how much her nails cost me per month? $200. Her nails. Do you know that she only eats organic? She eats organic. She drinks organic. Even her freaking makeup is organic.
Okay, sir. I think I have to go.
Yeah, no, I have to go. You know, but just to let you know, do you know that hair shampoo cost me $150? And probably it's organic. I don't know. I don't know what kind of shitty shampoo
Damn,
she's
they're
using.
all fucking there.
I'm sorry, sir.
Last week I got 2 tickets from her because she doesn't even know how to drive.
God bless
And
you,
now
sir. I
I'm
have
raising
to
a
go.
daughter that she's gonna be like her.
I have to go, sir.
It's game over for me. Game over.
God bless you. I have to go.
I'm stuck with this Honda forever.
I have to go. Men don't want to marry anymore because the risk outweighs the benefits. There's a risk.
Wait, is this just another red pill channel? I thought this was covering XQC shit. What the fuck is this? Okay. Jesus.
Career that they first of all, they don't feel appreciated by one another, but the husband starts feeling like an ATM, and the wife becomes completely focused on the children, and they tend to grow apart. So I think that's why it's the most common. That's not hate, just an observation. This will probably be my last TikTok, so see ya.
Woo! What a day. How's everybody doing? 12,000 people today. This is a very
12,000?
humbling experience, but
This guy's got 4,000 subs and he's got 12,000 viewers on his live stream? What?
we still gonna do the show as if it's 120,000 people up in here because,
I don't know what he's talking about. Never mind. I don't know.
you know, quality.
It's like a meme. Oh, is it on Rumble?
Let's go over the divorce documents first. We'll go over the divorce documents and then you guys will learn a thing or two, okay? So we're gonna go over the divorce documents. Thank you again, Dust, for your generosity. It is greatly appreciated. All right, so Duchess of York is here. One of my new mods. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. Okay, so what does this say? This was filed. You know I love a good timeline. November 14th, 2022.
I just can't split push. If I go that far up, I have to back off because they're all gonna come to me.
This matter is between Samantha Lopez and Felix, and we know that's them right there. Samantha is right here. Felix is right here, looking super duper happy, super stoked to be her, I guess, husband, if you will. Okay, so what does the petition say? Discovery level, who cares? You know, they don't want to associate judge. This is famous in Texas. This suit is brought to you by Samantha Lopez, who is adept, the best petitioner. The last 3 numbers.
The Samanthas are always crazy. Like if your name is Samantha, you got some screws loose.
Of her social, we don't care. We don't dox people over here. I never will, never have. And her husband Felix Lingale. Okay, people think this is lightly, but this is major. Remember, he's worth $9 million. $9 million, and one of the biggest streamers in Twitch. Not to mention, we'll check out his monthly earnings and you see how much he's making. So you automatically know Samantha Lopez, whether true or not, has a vested financial interest in proving that they're married. And we're gonna go over what it takes to prove that they're married because it's not as cut and dry as you think, okay? So this is the address blocked out.
Off now.
We don't care about that.
Over there.
What happened? There's the parties are immediately bound to basically this standard temporary restraining order, okay? Standard temporary restraining order. And we're gonna look at it, and basically it's in every divorce in Texas for one reason or another. It may be outlined in here like Exhibit A, or it could be written out like it was in JDF's. So marriage, August 25th, 2020 to October 31st, 2022. That's gonna be important. October 31st, 2022. And they cease to live together as spouses on or about that date, all right? What's so important about spouses, right? Let's go to JDF. Let's go to JDF, because I brought this in for reference, okay? The parties were married, this is the JDF one, married on or about May 17th, and have ceased to live together as husband and wife. You see the difference? You instantly see husband and wife, we were married on this date. Their marriage date is August 25th, 2020. And that's very specific, right? That's very specific. Very specific, okay? Grounds for divorce. The marriage has become insupportable because of discord or conflict of personalities between her and him. Fair, fine. We're not getting along. All right, there is no child born or adopted of this marriage, and she is not pregnant. That's very crucial because you don't want to get divorced and she's pregnant, and now you're looking at child support 18 years out the gate. Okay? All right. Dust said, if a girl gets with you when you only have $20, that might be a good one. I'm going to respectfully disagree from personal experience. All right. Where we at? Okay. This is important. This huge yellow part is important. Petitioner requests the court that the trial on merits to grant the following permanent injunctions, okay? Respondent, which is XQC, will be prohibited, enjoined is a fancy word from prohibited, to taking any steps to talk, stalk, harass, threaten, or otherwise intimidate petitioner, including to, but not limited to, discussing the litigation on any social network profile, including but not limited to his Twitch stream or YouTube account. So basically, let's get divorced, and I don't want you talking about the divorce on your Twitch. I don't want you talking about it on your YouTube. Now, you would think like, well, why would you not want him to talk about the divorce on his Twitch or YouTube?
Right now.
Why would that be? You know, me, I talk to y'all about my divorce pretty much all the time, but it's a very specific reason you would want to silence him for not talking about the divorce on his platforms, or directing any followers on any social network platforms to use harassing language to communicate with the other party, threaten the party, or take unlawful action against the party. So what you see on Twitch is, let's just say I'm beefing with Dust Productions, right? I'll say, hey, everybody, go on Dust Productions channel and put HR in the comments. You know, we gonna bomb his chat, okay? That would get you banned on YouTube. On Twitch, probably on YouTube too. I would never do that. All right, attorney's fees. You know what she wants. To effect equitable division of the estate of the parties, and as part of the division, judgment for attorney's fees, expenses, and costs through trial and appeal should be granted against XQC in favor of the petitioner. So now, not only is she trying to bust down your $9 million empire, she wants you to pay her lawyer fees, okay? And of course, it wouldn't be Texas without some good old prayers to the judge, because in divorce court, the judge is God, okay? Petitioner says that the citation and notice issues are required by law to grant the divorce, so she's hoping for a divorce.
I don't know what to do.
That they grant a hearing for a temporary injunction, basically telling him that STFU, shut up.
I don't know if you guys will get into this, but so this is basically like some evil level shit. What Adept is trying to do, I think, I'm not a lawyer, so your mileage may vary on this statement, but I think what Adept is trying to do is she's trying to make the argument that her and XQC probably met the requirements, or should have met the requirements for common law marriage. So she's trying to file for a divorce now, because when she gets divorced from XQC, she's going to be entitled to some sum of his assets that were accumulated during the duration of the marriage. That's what she's trying to do. Gold digging, unironically.
Yes.
Imagine if I lived with a girl for 3 years, and then we broke up, and then out of nowhere, she starts going to the court and she's petitioning like, hey, we broke up. Can we get a divorce? And you're like, well, I didn't marry you. And it's like, nah, I think we were common law married, because if you can file for the divorce, then it seems like you have the marriage, which means you can go after the assets. That's what, so this is why XQC, this is like why XQC got so fucking mad in a few ways, because he's not really allowed to talk about it because of this order, so he can't say much, and everybody is assuming that he's a fucking moron. They're like, why the fuck did you get married to her? This is horrible. And
okay.
People are upset about that he got married, but he can't talk about it or say anything. And then and then the question is like, well, how could she file for a divorce if you didn't get married? It's like, well, this sucks. She's trying to prove common law, basically. Is she legally allowed to do this? Yeah, I think legally it's fine. I would even support the idea if she truly was doing like common law marital duties and shit. Sure, but I don't think that's what happened here. She's just trying to be a scumbag fuck. Who thinks he got married, LeMayo? Merca, I'm impressed by your ability to consistently type just the dumbest fucking things that I've ever seen in my chat room. Like, congratulations.
What?
This is the first I've ever heard of common law marriage. How does that happen? This is a California thing. Common law marriage exists throughout the United States. Basically, if you've been cohabitating with somebody for a certain period of time, especially if you've got children, there are things that can basically qualify you for saying like, you know what, we're basically married. Yeah, we never had the ceremony. Yeah, we never filed the paperwork, but we're essentially married, and that entitles you to certain rights and protections by being married. But that's essentially what common law marriage is. But there's going to be different. Some states don't have common law marriage, I don't think. Like, everybody treats it a little differently. So just, yeah, you have to look up your own shit there.
And that the final hearing in the court will enter a permanent injunction enjoining the respondent in conformity with all the allegations in this petition set forth. Praise for attorney.
Yeah, one of the things that's a little scary for XQC, and I don't know how true this is, but I think there was a YouTube video a long time ago of Adept saying the way that she got back into the United States from Canada was by saying that her and XQC were married. And if that's an on-the-record statement that they can pull from, I don't know if that would impact things or not, but if so, that seems a little spooky, if that is the case. But...
Attorney fees pay for general relief. Okay, so that's the groundwork. And I know y'all wondering, like, how do we know if she's married or not? So let's look at, remember, I'm going to break this down for you guys the same way I did parental alienation. And I see we got 25,000 people in here. Can I just get 5 likes or 2 likes? But let's go over.
How's your husband?
Hey guys, just a quick PSA here. You
Sorry,
do know that if you live in the
loud
state
as
of
you go.
Texas,
What
you
just
can
happened?
be married without even knowing it, right?
Oh.
Yes, that's entirely true. It's what's called a common law marriage. Now, for a common...
All right, so we got common law marriage in the state of Texas. Okay, you can be married without noticing, and he's going to break down the criteria, and then we're going to go over it, and then I'm going to show you the undeniable evidence, and then we'll put a poll up, and you're going to tell me if he married, and then we'll skedaddle up out of here.
Common law marriage to be proven, you usually need 3 elements. 1.
Uh-oh.
Hey guys, just a quick, to be an agreement to be married. 1, you need to live together.
All right, so first thing is you have to live together in order to be married.
2, there needs to be an agreement to be married. And 3, you need to hold each other out as husband and wife.
All right, so 3 things you need. 1, you have to live together. 2, an agreement to get married. And 3, present yourselves as husband and wife. Now, he's about to further break it down for you guys so you see, you know, how we're going to go about providing this evidence for you.
Now, at this point, you're probably wondering, well, how can I prove if someone agreed to be married to me or held out that I was a husband and wife? Well, that can be done with what's called circumstantial evidence. Anything that you can use to prove that there was some sort of agreement or you held each other out as husband and wife can be used. Certain things such as co-signing leases as spouses.
That's major. Co-signing the leases as spouses. Okay, you know, if they put like relationship
married
and they say husband, wife, you could use that in the court and say, look, he presented me as his wife, so that $9 million he's making, I should be entitled to it.
That's where that immigration statement comes in, which is, I think, pretty spooky, but maybe it's nothing. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not, so, but.
Putting each other down for insurance benefit purposes as spouses. Maybe you have friends who can attest that you all called each other husband and wife. Any of these things can be used in court to prove that you all had an informal marriage. And just like a normal formal marriage in the state of Texas, a common law marriage still requires a formal divorce. That's correct. If someone can prove that they were informally or common law married to you, you still need to go file for a divorce, like if you had a whole
Are y'all
wedding,
seeing what's
you had a
happening?
whole reception, just like everyone else. Now, if you guys have any other questions,
If I was him, I'd hate us. I'd hate you. Of course he does. Of course he does. Don't get mad at the dude. He's fat. He's short. He's clearly lonely. He's wearing fucking baggy ass shorts.
All right, now they're going a little too, like, come on, bro. Fat, short. All right, you don't need to. Why are you? Okay, well, yeah, he did call him an incel, but you shouldn't be like physically talking about another man on that level.
Is he American? He looks fucking amazing. He's dressed as American. I'm in my tailored $10,000 suits without a geeky hat on. I haven't got a pedo mustache. I got all the women. I got money.
He just said, I paid $10,000. Why do you spend $10,000 on suits? It's a suit. It looks the same all the time. It's a fucking black jacket, black pants, and a tie. You don't need to spend 10 bands on that. You spend 10 bands on it so you could say in a podcast that it costs 10 bands. But just dress well.
I got the Bugatti. I got the jet.
It's true, but no.
Of course he hates us.
Of course, but it's just an amazing. I got a jet. I got a. See, this one. I don't know, man. Like these self-help dudes are just are too full of themselves. Like, why are you yelling about your jet on a podcast?
Lack of self-awareness. Somebody like that. It's actually almost an impressive lack of self-awareness.
questions about any other area of Texas law, please like, comment, let me know what else you guys want to know more about.
All right, so
hey guys, just a quick peek.
We have our criteria. All right, we have our criteria for what is considered marriage and what is considered not. All right, let's go check the evidence that I've presented, that I've provided. So how long were they together? Let's share this tab real quick. Fair use to whoever they are.
From the things that were not self-inflicted.
Okay.
Okay.
Hassan's tweets,
Oh,
right?
sure.
Jesus.
You're talking about that's when Hassan criticized you, or what else happened with Hassan?
Yeah, I mean, just Hassan had easy cookie point.
They're having a general argument about whatever. We don't even care. Look at this video, hour and 20 minutes. We don't care. We're looking for one specific thing. We want to see the duration of the marriage.
Points, and you know, I mean, I know how good he is at getting a free fucking apple when he can, right? When it's in reach, and he just said, you know, that I was not going, and when I should have been going.
And mind you, this will be used against him in court. That's why she's like, hey, you can't delete any.
Okay, serious question. Put yourself in Adept's position. I know it's extremely shitty, but you have a shot to get a lot of money. She has to go for it, right? I mean, if you can. I mean, it's the same as, like, if you have the opportunity to steal a whole bunch of shit and you want to get, like, rich doing it, you can. But, I mean, like, hopefully you have no respect for the rest of your life, you have no friends, nobody likes you, and you're contributing to some of the worst shit that has ever been done, like, in the history of the United States. Like, you're actually, like, you are an incel creator, and you are part of the 1% of, like, women that, like, incels use against other guys. It's like, women will try to do this horrible fucking shit against you and blah, 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 blah. Like, you are the archetype that the incels complain about, and you are such a horrible, disgusting fucking person. Now, let me qualify the fuck out of that, okay? Because I believe in alimony. I think alimony can be justified. If it was the case that Adept was using, or that Adept was foregoing a whole bunch of career development, a whole bunch of personal growth, and she was spending a significant portion of her time enabling XQC to do the work that he does, then I would probably say, you know what? I think Adept is entitled to a little bit of that. I think she should get a little bit, because fuck it, because XQC wouldn't have been able to be the streamer he was if he didn't have a wife to take care of the house. Now the problem, from what I've seen, and I could be wrong, the problem is that it doesn't really seem like Adept did that. I don't know if, like, cleaning the house doesn't count, right? You're not a housewife if you don't have a fucking kid, okay? You're a maid, all right? A bang maid, right? Just cleaning the house, paying for a maid, just, like, getting somebody food, I don't think it entitles you to millions of dollars. XQC could have very easily Uber Eats. He could have fucking paid Uber Eated. I don't know what the past tense is like. He could have very easily paid for, you know, a maid to come clean the house. Like, that's not worth millions of dollars, in my opinion. But it, I mean, oh, XQC had a maid also? Yeah, so, like, I don't agree with that. And it seems like Adept was trying to stream and build a career, and arguably, she probably benefited financially more from that relationship than XQC did, because she got to be on probably the largest show that she was ever on was probably that Real Housewives of Twitch show, which came because she was with XQC, right? So, yeah, I don't know.
But I also said on stream, and I said publicly, that the event was going to be bad. That's why I didn't go. And I've never said that. And that was a way for him to farm free clout and free internet points. And it fucked me over. And everybody jumped on the train about that. And it added gamble into that. And it started filling all the boxes that Al stacked against me. All these assumptions and shit. Everything stacked against me. Yes, that was.
I don't know, man. I think she was doing his taxes and managing his finances. I don't know how I'm going to be careful here. I don't know how the courts use this, but in my mind, the philosophical justification for things like alimony comes in when you are significantly positively contributing to your partner's life, right? So like when I think of my kid's mom, Rachel, right? And I think of like all of the stuff that I bought her a car, I paid 100% of the house, I still do. When I think of these things, in my mind, I want my son to be taken care of. I don't want my son to live with a poor woman whose like life is fucked. So in my mind, that exchange is worth it. I'm streaming full time. I spend all of my time streaming, but the only reason why I'm enabled to stream full time and have my son taken care of is if his mom is taken care of too, right? When children are involved, I think things like alimony become incredibly reasonable because the woman is often sacrificing a whole bunch of her life to take care of the child, right? And if the woman wasn't doing that, the guy either has to pay for daycare or he has to take time off work. When no children are present, in my mind, I think it becomes really hard to justify alimony. Like doing taxes, it costs $500 to pay somebody to do your taxes. A maid is $100 a week or something, if that, to do maid work. Like Uber Eats gets you food. Like, what is the service that's being provided here that's entitling you to potentially millions of dollars? I don't believe it. I just don't buy it. But that's me.
The first day we had to explain for.
This is the type of stuff that makes me worried for XQC.
On the first day we had to explain for 2 hours how we're reuniting as through common law. That's the thing. That's what the Canadian government allows. We've been living together for 2 years, so at this point we're considered I did kind of have to unleash my inner Karen, and let me explain why. Because the very first second I go up there and I scan my passport to get in. Yeah, that's how I felt the whole time. But I scanned.
So if she's using common law marriage to get in through immigration, oof, that's a rough one.
My passport, and the lady goes, "Oh, you're American?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "You're not allowed to travel to Canada." And I'm like, "You're not gonna? That's the only question you're gonna ask me before you declare that? You know what I mean? Like, there's exceptions. Please. Okay, so, I'm like, okay, don't be one of the Karens. Don't be one of the Karens in the videos. Like, we don't gotta go there. But I was like, ugh. Okay, so I just looked at her like, okay, well, first of all.
Yeah, but in Canada, right? How's that relevant in the United States? Well, because the U.S. has to let you in. The U.S. is fucking literal Hitler shit when it comes to immigration, okay? Dude, in Europe, they don't give a fuck if your passport's stamped. They don't care if you're coming in with fucking bombs on the plane. They don't care if you just flew from fucking North Korea to Iran to whatever. You go to Portugal and they're like, hey, come hang out. Fly into Europe, hey, in the EU. Oh, cool, base or whatever. Bro, in the United States, you fucking walk in with your priest collar, with your $50 million bribe, and they're like, we need to talk to you. We need to look at your fucking cell phone. Did you fucking tweet a joke about fucking Kim Jong-un 3 fucking years ago? We need to pull you aside into interrogation, and we need to talk to you about every fucking thought that, like, U.S. immigration is fucking insane, okay? United States is wild. Destiny, she did it the other way around to get into Canada. I thought this was her explanation for coming back to the United States. Regardless, there's going to be immigration somewhere that has like noted her as like being common law married, right? Like that's whether it's Canada or the United States, somewhere is going to be noted as like your common law married. I don't know if Canada is as strict getting into it or not, but.
What was pressure?
How was it for Melina? We've had to sit sometimes for like 2 hours in a fucking room where they like tell us why she's not gonna be allowed back in there. It's insane. The United States is just insane when it comes to immigration shit. It's a wild world.
That was not self-inflicted. That was not my fault. That was self-inflicted. That ended up being purposeful dog shit against me. And these pressures, they add up. These are things that stack against me. And what do we do about that? At one point.
All right, so basically, the pressure was people were coming at me and she wanted him to keep the breakup private. That's all she wanted. Hey, keep the breakup private. He caved to his subscribers. He said it. She's about to confirm the duration of the relationship, and then we're gonna go to the next piece of evidence.
It's a setting. I have to find a way out.
Exactly, a way out, a scapegoat. And that is exactly what you
That's what I
did
said.
everything for.
Okay, don't do
That
that.
is what you just said.
Don't do that. A way out is an
Okay,
scapegoat.
okay.
You
I'm
jump.
not gonna do this in front of your stream where again.
Don't say
You
that.
were
Then.
I'm okay. Careful. I'm about to do a lot of bullshit conjecture because I don't know. I truly don't know. Just random questions, okay? When she says that you're looking for a way out or a scapegoat, I wonder if she already had the plan here to do that common law shit. And when she's saying you're looking for a way out, I wonder if what she means is you're looking for a way to dissolve the marriage at fault. Which I think means what you can do is you can say, I dissolved this marriage because somebody was unfaithful or because some partner did something really fucked. Because if that's the case, then there is no alimony or child support or anything like that paid, right? You're just fucked because you fucked up. But that's a lot of conjecture. I don't know any of that. She could also just be like, oh, you just want to get out without like, you know, breaking up or saying I love you. I don't know, right? It could be anything. So that's like I'm in like conspiracy territory. That is a conspiracy. I'm alleging one if that was to be the case. So I don't know what the chances are of that. But are you using secret information from XQC that we don't know about? No, actually, XQC and I don't talk much about that as well. He told me that he was a little frustrated that people were jumping to conclusions and shit. I think he might have even met me without knowing the full story. But I don't talk to him about this stuff at all. The reason why, actually, funnily enough, the reason why I didn't usually talk about this at all is because I'm trying to be respectful of XQC and Adept, mainly XQC, so I don't want to like say a lot because it looks really bad for Adept. But if that's like XQC's fucking girlfriend and shit, I'm not gonna sit here and rail on somebody that's not really relevant to anything. Like, why the fuck would I do that? I don't need to do that. But if they fucking hate each other, and I can speak a little bit more freely on things, then I will say this looks pretty scumbaggy. It looks pretty shitty, Adapter, but you know.
Victimizing yourself. You were victimizing yourself to your stream.
Okay, sorry. I wasn't the victim of anything then. You know what, dude? Hassan is a good guy, and because he loves me. He's such a good guy.
Who cares?
He threw me under the bus, and
She's literally about to trap him into admitting to how long they were together.
you know, and all the internet that was all the fucking people that are starving for drama, all the people that are all the zombies looking for a good fresh brain,
Just
right?
like you did.
He
You did
threw
with
them
our very
a bone,
personal
right?
breakup.
But he's a
Just
good
like
guy
you
for
did with
it.
our very
He's a good.
personal breakup. Just like you did. 4.5-year relationship, real fucking nasty events that led to a breakup.
Wait, hold on.
To how long they were together.
You know, and all the internet that was all the fucking people that are starving for drama, all the people that are all the zombies looking for a good fresh brain,
Just
right?
like you did.
He
Just like you did
threw
with
them
our very
a bone,
personal
right?
breakup.
But he's a
Just
good
like
guy
you
for
did with
it.
our very
He's a good.
personal breakup.
Oh.
Just like you did. 4.5-year relationship, real fucking nasty events that led to a breakup, just like you did.
And
I don't like to. I also don't like to comment on this because I just don't follow this much, so I could be wrong. But I felt like Adept was so much more public with everything than XQC was. Maybe I'll see clips that change my mind on that, or maybe I'm just wrong because I didn't follow it enough. But it felt like Adept was so much more public with everything. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't buy this. She did that, like XQC brought up something like 20-30 seconds, but I feel like Adapter said something first, and then XQC mentions it, and then HDMI does like a fucking 4-hour stream on things, and I'm like, okay, whatever.
I still found a way to make
All right,
life.
boom. She got him right there. 4.5.
And then also fucking DVI showing up at his door to fucking pound shit in the middle of fucking stream. It's like, what are we doing here? Like, this is now you're on some crazy college girl shit. When you're pounding on somebody's fucking door and you're trying to scream to get in, like when you know he's streaming, it's like, what are we talking about here, dude?
Shit.
I don't know.
Half breakup, and he didn't deny it. Okay, so what's our next piece of evidence? Let's see. Can we prove based on what they posted?
Hold on, my food's here. 1 second.
Online if they live together or not, y'all. Can we prove it? Can we prove it? Did he snitch on himself and say, hey, yes, we live together? All right.
When was it for son? Did anybody tell us?
I just tweeted about it. I just told you. Okay.
All right.
We pulled up to the Burbank Studios today.
I'm speeding it up just because I want y'all to get to it. I want y'all to get to the content, and then look. We all are investigators, kind of like y'all are the jury, but
Bruh, they were roommates, okay? Chill.
I want to present the evidence. We saw the criteria. Now let's get to the evidence.
Destiny's definitely screwed because he admits to being married to Mel all the time. Me and Melina are legally married. We went to a courthouse a year ago. What do you mean? Yeah, of course I admit to being married to her.
I was like, it's today December 6th. This is the first time we met in this building on this day 4 years ago.
Boom. That's two sources of information that they've met 4 years ago. Okay, 4 years ago, it's solidified. Did they live together? That's what. Look, if I'm her attorney, I'm like, hey, do you got proof y'all live together? She's like, yeah, we got a confession on stream, and the attorney like, all right, can you show it to me? She like, sure. Here, watch this.
Anytime I asked you how we met, you gave me like a new time.
No, it's not. That's the first time we ever met in person was that day. But the reason why we never talked about it previously was because we don't like to mention the other clip you mentioned that you were with a girl.
Yeah.
We don't like to talk about all that shit. But he was not dating this girl. I want to say too much.
All right, so basically she's like, I don't want to talk about when I met you, you were dating another girl, and then we're about to get a bombshell confession from her.
But they weren't dating, and it wasn't Kim. I don't know why you're saying that. But
Yeah, I wasn't dating.
no, we met casually in Overwatch. The pre.
Yeah, I remember you.
was there with the people, and they were, oh, this is XQC. They're like, they could have time.
Boom. Hey, I met this guy that I'm married to.
This is not about proving common law marriage. California does not recognize common law. Why do you guys keep saying California? Didn't they live in Texas? I don't know why everyone I chat keeps saying California. Am I missing something?
But when I met him, I had a boyfriend at the time. What is this? Why did she drop her boyfriend? Why do you think? Why do you think? Do you think her boyfriend was a millionaire like XQC is? Probably not.
Did you?
This is some insult shit.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
So it was like nothing. It was just like, oh hey,
Okay.
I know you from Overwatch. Everybody watching CD both. And then later on, New Year's Day again. So
Went to the vault.
December 6th is the first time we met. But then New Year's, we realized that he was gonna love me forever.
All right. New Year's is when he realized he was gonna love me forever. I don't buy that, but I think what happened on New Year's, I think we all can agree. What do you think happened on New Year's Eve? What do couples typically do on New Year's Eve after they celebrate the New Year?
Vault, right?
Yeah. And then
At the vault, no kidding.
like
It was a club inside of a vault that they redone and like redesigned in a club. And it
This
was
guy, I think this guy feels like he's some like major detective coming through and breaking some huge story. But like, I don't think he realizes like everybody knows who these people are. And we've seen like thousands of hours of their lives on stream. I don't know why he's acting like he's like uncovering the lost city of Atlantis. Like, guys, I got some big news for you. I think Adept and XQC might have lived together. I can find like one clip of them admitting it. Like, what do you, bro? Yeah, we know. Thanks. Aware.
not actually music and people that I've ever come across, and I just realized that that's just how LA is just really just trash.
Is this fast for y'all?
we actually talked about this a couple months ago. We were like somewhere and he saw a dress and he was like, oh, this is like the dress that you wore that day.
Who
So
cares?
That's how I know that day. So just because that day stood out to you doesn't mean that's the day we first met. But
Yeah, but I knew you were an upgrade though.
Oh, here he called her out on it. He called her out on it. Did y'all hear that? I knew you wanted to upgrade though. Like, he's aware of his, I guess, him being financially superior to her ex-boyfriend. I suppose.
I mean, of course, but it's a very long story. We will never get full. But he had, you know.
Let me fast forward this.
Yeah, you do that. There's also cringe because like I'm pretty sure XQC and Adept liked each other. I don't think that it was like Adept in the very beginning was like, I'm gonna get all his money, blah blah. Also, I don't even know how much money XQC had 3 years ago or 4 years ago when they fucking met. He's still a relatively new streamer, isn't he? I could be wrong on that, but
Oh, good thing my team's winning.
The Lotex goes smile. We did the zoo thing, which was like just basically our first date.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it may have been the same day.
Yeah.
You guys saw it.
And it was the karaoke. I'm saying about the cool songs.
No.
Sorry,
We did
y'all.
karaoke together, and then he came to my brother's
All
house.
like shit
We
them
sat in
off.
the car, we talked for like 5 hours, and then I was like, okay, I guess he's like kind of cute. So it took a while to reconvince
Like, let's be honest, 4 years ago, you really think there's going to be a great financial future trying to get with a fucking Winston main? Come on, guys.
me that you weren't just gonna spoil the lead.
All right, now look. What do you think? This guy's a millionaire, under 30. You think she was putting up too much of a fight?
It took a while. I had to really believe it. But what really got me is he started singing Dua Lipa. He had never heard the song before, and it's a song where it's like, I see the moon, oh, and you're looking at the sun. And he was just reading the lyrics off the screen, but he was singing it perfectly in harmony with like how Dua Lipa sings the song. It was really cute. And then we were the karaoke songs the whole group. And then that's when I realized that I could do it with him.
Okay.
And then we went on the zoo date.
And then.
Okay,
I
here
had
we
this new
go.
place, right? I was gonna get. But then they told me somebody had died in my place.
All right, let me slow it down. Let me get y'all to regular speed because this is evidence, okay? I want you guys to hear it clearly what both parties are saying. And for some strange reason, my internet is jumping.
Then, we'll give you a new one. So they gave me a new apartment, and I went to the new apartment, and a couple weeks in, the police raided me.
Yeah.
And I had nowhere to go, so I sent her a text, and she came pick me up. And then.
Well, yeah, the first time.
All right, so he gets raided because he gets doxxed a lot, and FBI be knocking on his door, people doxing him. He had to move out. He got his own apartment. He gets doxxed. He hits her up, and what do you think happened?
Destiny didn't know that Winston is one of the harder tanks to play well. Listen, don't do the cope here, okay? It's already bad enough when support players do it, when healers do it, but people that play tanks, like, oh, DPS doesn't know how hard it is on Reinhardt to shield in the right direction, and Winston actually, like, if you don't time your, it's actually really, get the fuck out of here, okay? Either play DPS or you suck. Full stop. End of discussion, okay? We don't need those, we don't need fucking support players here talking about how their role is actually the hardest fucking thing in the world. Get the fuck out of here, okay?
Immediately drove out to his
Shut up,
apartment,
Destiny.
'cause I lived like 3 minutes away. I went to his apartment and I was like, is everything okay?
I can't find a calling.
I actually helped him pick out almost everything for that apartment too. I helped him get like little utensils and shit so he could live. And then it happened again a week later or whatever. And then that's when I told him, I was like, Felix, I already talked to my parents about it. 'Cause by then we were pretty much dating. And I was like, Felix, I already talked to my. Oh no, we were dating because you came to my house a couple times. You went to my parents.
Okay, we get it. You were dating. Let's get to the evidence. Let's get to the confession.
Over $100. So this was the other part of the test, right? He paid like over $100 and went in the Uber for like over an hour to get to my house, to my parents' house.
It wasn't 100. It was like $141 for sure.
Yeah, I said over 100.
Come on.
And so I was like, wow, if he's willing to really go through all that, then, obviously he's not just going to be the boy of the week. Like, he really means business.
Little did she know, or little did he know, that they were about to, this was the beginning of the common law marriage trap.
So, he says 141, like you're...
I don't think she was trying to trap him in the beginning. That's
Come
too far.
on,
That's
what
ultra
the
conspiratorial.
fuck?
No
What the
shot.
fuck?
I don't believe that.
Remembered. And so I was like, okay, and then, did I drive you home or did you Uber home?
Come on.
You Ubered home too.
Yeah, I Ubered home the next day.
Ubered home too. And then,
I fell asleep in the car. He woke me up when I got home.
yeah. And then, so a couple weeks had passed, the swatting stuff happened. So we were already dating by that point. And then I was like, Felix, my parents said you could just live with us. Like, you can have that whole part of the house right there. That's all you. Just, like, whatever you want to do. If you want to come live with us, you're good to live with us. And then we lived together ever since.
Boom! Did y'all hear that? They've been living together ever since. Shortly after dating, shortly after New Year's, been dating ever since.
Yeah, we know, Chief.
Now, I'm not going to speculate, but that is the beginning of the trap. Okay, we know that, hey, they had to be living together. We know that they had to conduct themselves as husband and wife, and he had to tell her they were going to get married. Now, let's fast forward. Let's take a little break, and let's look at her temporary restraining order. that was granted after she shortly filed. Let's make it bigger. Let's see what they got her for it. Let's see what's going on, guys. And we still gonna do our poll at the end. We probably got like 15 minutes left, and we'll go through this. I'm so happy to have a quick one. All right, so this is the temporary restraining order. This is 2 days after she filed, and the judge just granted it. So he can't delete any data or content from any social network or platform used created by either party. Taking any steps to harass her, talk about it on Twitch or YouTube.
Remember, I'm not a lawyer, so I could be fucking retarded in everything I say. But when that whole of like you're not allowed to delete anything, that makes it seem like a lawyer is combing through a lot of publicly available stuff for evidence of that common law marriage. Damn. I'm coming at this a lot from like personally, morally, philosophically. I don't think that you could justify like alimony or whatever bullshit or like a big lump sum payment after divorce if there's no kids involved, because like what is the woman doing? What is she actually giving up? Or the guy, depending on who's staying at home. However, with respect to the law, common law marriage might be easy to argue. I don't know. I'm not sure. And if she does argue it and they do divorce, my understanding is that all of the assets accrued while married are considered property of the joining, the husband and the wife.
Okay, there's no way that shit's gonna be approved. There's so many counter arguments to that. They were not explicitly married. I mean, I don't think she's getting shit. That'd be crazy. I think the judge is gonna look at this and be like, clearly you're a gold digger. It's gonna get, after all the fucking discovery and shit and the arguments, the judge is obviously gonna dismiss that shit.
So when they separate, they have a right to divvy up those assets post-divorce based on the assets that were accrued while married.
That's purely an intuitive feeling I have.
If that, I'm not a lawyer, blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying it a million times. But if that was the case, it would suck if the past like 3 or 4 years of XQC's earnings, or at least what's left of them after Gamba, are like potentially a token for them to fight over in some divorce court. That would be like Control F subchapter E. Subchapter E. Marriage without formalities. This is for Texas. Proof of informal marriage. In a judicial, administrative, or other proceeding, the marriage of a man and a woman may be proved by evidence that 1. A declaration of the marriage has been signed, as provided in this subchapter, or, not and, or, the man and woman agreed to be married, and after the agreement they lived together in the state as husband and wife, and they're represented to others that they were married.
No.
So the represented to others arguably could be met by the immigration stuff. I hope XQC
That's
never
not enough. He
talked
could just
about
say that we
marriage
did
with-
that just to get her to come, and not that they were actually married, and he clearly was demonstrating that they didn't act in such a way that they were married or explicitly say they were married, and he said multiple times that he'd never been married and he never would be married. So I don't know.
The Adept. Ooh. If he does, Adept would have those logs. But hopefully, XQC never said something like, oh yeah, like, you know, we'll probably get married, or I'm sure we'll be married at some point, or joked about like getting married or whatever.
No, because he said that he never
he
was.
made those jokes and they continued to live together. Isn't this career suicide for Adapter? How does she win it all by doing this? She has no career, so she has nothing to lose. The dangerous types of motherfuckers to fuck with.
How did this guy get out?
If a proceeding in which a marriage is to be proved, as provided by subsection A, part 2, is not commenced before the second anniversary of the date on which the parties separated and ceased living together, if a proceeding in which a marriage is to be proved is not commenced, it is rebuttably presumed that the parties did not enter into an agreement to be married.
Ooh, huge. There's no way they can prove that.
So she has, basically, I think this means she has like a 2-year time limit to do her Hail Mary meme shit, but...
Fuck. We're trolling.
And this is the restraining order. This is their court date on November 29th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Yada, yada, yada. It was granted.
Yikes.
Now, let's go to some more evidence. Let's go to some more evidence. What is the name of this? No, actually, we gonna go to what happened. We gonna go to what happened. So he was streaming one night after he signed a temporary restraining order that they agreed upon, and she popped up at the house, and then we gonna look at the temporary restraining order. Okay, I'm going to translate.
Wait, so right after she
So
showed
he's
up,
streaming,
right after
3 o'clock in the morning. She come up, banging on the door, let me in.
DVI time.
And let's see what happens. The next time I'm back, I will call the police. You're violating the court order. I have full authority to a card. So we're talking about a debit card. I have full authority to the card